Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be back this Sunday, May 8th, 2022. Where does the time go? I will hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks again for being here with us this evening.
Hey, great. Hope everyone had a good week. Welcome back. Guess if you got it ready, I'll go straight into screen share. It looks like you got it.
Yeah, got lucky this time.
Okay, so I did another blog post, actually my longest, and hopefully we'll look at this. And so I got a lot of hits on the chess server. My cognitive dissonance got over 244 views. So I, you know, uh, Science of Consciousness 71 views. Um, and my first one, Memory Ticket, 180, but Cognitive Dissonance got a lot of views. It doesn't have a comment option on it.
Yeah,
So I
I shared
posted
it in a server. A lot of industrious people there, so it was definitely a good one.
from the chess server or from the review.
I shared your writing in a server that I'm in.
Okay, yeah, great. So I did another one today, so hopefully we'll look at that. Um, so here we had Professor Hamerov wrote an article on consciousness, OKR, and it's interesting. He's saying that in the basis of the theory that it's a reverse of the measurement problem, where it's saying that observation, Penrose turned the conscious observer around. Instead of consciousness causing collapse, wave function collapse spontaneously causes a moment, a quantum of consciousness. So it's saying that it's not that the observation causes the collapse, it's that the collapse causes consciousness, or it's possibly both of them are together. So it was a nice little article, and we could talk about that a little more. And it said, I don't think the quantum mind is enough to explain consciousness, and it's unclear if Penrose is right, if there's any connection between consciousness and life, if consciousness is just a form of information according to the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis, or the controller. So it still needs more research. So I mean, the phenomenon seems correct, but does that actually explain consciousness? But it's a nice article there by good old Professor Hamerov. Hopefully, we're
You
going to
didn't
talk
find
about
that
this.
article to be somewhat sloppy at points and trying to be way too all encompassing?
Well, I mean, possibly they're trying to claim more than they're actually hypothesizing. That the theory accomplishes more than it actually
Oh, I
does.
wasn't claiming that. I'm just saying, like, the beginning of the article was seemed to go in one direction, and then it sort of pivoted into an extremely different direction halfway through the article, and didn't really seem to like have a unifying thesis. Like talking about platonic stuff, not really. Okay, there were too many terms that weren't defined. I really had actually trouble following a lot of the meaning of what was being said, and then it sort of jumped into just a pure physical mechanism, which I think is honestly a pretty good start because it's a big cycle, so that's probably something to do with like a sub-resonant frequency type thing. I'd be just looking for coherence, but then there's the question of what it means to like what is coherence exactly, and then interpreting measurement and everybody's favorite conversation. So we won't go there now, but I thought it should have been shorter, to be honest, to be better. I think it could have been about half as long and it would have been stronger.
Um, yeah, possibly. I didn't think that much to critique it, but yeah, I mean, it could be also Hamerov isn't that much of a writer,
Well,
but
it just seems like the first part of it is targeted at one audience and the second part is targeted at a different audience. So someone who read the whole article, it would be hard to find a person who was sympathetic to the entire article.
Yeah, it could be. I didn't, I just kind of read it quickly without thinking too much to think of how it could have been better written. But I'm glad he wrote it, and certainly, could be improved upon. So, T Jump had on yesterday Aaron Rabinowitz. Rabinowitz is means Rabbi Witz, uh, talking about systemic racism. It was interesting. Hopefully, we'll talk about that more in detail. There was a lot of definitions, and racisms became because it carries a pejorative context that like it's a bad thing to be racist. God forbid. Uh, it's hard to discuss, and then systemic racism versus saying, well, what does it mean to to get the definitions clear? Is they're like a neutral racism or the moral aspect, pattern recognition, versus like the role of the ahimsa principle. So it was a pretty wide ranging conversation. Like generally a good program. I don't usually watch T Jump, but I watched that one. But it had a little bit of his repetitive, like wordplay and logic games. But hopefully we'll talk about that more. But let me clear my desktop. So this one was a little too messy to read. This is one of the first books ever written on the history of the Royal Society, and it's actually a facsimile of an early printing. But I read a few books this week on the history of the Royal Society. This is from Thomas Spratt, who I guess was around at the beginning. And one of these next few weeks, I'll probably write an essay on the scientific method and the origins of the scientific method. But if anyone's following, the Royal Society and the history of that, here's an earlier book on that. Here, Mind Chat, Philip Goth and his Keith Frankish, his stream partner, had Sean Carroll and Barry Lower talking about what can physics tell us about consciousness. And it was a decent conversation, kind of like, accusing each other of hubris, of, what can physics or philosophy inform us of. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I watched it in two speed. I think even Jennifer watched that in two speed. But
No, I didn't. I thought it was interesting. I want to be able to follow everything, so I definitely actually rewatched some parts of it too.
Philip Goff there, cheap like Doovid, just using StreamYards like that. Um, Here, Bernardo Castrop was on Blogging Heads, and I stopped watching Blogging Heads so much. I mostly watch Glenn Lowry, uh, and John McWhorter, and they moved. But I saw that he had Bernardo Castrop. It was actually a pretty good conversation. A little. Actually, Robert Wright had some insight. Asked him about bohmian mechanics and other things. I finished the book this week on like a introduction to vectors and tensors. Vectors very important. Tensors a much more complicated form of vectors. I mean, in reality, vectors are a form of tensors. And then the book in the example at the end mentioned the Riemann curvature tensor, which is Einstein's use for the general relativity, and so I guess recruited Jennifer to help me with my math, and so as my multiple truth hypothesis is forwarding, I'm getting more and more into my math research to try to be able to write things in mathematical notation. So tensors definitely an important field to vectors. Have to know vectors, but like tensors also. So so I share that. I didn't end up including this in my essay this week, but this is possibly a precursor to cognitive dissonance, drive reduction theory, um, a major theory of motivation in the behaviorist learning theory tradition, Drive is defined as a motivation that arises due to psychological or physiological need. It works as an internal stimulus that motivates an individual to state the drive. It has also been described as an internal and instructional process that moves individuals to take actions that would allow them to attain their desired goal end state. And it also has, this concept of there being a homeostasis and a natural tendency to try to return to homeostasis and
Yeah, it got me thinking about the difference between homeostasis and equilibrium. Because I know in some domains they're kind of used interchangeably.
it has a mathematical formulation of deductive theory of behavior with excitatory potential or likelihood that an organism will produce a response to a stimulus that's based on a whole bunch of variables: stimulus intensity, dynamism, drive strength, incentive motivation, the delay before an organism is allowed to seek reinforcement, habit strength, conditioned inhibition, reactive inhibition, random error, and reaction threshold. And so, this was largely rejected. And, cognitive dissonance, as I said last week, proved the test within the neural correlates. But, Hall's drive reduction theory was one of the precursors to cognitive dissonance and might still have some relevance.
Well, you're
Um,
seems you're suggesting it's somehow incompatible with cognitive dissonance. I don't see why that would be the case.
well, it's a precursor theory that it has too many elements that didn't correspond with the neural correlates.
So
So it was more,
cognitive dissonance is like the corrected version of this earlier theory, more so.
well, cognitive dissonance is more a generalized theory. So cognitive dissonance doesn't even make the same attempt of drive reduction. Drive reduction was a much more uh, thorough attempt at a mathematization formula of reduction. So cognitive dissonance just has the process with a general vector magnitude, um, but not really a science of mathematics to it. So drive reduction theory was trying to pull off too much by creating this complicated formula for how it would work based on like psychometrics that didn't stand the test of time. So if cognitive dissonance had attempted a more, to bite off more than it could chew, so as they could say, so is say drive reduction theory uh, didn't stand the test of time and is just in the annals of history I was looking up this week. They had an India Science Festival, included something on quantum computing. I watched a little of this, but so here's the Indian Science Festival. Also had Anil Seth was one of the speakers. Africanists, Kemetic, you're promoting like Egyptian religion, like a revival of African pagan traditions or pantheistic traditions. So it was an interesting conversation. Towards the end, one of these guys kind of came at me with his attack on Judaism, or at least the Bible. But yes, I've appeared quite a few times on the channel now, and we'll see. I might keep on going at it with them. Um, I guess they got a global Pan Africanist network. I was mentioning to him that God forbid, in the West, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, I'd actually studied under Jean Louis Bourgeois. His father, Robert Goldwater, was the head of the primitivist section of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and they referred to African art as primitivist art. And it was donated by Rockefeller, who Nelson Rockefeller probably had the biggest collection of African artifacts and arts possibly in the whole world, even larger than in Africa, and created the what then was called the primitivist section of the museum. Now it's I think been renamed or put to African American art, and so now there's an attempt to revive Kemetic or Egyptian traditions, and obviously Egypt and the Egyptian religions, one of the the bad guy in the Bible. So it was an interesting conversation. It's possible I'll keep on talking with them. They might stream again on Judaism this week. Arjun is going to be on Jai Devi on Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. So I guess he's in New Zealand and she's in India. So it'll be in the evening in New Zealand, India, early in the morning, 6 in the morning. Uh, Coming up, she finally got a Hare Krishna devotee on um, from China, actually, from Montreal originally. Said he speaks French originally, but now is trying to spread Krishna consciousness in China. Married a Chinese woman, so he was on Jai Devi this week. Good number of views, 4,000 views, and so check out Arjun. I think Arjun had another program, Theology Unleashed, with um, Michael Egnor and uh, Aklandadi Das from the Ireland Hare Krishna. Here, because I'd mentioned Dirty Dancing and the soundtrack and the time of my life and Hungry Eyes. So Jennifer Grey from that movie, Dalton alumni, um, was talking about the possible overturn of Roe v. Wade. If you want, we could talk about abortion. I don't have too much to say about it, but it's the biggest news story in America. And Dirty Dancing was one of the first movies to kind of popularize, and it was made in the early 80s, but it's set back in the 60s before Roe v. Wade, where abortion would have been illegal. And one of the themes in the movie is an illegally performed abortion. So she was on The View weighing in on the possible overturn of Roe v. Wade. God forbid I think one of these Adam Green fans made a video of Charles Moskowitz's debate with Christopher Ben Jerkness. So Jerkness makes points, and then Charles Moskowitz is like, I don't know, like like I have to look that up. So the person made the video, um, basically showing that Jerkness was right after all these points, and a lot of them it's like Mayor Kahana said, and Charles is like, well, I'm not so sure he said that, and so then they clip right into the video of Mayor Kahana saying it. So God forbid it was
When was this
interesting.
debate originally?
This was a few years ago, and Jerkness um, leaves the debate, and um, some from a few years ago, and Jerkins is like, this is a joke. You don't know what you're talking about. But Jerkness knew a lot more about these issues. So someone made an clever video that after all the points, he brought like a proof that Jerkness was right and spliced it into the video. It made me think of a famous rabbi story of this rabbinic student was got married and was about to become sent to this town to become the town rabbi, and I guess his trainer came into one of his classes, and he asked him during the Q&A about like a Rambam of Maimonides, and like some sort of tricky question, and the rabbi's like, oh, I'm not familiar with that Maimonides. I'll have to look it up and speak to it later. And then afterwards the rabbi said like, yeah, I don't not familiar with that Maimonides. So he says like it doesn't exist. It's not enough for you to know Maimonides. You have to know what he didn't say. And so if it's Charles Moskowitz, I mean, I like Charles. He's got some scholarship. He knows a lot, but in a certain element, his scholarship is not tight like that, where he could be sure like it doesn't say that. Like when I argue with jerkness, I say like I'm confident it doesn't say that anywhere. You're misquoting. And so Charles is saying that he doesn't have enough of knowledge, at least about the Jewish canon, to have the confidence to to say either okay, well it says that, and then have some sort of understanding why it says that, versus saying I'm not so sure it says that. When in this case, Jerkness was basically right on all of his cases that it did say what he said it say. So Charles saying like I'm not so sure it says that. Um, wasn't correct. So your scholarship has to be tight. From writing these essays, I think I'm also tightening up my scholarship. And I mentioned to Charles, like E. Michael Jones claiming the purpose of the Talmud, which is a straw man. That the Talmud has thousands of pages and it says many things that you could draw a lot of conclusions from. You could, possibly try to make Jews look bad or the religion look bad. But the reality, there's thousands of pages and it says all sort of things. And the basis of what the Talmud says is pretty clear. It's about serving God and interpretation of the Mosaic scripture. But it was a clever video, and I guess Jerkness is back around putting out videos. Um, I
About
might even
Satan Jesus or what?
yeah, I mean they're pretty like strong attacks on Christianity and Judaism. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I mean moral outrage. Adam Green had debated E. Michael Jones on Killstream. That was already a week and a half ago. We didn't discuss that. It kind of came to a tie. Um, Adam needs to step up his debate game, and E. Michael Jones. They're kind of both like broken records, where they're just so used to preaching their points that they just talk past each other. Um, but it was still relatively good content. So
I just find the stuff Michael Jones says just ugh.
he just repeats it. So at the Hare Krishna Temple in Detroit for Father's Day, they had all the men cooked for the women. So the men did the cooking and served the women in honor of Father's Day. So I haven't really been to the temple. I recognize my friends because I'd worked in the kitchen, helped out for years, and so you could see the men serving the women and cooked for Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers and the women out there. Rama Roya Das, uh, the founder of the 6 hour kirtan in New York City. He's been doing it almost a decade now, like 6 hours every day in various places. Usually it started in Union Square, maybe they're now in Washington Square Park, or during the winter they move into the subway. So he came to Farmington Hills for the 4th-year anniversary, and I didn't make it. I still haven't been going anywhere because of COVID, but we'll see if numbers are back up. But the deaths haven't been that high, so we'll see if COVID starts dying down. I'll start going places. But I planted my flowers, marigolds, two flats of marigolds. Flower Day in Michigan. There's a farmers market called Eastern Market in Detroit, and in early May, they have an event called Flower Day where they have vendors from all over Michigan that come to the farmers market and sell flowers. And so that's next week Sunday, and I'll load up on flowers and fill out my garden here at my house and my parents' house. But I started this week 2 flats of marigolds. Mark Shalom. Okay, so I have 2 slides in my essay. This slide's not so good. It was somewhat related to my essay on analysis trees, and this is like a history of computer algorithms of classification and regression trees. And so here you can see first, second, third, fourth generation. First generation going back to the 60s, second generation, and the names of the people and little diagrams or speed, various history of regression analysis. Maybe we'll go over this one, the brief history of decision making, related to my essay. And so for the song this week, I was going to do White Room by Ginger Baker, Cream, which wasn't written by Eric Clapton, but Eric Clapton at this point is probably the most famous member of what was the band Cream. And here's the drumming. It's got like a pretty famous drumming opening. And you could see on Wikipedia, um, Rolling Stone. So White Room is also ranked on the top 500 list as 376, and he sung it, at Live Aid. Phil Collins played the drums. Definitely one of Eric Clapton's probably second most famous songs. His most famous song is Layla, and Jennifer was saying she knew that song and liked that song, and Layla is, according to Rolling Stone, the 27th most greatest song of all time. Eric Clapton is recognized as one of the greatest guitar players ever, and Layla is kind of the classic love lust song. So, I was looking up, and ironically, I have a biography of one of the Hare Krishna people that um, preached to the Beatles and was friends with George Harrison, and he said that uh, Eric Clapton didn't really like the Hare Krishnas, and so it's interesting. Eric Clapton had a friend and had Islamic leanings, and so Layla is based on a Arab poem about unrequited love, and Eric Clapton had actually fell in love with George Harrison's wife, and George Harrison, I guess, had married a famous model, Patty Boyd, um, and he was in love with her, but eventually she divorced George Harrison and married Eric Clapton, and and I guess it was an amicable divorce, and George Harrison even showed up to the and some of the Beatles showed up to the marriage, and so it's interesting. Layla is, you know, basically a straight lust song, although it's still 1971, before like the 80s, where he still gets married. So even though he's lusting after a married woman, she still divorces him and then marries him, and it's unclear that there was an affair or anything like that. But I mean, the words are, the hook to Layla was written by George Allman. So we don't have John here, in our classic music expert, who maybe knows these songs, but so George Allman wrote the hook, and so the introduction to Layla, like is like a key hook. Like most people, if you hear it on the radio or concert, you just have to hear those first few beat, and it's Layla. The words like Layla, you got me on my knees, Layla. You got me, darling, begging, darling, please, Layla. Um, so it's really a straight lust song, and I was never a huge Eric Clapton song. I mean, he's definitely a great musician. Some of these are the most famous songs But I did always like this White Room song. I even sung it on Claire. Claire had made me think of the song. Um, Eric Clapton's the guitarist and singer in it, but it wasn't written by him. It was written by Ginger Baker and I guess Jack Bruce and Pete Brown, and kind of like the later Alice in Chains. It starts out with kind of like a ooh, ahs and oohs, and so I'll chant a little bit of this White Room. The chorus is in falsetto, and I think they use this in the Joker movie, which the chorus kind of has this dark, interesting dark message to it. Make this a little bit bigger. In a white room with black curtains near the station. Black roof country, no gold pavement, tired starlings, silver horses, run down moonbeams in your dark eyes. Dawnlight smiles on your leaving my contentment. And I'll wait in this place where the sun never shines. Wait in this place where the shadows run from themselves. Is that song familiar to you?
Uh, no, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so that was one of his early bands where he was, the lead singer and guitarist, but it was called Cream. It's not that well known. It was still a very popular song. Layla became his most, popular song, but um, it's in the early. That song might even be from the '60s, and it's interesting. Maybe in like the era of Rolling Stones, the post '60s of switching to darkness, where people realize that their um, altruistic utopian visions of society have failed and take on a darker vision. uh, and then also Layla moving into the era of the lust song from the love song. So I guess with that, I'll put this in the chat. Hopefully later we'll go look at this article I wrote. So I think Jennifer, you prepared your own weekend review, a bunch of articles to go over.
Yeah, but we can talk about your stuff first.
Okay, so let's look at these slides on decision making. And there's a famous paper in the Harvard Business Review. Um, and so decision making, interestingly, there's not a long history of it. And the early theories of consciousness don't really focus on decision making. Some of the theological literature on free will focuses on decision making, but decision making largely arises from mathematics, game theory, and behavioral economics. Um, so let me just get a little. So this is more looking at economics and risk. So when I focus on free will, it's similar to this risk assessment, which is likely cognitive dissonance in the article that I wrote this week, where there has to be multiple choices and there has to be risk and uh, cost to some of the decisions. So, like every decision, um, and so during the Renaissance, scientists and mathematicians such as Girolamo Cardano thought about probability in the development of puzzles around games of chance. 1494, a Franciscan monk named Luca Pacioli proposed the problem of points for dividing the stakes in an incomplete game. Um, Pacioli, I mention him sometimes. He was the founder also of double ledger accounting, which I relate karmatically for possibly understanding karma in terms of good and bad double ledger accounting. Um, but the origins of game theory are largely traced to Italy. Pacioli was a contemporary and friends colleague of Leonardo da Vinci. Blaise Pascal and Pierre de Fermat uh, Fermat, further mathematized game theory. Bernoulli created expected value theory based on a famous problem of called the St. Petersburg paradox about flipping coins. Um, Franz, Francis Galton of evolution and psychometrics uh, came up with the concept of regression to the means related to sweet peas and hereditary. Frank Knight, all the way 1921, distinguishes between risk, the probability of an outcome is possible to calculate, and uncertainty, when the probability of an outcome is not possible to determine. Which the mathematics that is used for um, quantum mechanics, a lot of it actually derives from um, economics and game theory. And the reason some mathematics was purely derived, just for pure thought of mathematics, but one of the main precursors for mathematics was game theory and accounting. So you have John von Neumann and Morgenstern, developer of game theory, and so von Neumann is a big name also in quantum mechanics. Some of the similar mathematical
Well, he
techniques.
developed, doesn't he have some number system named after him?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so he
But
did quite a bit, not just in physics, I guess.
yeah, so then there's the study in group, seeing how people act collectively in groups, and then the advent of the machine. And once the computer came out, that many of these statistical methods became much more applicable. One thing because they were very difficult to carry out by hand, and the question of the use of uh, so I guess that's it for these slides. So I'm going to close down this computer, go to my library. So I'm not sure if you want to read my paper. I shared it in the chat, but if you don't want to read it, I'll just
I
post.
do. I will see how far I can go. Like I just having, I guess, trouble talking. I don't know, talking too much, but
We practice
I
by
seem to
streaming.
have a hard time with a long lecture. But yeah, I'll go for as
You'd
long
be
as I
like
can here.
like Kevin Michael Grace, who could go nonstop for hours, just him talking, or radio personalities, Adam Green, or like monologuing, where you would be able to run your own show for hours. So I've done those public study sessions, reading hours of papers, a little drink or whatever, uh, but a good skill to have. Also something you develop through practice. So
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding the link because when I restarted my computer, I lost all my links. So I just got to go hunt
I
for
put it back in the chat a few times. It's the Lee Chess one I just added in, the chess
it.
server.
All right. Yeah, well, consciousness, the question in the chat there about consciousness, huh, I can't give you a definition, right? Because you got to just go with whatever definition you have right now. I hate to say, does it feel right? But it's a sondage, referendum, if you will, about just where people are at, not about, you know, whether consciousness means power. You want to just play the hot potato game. Like, think it's clear at this point that just shifting to a different term doesn't solve the issue there of specificity definition. So, without going too much into that, I will proceed with reading. Reviewing Katov's Think Like a Grandmaster in relation to cognitive psychology and theories of mind. Katov's chess candidate moves, analysis tree, and general decision making. Russian chess grandmaster Alexander Katov's Think Like a Grandmaster, 1970, although one of the most well known chess books, is little known outside of chess. Katov was a former Russian chess champion, but best remembered as an author advocating the Soviet style of play that dominated chess for most of the 20th century. The ideas of Think Like a Grandmaster are relatively simple. I read the book at my father's. I feel like you've already said this. Am I repeating it? Did you actually read this chapter or this paragraph already?
No.
No. Okay. I read the book at my father's recommendation in grade school. I think like a grandmaster goes over my many basic principles of chess psychology and gives insight into the thought process of chess grandmasters. One of the most notable ideas in Think Like Grandmaster is the concept of candidate moves and analysis trees. With Katov's recommendations for how to find the best move and mentally examine as many of the possibilities as the human mind can manage in an organized fashion, although Katov's method is controversial among chess trainers today, almost all top players are aware of the concepts. And the study of chess often centers around finding the best candidate moves and composing mental analysis trees. In this essay, I will give a brief explanation of what candidate moves and analysis trees are and why they're so important to advanced chess play. From there, I will give the historical context in relation to mathematics, economics, cognitive psychology, to where Katov's ideas arose and why these thought processes are important to larger theories of mind today. I include Think Like a Grandmaster as not only one of the greatest chess books ever written, but possibly one of the greatest books whose ideas can be applied to meditation, mind improvement, and mental techniques. Bit of a run on there. Candidate moves and analysis trees are relevant to a vast area of interdisciplinary studies and is a pillar of my multiple truth hypothesis. Candidate moves and analysis trees are some of the most important concepts that children learn from chess, helping to develop stronger thinking skills and useful in basically all mental activity and fields of study. Although the concept of candidate moves and analysis trees is simple enough for a young child to understand, similar ideas are sparse in other fields that most people never come across them, possibly making chess worthwhile just to master these concepts to help make better decisions in life in general. I'll trace the origins of general theories of decision making. The various you put disciples, but I think you mean disciplines here, which they arise, and why analysis trees became the underpinning of computer intelligence and theories of predictive mind, hypothesizing that the human mind subconsciously might operate using similar methods to candidate moves and analysis trees. Within chess, it's likely that many players intuited the concept of candidate moves and analysis trees, but it's hard to find pre-Katov origins. Adrian de Groot's famous Thought and Choice in Chess, 1946, has all the precursors necessary for the concept, but falls short of the formulation, focusing more on examining the thinking out loud of top players and tests of players of various strengths, calculating ability, more related to the development of chunking theory. A candidate move is simply moves which upon initial observation of the position seem to warrant further analysis. A given chess position might have tens of possible legal moves, from which a player will choose a small number of plausible options to analyze in greater depth before choosing one, by discarding potentially poor moves and giving further mental effort to further analyze potentially good moves. The analysis tree arises from exponential structure of each candidate move that could lead to multiple possible replies by the other player, which in turn leads to multiple moves the player would plan on their next move, leading to an expansion that appears similar to a tree and branches. Hence the name analysis tree. People commonly assume top chess players calculate many moves in advance, but with exponentially expanding analysis trees, that's oversimplified. Kutov explains this process with examples. He gives specific advice for an orderly thinking process of thoroughly going through one branch and then the next without jumping back and forth. That recommendation is the subject of a larger dispute among chess masters and experimental data of how the mind actually works, which I will return to in future essays. Another key theme is how to recognize which candidate moves warrant deeper thought and which ones can be quickly discarded. Although Kutov gives many other useful insights into the thinking process, basically all relevant to normal thought processes, the idea of the candidate moves and analysis tree is the most important and applicable to general decision making. Okay. I think I might need a break there.
Okay.
The sentences are quite long, so I'm like a bit winded, having trouble knowing when to take a breath. I guess this means I should get more experience reading stuff. I'm just so used to just, like improvising everything I say.
Yeah, I made tens of hours of streams reading papers like that. So the concept of decision trees has a long history, appears in many diverse fields, and can be abstracted to theory of mind to help advance understanding consciousness. Decision trees are found in different forms in ancient esoteric spiritual writings, such as Kabbalah and Karma related to free will, action, reaction, including discussions on the meaning of games, including chess as a form of divination. But I'll leave that for a topic of future essays. Ancient concepts of logical proof, the method of exhaustion, and theories of mind do not seem enough to have produced the simple concept that can now be taught to children. About 900 years ago, tree diagrams became very popular, including the Kabbalistic tree of life. Decision making arises more in the field of mathematics, economics, and game theory, including chess. Probably the most similar theory to analysis trees is expected value utility theory. Luca Pacioli, a contemporary of Leonardo da Vinci, best known for the first writings on double ledger accounting, discussed expected value, which was crucial in the development of banking and insurance. Risk assessments, especially determining insurance prices, requires charting various possibilities, like candidate moves, and the likelihood of those occurring is a precursor to decision trees. Pacioli also talks about expected value in relationship to game theory and using mathematics to determine the best course of play in games and gambling. Choices in simple games can be mapped out on game trees that exhaustively examine all possibilities. Expected value as a discipline of mathematics was further developed by Blaise Pascal and Pierre de Fermat, related to the problem of points, a popular game of that time. The Bernoulli family of mathematicians further developed the mathematics of in the expected utility hypothesis in relationship to the St. Petersburg paradox. Expected value utility is a statistical method to estimate the likelihood of possibilities in terms of a value of 0 to 1, a percent likelihood, or a monetary amount related to financial decisions. Within economics, the mathematics of decision making has been a centerpiece of research for hundreds of years, using game theory to decipher what the best decision is in various situations, with the expected value, the calculated average of all possibilities, to a single number of, on average, the most likely outcome. Many techniques and statistical methods have been developed in the last few hundred years, like Boolean algebra, Markov chains, and Bayes' theorem, one of the most widely used today. Bayes' theorem is at the center of many materialistic models of consciousness and computer intelligence. Uh, Bayesian decision theory is a statistical approach based on trade-off qualifications among various classification decisions based on probability and the cost associated with the decisions. Future essays will go more into detail about these statistical methods at the center of the theories of consciousness. But in relation to Kotov's Think Like a Grandmaster, suffice it to say the Russian chess school was surely familiar with these precursor ideas. In relation to psychology, Western thinkers like Descartes and John Locke, as well as the ancients like Aristotle, hypothesized models of mind and how ideas are acquired, remembered, and manipulated. However, theories of mind were not subjected to the scientific method till the rise of psychometric in the late 1800s, like Ebbinghaus and his experiments on memory. One of the fathers of psychometrics, Gustav Fechner, wrote Elements of Psychophysics, 1860, measuring sense perception, the ability of people to decipher small differences. Fechner's colleague Weber also devised the Weber-Fechner law, making use of Bernoulli's expected utility principle. They abstracted their psychophysics theory to economic decisions in what has become the field of behavioral economics, one of the main fields utilizing decision trees. As mentioned in the last essay on cognitive dissonance, most psychometricians were behavioralists and did not focus on cognitive processes, but on the mathematics of the hypothetical best decisions, believing people could be conditioned to make optimal decisions. Kotov could be considered part of the larger cognitive revolution of cognitive dissonance, publishing just years before Chase and Simon's work Chunking Theory, 1973, focusing more on cognitive processes than behavior. Behavioral economics combines mathematics and economics with psychology, not just determining what is the best choice people should make, but understanding and modeling irrational human behavior and the economic implications, often using cognitive dissonance to explain people's irrational economic choices. The most significant precursor to Kotov's idea of candidate moves and analysis trees is computer programming and circuit logic. Alan Turing first developed an algorithm called TuroChamp in 1948 that used a system of analysis trees by analyzing all potential moves and opponent replies and further considerable moves. Turing died before TuroChamp could be implemented, but similar program was used in the first computers with vacuum tubes in the 1950s with a method similar to Turing. In 1958, McCarthy, Newell, and Simon developed alpha-beta pruning algorithms similar to TuroChamp by using expected value and only analyzing variations with higher expected values. This method was first pioneered by Arthur Samuel for checkers, uh, a game tree like decision trees goes back hundreds of years, and it is an exhaustive method of creating an analysis tree of all possible variations capable of solving simple games. Chess with too large a number of variations cannot be solved even by today's most powerful computers and requires a method of deciphering which variations are worthy of analysis. It took till the 1980s for computers to reach master level. In the early 1950s, the top chess computers could analyze 1,500 moves a second. By 1966, the Soviets and Americans had chess computers that competed against each other, reaching ratings of around 1,500. My hypothesis is that Kotov's Think Like a Grandmaster was a reverse anthropomorphism, mapping computer algorithms onto the computer mind. Think Like a Grandmaster was written towards the end of Kotov's life. He was already in his late 50s, and 1970 was more than a decade after the advent of the first chess computers. Although the Russian chess greats likely went through intense training and mental exercises to maximize calculating ability, it is likely that the concept of candidate moves and analysis trees was reverse anthropomorphized from computer science to the human mind, drawing from the best of all fields of decision making, mathematics, logic, computer science, behavior economics, and more. Thinking tools recommended in Kotov's Think Like a Grandmaster are not unique to chess. Chess is one of the simplest forms these complex ideas can be learned. Most of the other fields of advanced mathematics, computer programming, psychology, economics, philosophy, and more are not part of a common curriculum, so most people won't come across until advanced university studies, if at all. But through chess, the simple concept of candidate moves and analysis trees can be taught to and mastered by young children, as the essential concept is so quite simple. As a chess coach, I try to teach children basic decision making skills that can be applied to all aspects of life, from analytical thinking for math and science to karmic principles of action reaction In regular dealings with others, we have many options to choose from that will elicit a reaction, and then another plethora of options in response. In difficult life decisions where options are limited, cases of uncertainty and risk, the concept of candidate moves and analysis trees is useful to navigate life, probably one of the reasons of the popularity of the game of chess. In future essays, I will go more into detail study chess studies, in-depth models of decision-making processes, chunking theory, and more. I will also abstract the concept of candidate moves and analysis trees to theories of mind, most specifically the predictive brain models of consciousness, where possibly all mental processes can be understood to arise from this process. We'll also return to statistical methods, computer intelligence, behavioral economics, Kahneman and Tversky's prospect theory, game theory, and more, especially how the concept of candidate moves and analysis trees can be used in my multiple truth hypothesis. So it's actually
Nice one.
my longest essay. That one was over 2,000 words.
Yeah.
Just gonna
It
quickly
was
edit it.
very interesting and good structure, and I think it's just that one thing about an interesting. I'm trying to remember which bit. I think it said interesting. Like, how do you pick out a? Because what is there's the decision tree and then the move of interest. Like, what generates the decision? What generates the decision to generate the decision tree?
Say it again.
It seemed like the decision tree was based on not the actual board layout, but something to do with the board layout, like some aspect of the what was on the board. I
What
guess I'm
the concept of um you will call a um analysis trees is related to games in general. So, in a game, you have a finite number of possibilities, and the decision tree is basically all your possible possibilities. And because chess has too many possibilities to look at all of the possibilities, you have the concept of candidate moves. So a computer program would use a method of exhaustion that might look at all of the possible. Uh,
well, isn't the computer usually thinking moves ahead about probabilities like this, this side will win if this is the distribution, so you want to like move it towards a distribution where the probability of winning is maximized. That's always how I assumed it was doing it, but I actually don't know.
well, the computer could use um, multiple methods, but for at first the computer attempted to use a method of exhaustion and analyzing all possibilities, which proved to be too much. That because chess has too many possibilities. Chess has like 10 to the 70th. Even the most powerful computers can't look at all the possibilities. So you have to just analyze a few of the possibilities, and that's where the concept of candidate move comes in, where which possibilities are worthy of analysis. So if
Yeah,
the
that's what I
human
was alluding to. I forgot it was candidate move. That was what I wanted to talk about. Yeah.
yeah, so if you thought of it like in normal decision making, like a candidate move could be considered let's say there's there's infinite possibilities, or let's say finite, because in chess there's tens of possibilities. So in uh, in a situation, you might have, let's say, 30 legal moves. Um, Many of the moves would be completely nonsensical, and of the moves, you might limit it down to 3 to 4. Some situations it's forced where you could really only make one move, but most situations you could limit it down to like 2 to 5 possible moves. And then from your 2 to 5 possible moves, each one of those will be turned over to your opponent who can make 2 to 5 possible moves. And that's the concept of a tree, because it comes to like a tree type structure with each branch branching out into like 3 more branches that branches out into 3 more branches. So the candidate move.
Like critical points almost. Like we've sort of acknowledged we can't know the whole space, so we're like gonna map it out as being encompassing the whole space, but not all the parts of it. A simplification, if you will.
Well, I mean, the goal is, because chess is, so to say, simplified, and the goal is to win. The goal is to you find the best move, and and win. So in a limited amount of time, like chess and tournament play has a time limit, but with a limited amount of time, you would um so I'm having some I was trying to edit it and I'm having some sort of error on my on the chess server. I'll fix it later. Um but you're saying it'd be technically impossible to examine everything. It'd be infinite. So even the early computers that could analyze, let's say,
Are you
1,500
saying
moves.
there's an infinite number of chess moves?
Well, it's not infinite, but it's extremely large.
Well, not
So I
because
mean,
per turn there's not for sure, but per game you're saying there's effectively infinite.
yeah, because each turn you have about 20 possible moves, which leads into 20 possible moves. So even if a game's like 40 moves long, you're going to have like 20 to the 20th power, or even larger than that. But like so a typical game has not infinite, but um, even an uncomputably high number of possibilities. So the best you could do is analyze the ones that have high expected utility, the ones that are likely good moves. So in a good position, you might be able to limit from all the legal possible moves. So if you look at the board, you start with 16 pieces, and in an open game, many of the pieces could move multiple places. So you have tens of possible moves, but you could limit that immediately to a handful of moves, and then you would go down to analysis trees like, well, I do this, then my opponent might do that, and then in return I would do this. So think, well, how many moves do you think in advance? You think, oh, I'm thinking like 5, 10 moves in advance. But you can't just think like, I do this, he does this, I do this, he does that, because when you do this, your opponent has multiple options, and then you have multiple options in return, and so on and so on. So, that was the concept of candidate moves, which is a limiting factor to try to um, use your mental capacity uh, in, so to say, the most the most efficient fashion, by only examining uh, moves that are worthy of examining. Even computers, saying that computers uh, chess is too much for the method of exhaustion. So even computers can't examine all possibilities, and in their algorithm will have to
I'm thinking like it probably comes down to different strategies being better adapted to different domains of solution space that like you can't necessarily converge to a particular solution space from any particular configuration. So yeah, like I can see a lot of problems in building a UBM with something like chess.
I think I showed Gandalf using tic-tac-toe, and because tic-tac-toe still I think has tens of thousands of possibilities, but most of the possibilities are symmetric. So, if you say, okay, you play in the center of the first move, and the 8 options could really be reduced to 2 options, because playing in the corner are all symmetric, and playing on the side are all symmetric. So you say, okay, if I play in the center and he plays in the corner, and then so on and so on, that you could conduct an analysis tree to the end, where, okay, if I do this, my opponent might do that in reply, which I would do this. But okay, so for tic-tac-toe, it's minimized that when I make my first move, which is one of 9 options, my opponent then has one of 8 options. And after my opponent's one of 8 options, I will have one of 7 options down to the last move, which will be forced. So the number of possible tic-tac-toe moves will be 9 factorial, 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, um, which is calculable. But even that's not calculable in a sitting. Like if you tried to do that while playing a game of tic tac toe, it would take it'd take too long. Um, but chess, because it's in it's beyond even computer calculability. You have to limit your thought, and even checkers, which is much more limited than chess, is still beyond calculation. So you have to have some sort of better method to calculate, and that's the concept of candidate moves, which is select from all of the possibilities a few of what appear to be the best moves, and then conduct an analysis tree where from your candidate moves you'll look at your opponent's candidate moves, and then going back to your turn candidate moves again, and conduct an analysis tree. And so have you ever heard of this concept before?
Not in the exact same way that you're describing it. It sounds like an adaptive algorithm to me. So I
Yeah,
have
that's what
heard
I'm
of adaptive
mentioning.
algorithms. I've definitely heard of adaptive algorithms, not described in exactly those terms. That had a certain abductive quality I hadn't heard yet.
Yeah, so it's a game tree that's specific to gaming. Um, However, statistical methods like Bayesian analysis or Markov chains, um, so you could, so it's really unique to chess, and it's useful to chess. That's why chess is such a popular game, and it's a good thing to teach kids, because you could teach kids these skills, by using by teaching them the game of chess. Um, but the concept, that's what I'm saying, to the the predictive mind, like I was talking a few weeks ago, is somewhat um, saying that the brain consciousness is a derivative of a Bayesian analysis, and it would be like chess, where there would be large amounts of uncertainty, and if you related it to like free will, like what should I say, what should I do, and you have a bunch of options, and the brain would do its best to analyze the possibilities, and it would choose, so to say, a few candidate moves, and then would make predictions about what would happen if you chose from those candidate moves, and create, like an expected utility, and go with the option that produces the highest expected value, which I said is a reverse anthropomorphization, because
I
that's how
was
the
following until the end because it was unclear how the optimization was happening.
well, I said it's a reverse anthropomorphization because that's how the computer operates.
Okay, I get it. I thought you were saying that was somehow an aspect of the process of consciousness.
Well, I mean, because most theories of consciousness, like I was trying to explain to you the last few weeks, are reverse anthropomorphization. That we know how the computer works. At this point, the computers are much better at problem solving than man is. I mentioned in Kotov's time, man was still superior to the computer, but by by the time of by the time of by the the 1990s, when the Deep Blue beat Kasparov, but now anybody could get a computer program on their cell phone that is better than the best players in the world, and because we program the computers, we know exactly how these computers operate,
Awesome.
and that's what I
We
said.
can get results from the computers. Uh, is that the same as we know how they operate?
We know their exact algorithm. I mean, so if
We code the algorithm, yes, but I don't think that necessarily the coder knows how the algorithm works on the microcomputing level. They're just working on the coding, like they're sort of taking the fact that the code has could theoretically compile. They don't necessarily know how. It's like where there's a bit of a gap in understanding sometimes with these texts.
um I'm not sure that, to say, I mean, there is some uncertainty, but like the black box of the mind is not the same as the black box of the computer.
I don't know if you're doing this on purpose, and it's fine if you are, but like you can only see half of your head.
Yeah, I'm
Like
trying to fix something on like some small changes on the blog, and for some reason it's giving me like an editing error.
I thought you said you weren't able to make edits on that platform.
On the chess server I am.
Okay.
It's on the Twitter one that I can't.
I
So
don't
it's
think you
making,
can edit tweets.
yeah, or the
If that's
review
what you're
also.
talking about.
Well, the blog, the Twitter blog review, you can't edit either.
Yeah.
Um,
Tough stuff.
our viewership's been way down for whatever reasons.
I can't
So,
imagine.
Bubblegum Mark, whoever's tuning in, thanks for tuning in. That's the only people here. In the chat, Moral, Mark, Bubble. Um, Yeah, so I said that the computer in that sense is not a black box like the mind. We know exactly what's happening. It's there's too much of it happening to say okay, like there's a lot of circuits, but there's no uncertainty. We know all the circuits, we know all the code, uh, we know the algorithm, and it might be scaled to a level where it can't, be replicated, as opposed to the human mind is largely a black box. We can only see the output of the mind and the neural correlates. So that's the concept of a reverse anthropomorphization of the Bayesian analysis, which so this chess candidate moves and analysis trees is a simplified form, which in the predictive mind would be largely a Bayesian analysis, but it would be like an analysis tree with candidate moves, and that is, as I said, is the main, the last few weeks is the mainstream theory of consciousness. That you don't need to come onto quantum phenomenon, that just the mind working as a Bayesian prediction maker uh, is sufficient to most cognitive neuroscience, that they believe is sufficient to produce consciousness. In that sense, you would have these analysis trees that would include all possibilities of consciousness, all qualia, all sense perception, all cases of uncertainty. So in some cases, like the candidate moves, there will only be one option. So like if you observed an object, and there's only one thing that could possibly be, but most cases there would be uncertainty, and it would have some sort of expected value, where there would be some module in the brain that would examine the possibility and then put a fit on the choice that has the higher expected value in terms of decision making and consciousness, like the voice that arises to our head, or the one decision that we make. It would be the result of a huge Bayesian analysis, and possibly that Bayesian analysis might have billions of inputs to it. So when the human body collectively, creates consciousness, from the theory of the predictive mind or the resonant brain, that's the result of billions of Bayesian analysis that would likely be carried out in some sort of circuit logic in neurons. And that's why I shared, I think last week, all those Christopher Koch videos.
All right. Did you want to talk about the Bernardo Kastrup? Because he talked about the a dashboard metaphor. Do you remember that one? Where he's like, our sensory experience is like a dashboard in a plane. It's not what it actually is outside of it, but it tells you enough about what's outside of it to navigate the thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Locke or like the theater of the mind concept, but like a dashboard, and that's also a reverse anthropomorphization. So hundreds of years ago they called it the theater of the mind, and now Kastrup's calling it the dashboard of the mind as a reverse anthropomorphization, right?
Yes, absolutely. And do you think it holds as a metaphor?
Well, yeah, I'm saying because basically all theories of mind, the vast majority of them, possibly even Penrose Hameroff, are reverse anthropomorphizations from the computer.
I think Hameroff's is more of a forced physicalism. That's the ironic part.
But even the information theory of Penrose is if it's using information theory, it's probably also a reverse anthropomorphization.
Well, it's going to be using information from his measurements. Like he's built his model information facing in the sense, I'm sure, of his measurements he's made as throughout his career as a anesthesiologist.
Yeah, but how does that arise to consciousness?
He's proffering a model consistent with his understanding of materialist physics. So it is, to some extent, shoving a, what is it? If, physicalist reductionism is false, it's a bit of a square peg, round hole situation.
But yeah, they don't really have a
He's
working
saying that
model.
consciousness is itself entirely self-contained as a process within the microtubules. So you have non-locality only insofar as you have coherent information transfer within the microtubules. Like, I'm not even sure he's gone that far, but that would be viable as a possible model there. But it's a physicalist model because there's nothing really other than the resonance effects in the observable microtubule matrices.
Yeah, but it's really more a framework because it's not really a model that explains decision making or the controller or thought cognitive phenomenon.
It's a model because it's
No,
physically saying it's got geometry. I'm not
yeah, but
saying
it's
the
not a
model's
model because
correct.
it
I'm not saying
doesn't.
it's consistent. I'm saying it constitutes a model. It's more of a model than evolution is.
I'm not. It more might be more just a mechanism than a model
Well, what's the difference?
because it doesn't actually explain consciousness. It just explains the relationship of the collapse of the wave function, and it doesn't explain what that has to do with what we would call consciousness, like thought, decision making of the controller. What does that have to do with like me deciding to lift up my arm or say red over green or calculate
He's
one
not
plus one
saying that. He's saying this is
equals
the
two?
substance of that. He's saying this is the substance of that, not the content. So he's saying the material substance of that qualia that you're describing right now is this matrix, the microtubule thing.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any model for how that leads to how that could produce it. I mean,
Well,
it's
the model wouldn't be talking about the production of the qualia. It's talking about the substance of the qualia. And within the current materialist model, that those two things are different.
yeah, so
I'm
it's
not
not
sure if
really a
that's clear.
complete.
I'm sorry if that's not clear.
Well, I'm saying it's because his theory is not clear. It's not really a model of consciousness.
I've got it up here. Well, I mean, at what point is it a model of consciousness? When it can account for qualia? Like what does it mean to account for qualia? If you're already framing it within a purely physicalist uh, worldview, then how much really room is there?
Well, it has to, in totality, explain all cognitive phenomena. The solution to the hard problem of consciousness has to solve, to explain and model all cognitive phenomena.
Well, right
And
here, this model would be saying that, like, if this is the substance of consciousness, then there's no way to know it on its own terms because it's outside of, because it only has one substance, which is light. So, like, you're saying it's not a model. I'm saying I'm looking at this pumping thing here on the bottom, and to me, this looks like a model, a geometry that corresponds to a process, and the process makes predictions. And I'm not sure because I can't really speak to it because without the actual data, it's hard to know if the interpretations of it are legit. So you're saying that it's got a basic, so basically a model for consciousness wouldn't be a physicalist model. It would be a language facing model.
well, it's useful, but I think the predictive mind and the Bayesian analysis uh, is more useful for pure consciousness studies than, I mean, they're both useful, but this, it's unclear how this leads to the production of, you know, like decision making calculation.
Well, I don't know that he's gone to that point. He hasn't attempted to bridge that gap. I don't think he considers himself um, uh, in a position to do that.
Yeah,
Do
I
you?
mean, it's saying something important, but it said like it's not necessary for. I mean, it is necessary for some level, but it's not, you know, the heart of a model of consciousness that's going to explain cognitive phenomenon. Like, what does this have to do with cognitive dissonance? You know, say that like you could
Well,
look
okay,
at.
let's say it's true, okay? We should be able to find as a subset here we make an assumption. Cognitive dissonance is not the sole function of the mind. This matrix is the mind. You'd want to go looking in the matrix for the thing that was the mechanism of cognitive dissonance, which obviously you're not going to find, but you can go looking for it if you like wild goose chases.
Well, I'm saying they have the neural correlates of cognitive dissonance, and you know, saying that the most likely option is that it's some sort of circuit logic Bayesian analysis
Why
that
is
does.
that the most likely? I don't think I'll ever agree that it follows that we function the way something that's basically the same logic as saying we function like an abacus. And I think only in a trivial sense do we function like an abacus.
Well, I'm saying that's the mainstream theory,
But you
and
understand that it's a bit absurd that it doesn't follow that because an abacus can count and I can count that I am somehow analogous to an abacus in the manner in which I count, and that that's a self-evident assumption.
it was not counting. It's saying that
That's all you can prove a computer is doing, though.
well, I mean, because higher order functions start with counting, but uh, no, I mean, you could produce to say that you have neurons that create circuit logic, and circuit logics lead to higher order logic and decision trees and expected value and Bayesian analysis that produces all qualia and the greater understanding of consciousness, like the module mind, that you have modules and all of the modules individually are created by neuronal circuits that do you know, Bayesian analysis, and then you have a higher order processing center that uses the same Bayesian analysis. And the only assumption in that is that the neurons perform this form circuit logic and and that process Bayesian analysis.
By Bayesian analysis, do you mean putting things on a distribution statistically or evaluating the future as a function of past distributions of happenings?
Well, I mean, both. That you have sense perception. That, I mean, it would be the chunking that you have creation of circuits for all information, for all chunks of information, and they're chunked together uh, using something like a Bayesian analysis. And
Because those two things aren't the same at all. Evaluating the future as a function of the past and looking at things on a statistical distribution, those aren't the same concept.
um,
Because like it's always a question of how are the prior odds determined?
well, through you know, like a
Like you want to talk about something not being a theory but being a framing. That's a framing.
well, I mean, through some sort of effective expected value function, and saying
It's
we
not
know
saying
that
anything.
you could create a circuit that
Expected value has to do with simulating probabilities for future of incredibly simple systems that can be modeled as like the sides of a dice.
No, I mean, you could use expected value for anything, even with high uncertainty.
That doesn't really, it's not really heads or tails with regards to how the priors are estimated.
Well, I mean, that's saying that you could have circuit logic that would create expected value algorithms. Like, we know that those exist, we've created them. Whether the
That
brain
doesn't
does
mean
it,
that what we think that they're doing is in any way representative of what's actually going on any actual quote mind independent level. That's all. So, do you think this Hameroff model could be somehow analogous to a circuit model? Because it looks pretty circuitous to me, especially if those are intended to be lines of light somehow going through a lattice and maintaining superposition, which is what I think the third image there is supposed to be suggesting.
well, yeah, I mean, it's possible that you're like, I mean, so the mainstream hypothesis of um, the predictive brain is that the circuit logic exists in the neurons, and you don't need to come on to quantum phenomenon. But it's possible it exists on the quantum level, and the circuits are quantum circuits as just a way of relaying information, permeating calculations.
Yeah, there's an issue of how are the calculations kept separate.
Well, I mean, through chunks, through neuronal modules.
Yeah, and the issue is why are we always having so much trouble finding chunks? Like we're literally, this model is going down to the level of a microtubule just to find chunks.
Well, and it's not like find, like it's the question, who's the we and what does finding mean? So it's saying the
Well, the
chunks
idea is to
exist.
make the model fit, to make the evidence fit the model. So
Well, yeah, so that's you if the chunks exist, there's trillions of chunks in the brain, and it'd be some sort of resonant structure to rise to, so to say, consciousness. That, say if you want to locate a memory or a wired circuit, it exists there, but it has to resonate. There has to be enough things wiring together to resonate, so to say, to rise to consciousness.
so you're saying like there's a bunch of circuits that are somehow feeding together to create one little spot of maybe proto consciousness, and that, yeah, I really don't get it. It all seems very hard to imagine, but that's fine.
Well, no, I'm saying you have, I mean, that's why I mentioned last week in Fodor's module brain that you have modules in the brain, and you could look at it like modules, like larger modules of vision, memory, language, uh, but also you have within the modules you have you know huge amounts, trillions possibly, of submodules, and each submodule is just a chunk of information. And so to say, most of it is subconscious. That when you like the Bayesian analysis, the expected value of whatever goes through these circuits, it's like a processing. And if it's like the analogy of the dashboard or the theater of the mind, is only a handful of things reach the dashboard. You have all the circuitry that the modules and the chunks that put the information on the dashboard, but the dashboard only contains very few items.
Well, there's an issue with this dashboard metaphor, and that there's no accounting for the centralization of this information. It's just hanging there like a bad fart. There's no actual, you still have to put somebody there as the controller to make the metaphor make sense. A blind plane flying? A plane with no. Pilot?
Well, I'm saying the controller is just a section of the brain.
That's not what the metaphor is. The metaphor is that this dashboard is representative somehow of your current state of consciousness, and that doesn't really seem to follow, although I can see why it does, but that still is not a complete metaphor, I guess was my only point, that it doesn't account for the centralization of consciousness, which is what the brain is doing, or I think it would be a good assumption to
Well, I
think
mean,
that.
if you're referring to the hard problem and you have, so to say, the theater of the mind, the voice in the head, the I, the observer that's looking at the dashboard. And
Right. That's the question of where's that coming from? Because right now we've gotten to the point of we've got the dashboard. We don't have the observer of the dashboard, which needs to be there to make sense of which of these informations do I need to account for in my decision of what direction to put the plane in.
yeah, I mean, that's the point. There is no, from the materialistic view, there is no observer of the dashboard. There's just the
Right.
dashboard.
Yeah. So, I mean, is that a problem? Right. Like,
Well, I mean, it's not a problem just in terms of like a dissonance where you relate to language or there's an I, but you're saying like, no, it's just all there is the dashboard and the relation of like candidate moves in chess. You could only make one move at a time. So the I is the limitation to, like, so to say, the voice in my head, the subvocalization that would say the I is a product of the subvocalization and the fact that you could only subvocalize one thing at a time. So if the I, so to say, is this internal mind localization of what we'll call consciousness, and that's like the Grossbergian resident mind, that really all there is the dashboard, and what we consider the I doesn't exist. That's just our self hearing a subvocalization. And the reason why we consider it an I is because there could only be one internal subvocalization at a time. And we, so to say, perceive ourself, the I, to be that internal subvocalization. But in reality, the subvocalization is inaccurate to claim as the I from a materialistic model, and the I is more accurately the dashboard, which would be the central processing center.
no, the
And the
dashboard is
prefrontal,
a metaphor for the input of your senses, which is not what most people identify as I. I is the experiencer, not the inputs themselves.
we're saying that there really is no I. There's we're a total organism, and the I
Most
is,
people believe there's an I, though. I'm not disagreeing on that level, but would you agree most people do think there's a witness to their conscious experiences?
no, I'm
Okay.
saying no. I'm saying it doesn't matter. What
I think you're right, and I think you're
people
right, but do
believe
you
is
think
the
there's a lot of people hanging
subvocalization.
around thinking, "I'm a simulator for my fridge when I look at it,
Well, I'm
and nothing
explaining it to
else?"
you that people, so to say, believe is, so to say, the voice in the head, and the voice in the head is what I'm calling a subvocalization. That something, we're not speaking out loud to produce voice to the outside. There's a subvocalization that is like the voice in our head, and that's perceived to be the I. And the subvocalization in the head could only say one thing at a time. So the perception of there being an I is really just listening to the singular subvocalization uh, inside of us. But you, so say if you have the dashboard that has, however many elements, tens, hundreds, thousands on it, the subvocalization could only read one thing at a time. And so we perceive the I to be that subvocalization, but the reality of the subvocalization, that's not the I. The I is the totality of the whole organism. But if you had to, give an I, you're going to call the I the subvocalization.
Yeah.
And saying
Of
this is the
vocalization,
mainstream.
though, that seems to really come out of nowhere. It's not expressed in terms of anything you've asserted before in the model. It's language facing, whereas everything to this point has been physiology facing.
Well, and so the experiments say that there's a center of the brain that produces the subvocalization, and that is not actually the controller. That's like the Libet experiment, and there's other experiments where they've shown that, so to say, the narrative generating part of the brain is not the action controlling part of the brain. So if you, I have to look at the exact experiments how they did it, but you could get a person to elicit an action and then explain the action, and we see they come from different regions of the brain, and they're not necessarily connected. So the explanation that we give for why we did something is not really uh, related to why we actually did it. And
Okay, I don't see what is that supposed to be evidence in support of? That because
that
I
the
don't think that establishes that
subvocalization,
the subvocalization is not real.
well, I'm saying it's not, it is real. There is a subvocalization, but that's not the I. So if it's misperceived, like who is the I? Well, the I is the subvocalization that creates a narrative for me in my mind. But that narrative that my mind creates for me is not actually the I. The I is the totality of the whole organism. So saying the I of the subvocalization could only give one narrative at a time, where, so for the uh, Castro metaphor, the I is the dashboard in totality, but there's a of the dashboard is included a narrative generation that could only give one narrative at a time. So when you have to say who is the I, there's going to be one narrative at a time that I could give that only looks at one singular element, which is inaccurate because the I is the totality of the dashboard that can't be subvocalized at one time. So to say the subconscious, the I is the totality of the conscious and the subconscious, the majority.
I'm confused here. Like, are you saying that we only have access to part of the dashboard at a time and we're rendering it, or that I think is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there's a module in the brain that creates an internal narrative that, so to say, we hear as a subvocalization, my internal feeling of there being a singular I. But that singular I is a creation of one of many modules. So in reality, the I is the totality of all of the modules, but the subvocalization is the product of just one of the modules. So when you say who is the I that would give us a narrative to explain who the I is the product of just one module. But the reality of the I is all of the modules. So to say, the in the dashboard is the example of um, representation of all of the modules. But it is said that there's one singular module that produces a narrative, and that narrative is, from Freudian terms, we'll call the conscious, as where all the other modules are working in the subconscious. So the conscious can only work with one thing at a time. So whatever is in the front of consciousness, everything else has to be moved to the back of consciousness. So the I is intrinsically inaccurate because it necessitates moving the majority of what's on the dashboard to the subconscious.
I.e., the false perception of I, not the true I.
Well, it's not a false I mean,
What you were
from like,
describing as being a partial description. There were some questions in the chat. Like, I don't know if you want to try to answer. Are chunks just bonded data? Like, if you want to give that a try and answer, I wouldn't know what to answer that with. But
yeah, but that's all a chunk is. And if it's a circuit logic, from like a reverse anthropomorphization, that a chunk is some sort of Nemrista created circuit that that processes and stores information that could be chunked with larger information and would be modularized to so to say, eventually the dashboard. So all storage of information, no matter how small, is a chunk that is, you could call a module, but those modules will chunk into a larger module, and then you'll have a certain number of modules that make it to the dashboard and is subject to the conscious experience, but the conscious experience of the I could only focus on one thing at a time. So the consciousness is the totality of the conscious and the subconscious. However, the realized conscious can only be one thing at a time.
Uh,
And the perception of the I is the, so to say, the subvocalization of the narrative of the I, which is only a piece of the puzzle because the the subvocalized narrative of the I is just one singular module of multiple modules.
Very nice description there. Um, Effluent says there must be more than one I. Like, I guess depends which definition you're using. I don't know if you want to comment on that. They also want to know, how can you organize chunks without thoughts? Again, we want to be careful with definitions here. And anytime we want to introduce a new word, we have to worry about the definition. We have to worry about a few things like, is this new word we're introducing somehow actually at odds with these other terms we've already defined? Like, is it itself a combination of properties from two terms we're already using, and that's going to like interferentially destroy the use of these other terms? So, there is some value maybe to like being light on these questions. So there's actually a good point I wanted to acknowledge here, which is that the thought is the thought has been made before we're conscious of the decision. We don't know exactly what's going on there. We know there's activity in the mind, there's a computation of some sort, and there's a decision, and then there's something that happens afterwards, which is like I think a lot of what we're talking about here, which is the what we tell ourselves about the things that we don't have awareness of in our cognition.
Yeah, I mean, from the materialistic, especially the eliminativist materialist perspective, the I is somewhat of an illusion. So there would likely be some sort of Bayesian analysis that produces, an expected utility, like like the candidate moves and the analysis trees, where you have a bunch of candidates for what could enter the consciousness as an I, and whatever has the highest expected utility will enter the consciousness as the I. Um, so the I is just a creation of the narrative that
So
has
the I
the,
is like the maximum utility finder.
yeah, and it's constantly changing. So from a, a spiritual, if you a dualist perspective, the I is unchanging and is not part of the physical. But from the materialistic models of the predictive brain, uh, yeah, there would be some sort of expected utility analysis, uh, likely a circuit logic of something similar to a Bayesian analysis conducted by neural circuits that predicts, that calculates from a bunch of possible I's, the I with the greatest expected utility, and that I with the greatest expected utility enters the consciousness from the subconscious. But the reality of the greater I, the I is
I
the
really
totality.
like this, by the way, and I would just make one tiny modification. How about we say greatest perceived utility?
Um,
Like
well,
it's we can treat it as an estimator of utility, and that's where you can come in with your Bayesian approximation and say it's a Bayesian approximation to utility.
okay, I'm talking about the materialist model that, so I'm not sure there would be a perception because from the materialist model, the I is largely, if it's not an illusion, but it's a temporary, it's just a subvocalization of a module of the mind. There really is no I. It's a function of the brain to project a subvocalization that we perceive to be the I. So you're talking, so I mean, if you want to create your own model or like a dualistic model, but saying to say the materialistic model as is, that is doesn't have a separate I, to say there is no I, there's just a module that creates a subvocalization that perceived is not even the correct word. So say, well, who am I? Well, let me ask the voice in my head, and it'll tell me who I am. And the voice in my head that tells me who I am is just whatever at the time has the highest expected utility of the various modules in my mind that are my brain that are doing some form of a Bayesian analysis.
So you're saying that this is the state of affairs from an external perspective, not from the perspective of the actual experiencer.
This is basically the Carl Friston predictive mind model, which I would say is the mainstream materialistic model.
Okay. I guess
And it's
astrology is kind of
unclear
thinking we could predict the future.
the what?
It is unclear to me if this model is supposed to represent the state of, like, one's state of mind, or to be something that describes the process of the mind externally.
Well, no, I mean, it's describing the mind as a product of material processes like a computer. And it's basically a reverse anthropomorphization that is explaining consciousness as a mechanical phenomenon produced by circuit logic in the brain.
All right.
And you could disagree with it by saying that's the mainstream Carl Friston predictive mind uh, materialistic theory of consciousness. And it's unclear whether even the Penrose-Hameroff uh, hypothesis would change that, or even if it would complement it. That whether there's any difference that the predictive mind circuit logic uh, is
Well, I
independent.
mean, materialism, if that includes photons, and all this is just harmonics of photons, then materialism is defined vaguely enough that you could just expand your understanding of photons and say, well, it's materialism still, because photons are the
Well,
mediators of materialism.
it's irrelevant to the Friston predictive mind model, is because it's working at a neural level of circuit logic. So obviously neurons are made up of atoms and are made up of photons, but it's explanatory at the neuronal level of circuit logic.
Yeah,
So
sure. That's not what I was
so
talking about, but
the
yeah, I'm
atomic.
not contesting that. I was contesting about on what level it's possible to push back against a quote materialist theory because the term is itself very vague. And so,
Well,
in particular, this Hameroff model would not be a contradiction of a physicalist model. It doesn't include anything that hasn't already been included as part of the physics canon. I suppose you could say qualia is a departure from the physics canon, but I don't think the qualia has causal powers in that sense in the model, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah,
I don't know if you go ahead.
yeah, I kind of just clarified this right now, and that's why through the writing process of last week the cognitive dissonance and thinking about Fodor and the modular mind, and then this week with the Kotov's think like a grandmaster candidate move in analysis trees. But I mean really it's Carl Friston in the predictive mind, which is the mainstream model right now. So I mean, if you're a dissident of the mainstream model, that's fine. But I'm just saying that's why I was trying to clarify. Of
Technically, no, because it's vague enough that, well, I mean, I don't agree with that interpretation of it, but I guess it depends what you mean with disagreeing with the model.
well,
If,
saying
if
that
something is a cycle where you start in that cycle, you can choose different places to start in a cycle and still get correct results to some extent. So it's not so much about something being right or wrong. It's about what kind of data a model derives.
okay. Well, multiple truth hypothesis, but I'm leaning towards still dualism and the essential I not being material, and saying that maybe the neurons function as circuit logic, and there's chunking and have and it will be demonstrated that neurons do conduct some sort of Bayesian analysis and perform instantaneous expected utility functions. But
Maybe you could say the I is part of the simulation of the utility function.
well, no, I mean that's what he's saying. So I just want, like I was making the point a few weeks ago, I want to accurately say what he's saying. And so we go back to like T jump on the racism, structural racism or systemic racism, saying I want to accurately say what the mainstream model is saying, and then you could separate from that what I'm saying and what you're saying.
Sure, sorry about that.
So I just want to clarify that that's the mainstream model. There's other, like there's Grossberg and the resonant mind that could be a complement or a competitor theory of the Friston predictive brain. But the Friston predictive brain is the mainstream model. Um, and whether Penrose Hameroff hypothesis is complementary or competitive model remains unclear, but the only one that actually has an attempt to solve the hard problem of consciousness is the Friston predictive mind. That like in reality, the the Penrose Hameroff model is useful in explaining certain aspects of consciousness, but is not a model of consciousness that could explain all processes of mind. It doesn't even purport to be, as Friston's predictive mind model would purport to be, a solution to the heart problem of consciousness and be able to explain all cognitive phenomenon, all qualia, and even explain away the hard problem of consciousness in the modular method that I did, where I say that what we perceive to be consciousness is just one module in our mind that produces a subvocalization narrative that we could call the I that experiences, but in reality, the I that experiences is just one module of multiple modules that so to say is falsely identified as the controller.
Awesome.
And so if you're saying like no, there is an I that's the controller, that
I was
would
saying
be,
that that's a possible alleged weakness of the model, not that I necessarily even agreed with it that it was a weakness. I was just more so curious about if there was some way to salvage it as a model and still account for the knowledge of the inputs simultaneously. I said that like shit. Simultaneous knowledge of all the inputs.
yeah, so from a free will perspective, there's an I, the controller, that makes choices. From the Fristian predictive brain model, there is no I that makes choices. There's Bayesian expected utility functions, and the choice that we make is whatever is calculated to have the highest expected utility. And then there's a separate module that produces a narrative that we perceive to be an I that is capable of making decisions. But the center of the brain that produces the narrative and the subvocalization of the I factually does not have the power to choose and make decisions. That's up to circuit logic and expected utility functions. So if you say like a question of free will, I am in opposition to the Fristian predictive mind, and I think there is actually an I that makes decisions. So that's why I'm separating his module that says the I isn't an illusion, but it's a module of the mind that just produces this perception of the I, but that perception of the I doesn't actually have control over decisions. Those decisions are not willed. Those decisions are the result of circuit logic and Bayesian um, expected utility functions.
Yeah, there appears to be a characteristic impermanence about the notion of I.
Well, so I mean, my hypothesis, my model, mine is the whole multiple truth hypothesis framework, is that there is an I that's non-material and makes decisions. And it's not just an expected utility function. And like, so there is an I that reads the dashboard.
Well, that's basically like a short form of why you're a dualist.
Yeah, so that's why I'm a dualist, because I understand, but I actually understand the materialistic model of you know the mechanistic predictive mind model of what it's saying. And so I use the expression consciousness is an illusion, but that's really a misnomer. Consciousness is an illusion, saying that there's a module that produces a narrative of that's sub-vocalized as a voice in our head that we perceive to be the I. However, that I has no power, no control.
You're saying the physical correlates of consciousness don't control the agent is external to that.
From the predictive mind model, there is no free will.
Sorry,
It's
I
a
was talking
base.
about your model.
Well, let me just go over this one more time.
Okay, yeah, I just the question. My question was about your model, not about this other one. But go ahead,
Yeah, but so
sum it up.
explain the mainstream model one more time so then I could separate what my model is saying. That from the mainstream Fristian predictive mind model, there is no free will. There's a Bayesian expected utility function, and we do whatever has the highest expected utility. And then there's a separate module that produces a narrative that is sub-vocalized that we perceive to be the I in the controller, but the narrative that is generated by this sub-module isn't actually in control of the decision. It's just a narrative that's produced and perceived to be the I. That if if Jennifer asked me a question, it would be this module of my mind that produces a narrative and answers it. But that module of the mind that produces an answer in part of my thought processes isn't actually the module that controls my action. So, like, no, my model, there's an immaterial I that has access to all of these expected utility functions, but functions outside of it and is capable of making any choice independent of whatever utility function is generated. And so it could be correct this narrative module still functions, that there's also a section of my brain that produces a narrative, but that's not the I. That's not the immaterial I that survives death and controls my body. So that's why I have a dualistic model. And so I'm not necessarily in opposition to the Fristian predictive mind, um, but I'm still a dualist, that there's some immaterial I that is capable of making, of controlling and making decisions separate from whatever is produced from the brain. And how that functions is a mystery. It's unknown. If it's possible, something like the Hamarov Penrose model could be some sort of explanation, or just leave it at an unknown of the interaction problem, that I don't have a solution to the interaction problem, but I'm still a dualist that believes that the I is immaterial and and has a controlling factor over the physical, even though I have no idea of the mechanism.
Yeah, I guess you'll have to make a decision at some point for how you want to truncate that domain into your writings.
Yeah, and I may not, I'm saying we probably not going to solve this, and that's why I say, like, the neural correlates of consciousness. Could it be flipped to say the neural correlates of the soul, of the interaction problem?
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of ways you can end up just reframing the same question, and it sort of comes down to like, why does it feel like I have whatever the experience that I think that I have is?
Well, I'm saying because the I that perceives, so from the spiritual perspective, the I that perceives the material world is the same I that perceives the spiritual realm. And so I perceive consciousness in a dualistic perspective because I don't perceive the I to be a function of my brain or the material, and this I that is separate from my body is capable of perceiving the spiritual realm. And so it has predictive power, or at least explanatory power, that according to Fristian predictive mind materialistic model, there is no spiritual realm, there is nothing to perceive. And so I say, like, no, there is an I, and that I is capable of perceiving the spiritual realm, like I argue with T Jump, uh, or Ben Watkins just explaining simple phenomenon. Is it easier to explain, just like the concept of joint attention? And so you might be able to come on to something like the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis as a further material explanation, but I'm coming as a dualistic. What does it mean to have joint attention? And does it just mean that the module in my mind, in my brain, in your brain are producing something similar, and that or is there something non-physical that is better to explain, even simple phenomenon like joint attention, or even like I said, laughter?
Well, there's another option of a better understanding of the physical.
Well, I said more explanatory power because you're saying that you can't test the spiritual realm except through the power of mind. And so you hypothesize that mind is not a product of the material realm, but the spiritual realm, and that my mind and your mind are both at this point capable of observing the physical and the spiritual realm. Uh, what difference in explanatory power would that mean? And a simple phenomenon like how do you explain joint attention? So if you have a
You have to
materialistic,
establish what you mean by that, and that it's on what level it is not real.
yeah, so like music, like okay, we started the song like like Layla or something. So from a materialistic perspective, we both have a memory of this song in our mind that, let's say, elicits some sort of emotional response. So there's a phenomenon of there's a character, Eric Clapton. Neither one of us has met him, but we both know that this song was created by Eric Clapton. And so we could have joint attention. We're both listening to the same song. We're both elicited some sort of response from this song. So from a materialistic model, um, how do you understand that? Is the song just a piece of information, and it's like a stored memory that's
I've
been
never heard a
downloaded?
single compelling accounting in a materialistic sense of how music does what it does, frankly. I cannot think of a I don't know if you can think of any anecdotes. I haven't even heard
Well, I
anyone
say
even
just
try.
it's just something that through shared genetics elicits similar emotional responses. So saying what's happening when like a joint, like for example, like the Eric Clapton's Layla, um, there's no such. The reality is that there is no such phenomenon as joint attention. We could call like words and a definition, like okay, me and Jennifer are talking right now, and from a materialistic perspective, um,
Well, if it
yeah,
was a thing, what would it be? Like multitasking? Jointed like is that basically the same thing? Joint attention is just some type of mental multitasking?
well, if okay, so you have a separate entity and we'll call that entity the song. And then you have, you know, two minds, in this case, me and Jennifer, whoever's listening, multiple minds that all have the same sense perception acting on us. And if there's a phenomenon, let's say joint attention, that we're all part of this process of perceiving the same sense perception, and we might be able to use the power of communication, or there might be a common uh, through evolution or just similar biology, that the same music triggers a similar response in similar people. But that what does this joint attention mean from a materialistic model, and what would it mean from a non-materialistic model?
I'm still trying to figure that out.
And even like,
Materially, I guess it means you can have your well, it seems to line up with chunking theory. If you've got chunks, why do the chunks need to be centralized?
I mean, it's also like,
Why couldn't there be parallel processing? I mean, to me, a basic chunking model where your basic function is chunking and not centralization predicts that there ought not be that there ought to be multiples on that. You ought to be
maybe,
able to perceive multiple things at the same time, or what was it that you called it? I said multitasking, but you said it something else. That's a prediction of chunking in some sense. I mean, to the extent that it's, predictions or interpretations of models.
yeah. So let's simplify it even further, where we're talking a universal form, like a chair, like a joint attention of me and Jennifer, whoever's watching this, all have some form of the concept of a chair. So you call it like a chunk, a module, and we have a shared joint attention of a shared meaning of the concept of a chair, and a signifier of a word that we refer to as a chair. But in reality, um, that doesn't, from a Platonic perspective, the form, the concept of the chair exists in the spiritual realm.
I don't know how
But
much
when,
Platonism has to say about chairs. Isn't it all about just virtue and crying and poetry and such?
no, it's a dualistic system.
They
And
spend time talking about the realness of chairs?
well, no, I'm saying that the realness of a chair is the form that doesn't exist in the material realm. The form exists in the spiritual realm.
Is that what the Platonists are saying?
Well, the majority of experts on Plato, I mean, that's how they interpret it.
Yeah, okay. That's good to know because that's a bit confusing sometimes.
That the concept of chair doesn't exist in the material realm and exists in the spiritual realm. And so when my mind thinks chair and your mind thinks chair, it's the same spiritual form of the chair that is being perceived in my mind and your mind.
Yeah, so you're basically arguing for a one chair model.
No, I'm explaining the Platonic system for the
Yeah,
why
that's
the
sorry. The
dualistic
Platonic
system.
system is a single chair. Like the real level is one chair, not zero chairs, for example.
No, I mean, there's a universal form of a chair that we both understand the concept of the chair because it's a universal form.
And then
And universal forms are not material, they're spiritual. Concepts and ideas exist in the spiritual plane, not the material plane. So when my mind and your mind are thinking about a chair, and we have joint attention that we're both thinking about the same shared concept, um, it's because we're both receiving to our mind this same universal form from the spiritual plane. So, if you're looking at an object and I say that's a chair and you say that's a chair, that the joint attention is because it's a spiritual phenomenon of mind, and the mind is not functioning on a physical realm. So I'm just explaining that process from a Platonic understanding, and we'll say largely my understanding of that is mainstream Platonic, that there's Platonic forms, concepts, ideas, those are non material. Ideas exist in the spiritual realm. So even if there's a circuit logic um, information theory that could convey it, that's also so from a materialistic model, there is no universal form of a chair.
Yeah, the materialists do appear to have a lot of trouble to accounting for something as simple as a chair.
I mean, a category.
Perhaps the chair is, yes, the exemplification of all categories. That they
But yeah,
tend
I'm
to
just
focus
using
more
the
on the
chair as the
boundary problem than
example
the
of.
actual defining of a category itself.
I mean, the Platonic use the word form, but you call like in contemporary maybe call a form a category. So it's saying categories possibly don't actually exist. So from a materialistic perspective, categories are artificial creations and don't actually exist. From a spiritual dualistic perspective, categories are a real phenomenon in the spiritual realm. Saying forms. So from a materialistic perspective, the category, the form is an artificial construct of brain, of an interpretation of information, sense perception. And for joint attention, there has to be some sort of mechanism that we both recognize that this word share, this concept refers to the same object, just like, like the song Layla, which is, more complicated like a song, but any form, any category that two people could have joint attention on, that we could see the same object. And, oh, that's Daryl in the chat, that we both perceive, Daryl and Affluent in the chat. We both perceive um, multiple objects to have the same form, and we'll have a joint attention on it. So, from a materialistic perspective, there might be some sort of information theory. There might be some sort of evolutionary precursor, or to mind and language, but essentially that it's a black box, and we don't know. We just, so to say, we agree that we call this thing a chair, but in my mind, what I'm calling a chair and you call a chair may not actually correspond, and joint attention doesn't really exist.
We could
It's
agree on a basic utility of a chair. We could say we'll both, agree a chair is primarily something used for sitting. And certainly chairs have been used as things other than things to sit on, but that's the, intended use.
even if it's like, like I gave the example a few months ago, like if you perceiving a person, where if you walk into a crowded place and there's a whole bunch of people and you don't know any of them, and then like we have like 100 million receptors, that each receive a photon. So you could be in a stadium and you could perceive tens of thousands of people, and even information, like color, phenotype, peculiarities. But then you might perceive, this is this person that I know, like, that's Bob. And so, like if me and you both went to a crowded place and Affluence there, and we both mutually perceive, hey, that's Affluent. And so this, like this third party Affluent that we both have a joint attention of, we both know this common personality, and we could pick them out of a lineup. We could even have shared experience, a joint attention. But from a materialistic perspective, the our perception of this person doesn't actually match the person. There's just some sort of chunking module that I've created in my brain from my experience that has identified this person, this phenomenon, and you in your head also have your observed experience that identifies this person, and we have agreement that it's the same phenomenon. But what my experience and modularization of experience of this person and yours is different and not corresponding, so that the joint attention is uh is tough to explain from a materialistic model. Generally, like without panpsychism, um, there really is no joint attention. So
I
just
would
saying
say
you,
panpsychism is not actually a solution. It's an acknowledgement that we can't find a boundary to consciousness. And even though it seems like it should be obvious and it should be the brain, when you actually go to try to do that, it's hard and it, may be impossible. Even though I think because of the function of the brain, which is a collimator for consciousness, you could get a pretty accurate model that would be connected to the brain, but
yeah, I mean, if me and you were
you'd
like
have to take
brothers,
into account probably neurotransmitters in that model as well.
well, so that the explanatory powers. Let's use this example. It doesn't have to be me and you, but like if me and you were brother and sister and had the same mother and father, but just an example of siblings that have the same parents. So from a materialistic model, the siblings have their own mental representation of their understanding of their parents. And they might, have dinner at the table every night, see their parents every night, interact regularly, but the two siblings' perception of their parents are essentially independent and a product of their own minds. And so even, if we're at the table with our parents, that our perception in our mind of the joint attention of our parents is really separate mental representations. So from a dualistic spiritual perspective, you're saying like no, there's a spiritual, there's an I, there's a you, and then there's our parents. And this perception of our parents is not a product of our mind. It's a true phenomenon. And so it's not a mental representation where I have my mental representation of mom and dad, and my sibling has their mental representation of mom and dad, and they're independent and they might have a lot of overlap and we could communicate, but in essence they're separate independent mental representations that are not an accurate representation of who the actual person is. It's just a mental representation, just like the category of a chair. But
The thing
from
is,
a
I don't think any model could disagree with that. It would just be a question as to how they account for whatever it is they decide to account for, like either a coherency based approach or whatnot.
well, I mean, a panpsychic model would be like, no, it's not a mental. It's not that me and you have our own independent mental representations. We have some sort of panpsychic perception of the actual essence of the other person, not a mental representation in our own mind of the person. And from a dualistic perspective, was saying the immaterial spiritual I, perceives the immaterial spiritual other person, and the you, independent spiritual you, perceives the exact same independent spiritual. So it's siblings. That it's not that me and you have a independent mental representation of our parents, that me and you actually have a spiritual perception of the essential spiritual identity, and that's the same. So you have joint attention. You don't have uh, parallel mental representations. So from the materialistic model, you have parallel mental representations. From the dualistic model, you have an actual perception of actual joint attention of the essential spiritual identity.
Yeah, I think what you said is good in alluding to the directionality, so to speak, of information.
I tried to argue this with T Jump and Ben Watkins, and it's tough to explain, but because the intuition is the spiritual intuition. So if you have a materialistic model, you have to say like, no, I don't know my mom. Even the person closest to me, say my mom, my wife, my kids. I have a mental representation in my mind of that person that is just the best correspondence of that, and it doesn't actually match other people's mental representation, although there's overlap, and we could agree, just like we both agree that that's a chair, but my mental representation of what a chair is and yours could be, different. And but even on something intimate, like siblings and their parents, that from a materialistic model, we have independent mental representations, not an actual intimate connection to the essential identity, because the materialistic model um, really prohibits that possibility.
I think they would just say you're being sort of semantically uncharitable with that. There you may be right. Honestly, I'm not sure, but it's an interesting proposal.
Well, I don't think it's a proposal. I mean, so if you have JF or something, or a true materialist, they hopefully would accept the evidence and the implications of materialism, that there is no shared concept. There's my mental representation, there's your mental representation, and there's no shared consciousness, as opposed to from a
Sure.
spiritual level, you could say there is
The
such a
spiritual
phenomenon.
level can't establish shared consciousness. It's just a different type of a distinction in the nature of the consciousness. You could argue that maybe spiritual has more accounting for similarity than materialism, but there's an issue with the transference of information either way, I think.
No, because the thing, the operation of the spiritual realm doesn't operate the same way as the material realm. So as I know my mother, I don't know my mother through a mental representation that my brain makes of my mother. I know my mother from the spiritual level of her true identity and my true identity, and that's would be expressed in a dualistic model. You say, okay, you know your
Does
wife,
that get you to shared identity though? So you're basically saying that the spiritual realm crosses that border that the material realm can't.
yeah. I mean, so you could know your husband, you know your wife, you could even be intimate with your partner, but from a materialistic model, you still just have even you could be intimate with your partner, but you just have a mental representation of your partner. You might have been physically intimate, but you're still uh, precluded to just a mental representation, as opposed
Do you
to a
mean
dualist.
restricted?
Yeah, I mean restricted to a mental representation. That physical intimacy doesn't allow you to break the barrier of a mental representation. It could have a stronger mental representation, like, okay, I've hugged my mother, or if you've been intimate with your partner, that could create a stronger mental representation than something that you've just seen with your eyes or spoken to with your voice. But it's still just a mental representation, as opposed to a dualistic perspective, to say like, no, that I'm not talking about the perception that I perceived through my sense experience of even voice or sight or touch, but the spiritual perception of the other person. And so it's like, I know my wife, I know my mother, I know my child, not through sense perception and mental representation, through uh, the actual spiritual essence that's observed by the spiritual eye.
Cool. No, I love this. This is great. Feels like it's actually progressing the conversation forward meaningfully. What about you? Are you enjoying this to the
I
extent that
wouldn't
it's
use the
like
word
valuable for the
enjoy,
conversation?
but yeah, I definitely think it's advancing, and my understanding from writing this out, even the last few weeks going through these historical analyses, through writing out in a historical analysis of these various fields and then putting it together and trying to what are the limitations of the physicalistic explanation, and then from there to decipher what it is that I so to say that I actually believes, and how is that different, and it's your system versus my system, versus the major systems or something like that, that mean you would even have a legitimate system that could be put in comparison to mainstream models. I mean, like the T jump, uh, racism or systemic racism debate, where it was tough. It didn't even seem to get past definitions, where you say, okay, here is some of the mainstream understandings. Then there's Aaron Rabinowitz's understanding, then there's T Jump's understanding. So it didn't seem to reach that threshold where they could have clarified like a multiple perspective. Like, here's a few mainstream ways of looking at it. Here's T Jump's way of looking at it, and here's Aaron's way of looking at it. And instead of kind of going back through like really like sophistry. Uh,
Are you saying there's becomes a point with definitional regression that it's no longer useful or something, or counterproductive maybe, or
well, no, I'm saying because that's why you have to avoid sophistry. So if T Jump is, kind of like in the realm of sophistry, where he's trying to do something, and therefore he's not going to have a productive conversation because he has some sort of ulterior motive that he's trying to advance. In order to do that, it benefits him not to have these proper definitions. Kind of like Charles Moskowitz or something, where he doesn't want to act. He wants to
his
sway
issues
the
go beyond mere definitional
he wants
ones?
to sway the audience to a certain direction, and in order to do that, he chooses not to accurately explain things or frame things, but uses sophistry to misdirect to attempt to misdirect the audience at basically every point along the path.
Well,
So
that's
instead of
true. It's true of a lot of people, do, but
yeah, I mean, it's general, say the the unrefined character. So if you say, instead of walking away, where I learned a lot from the T Jump Aaron Rabinowitz discourse, and I learned multiple mainstream ways of understanding the issue, and I understand Aaron and T Jump's perspective, to saying, well, I'm not really sure what happened there. I know that T Jump is trying to convince me of something, but I'm not really quite sure what. And Aaron was trying to convince something, but I'm not really quite sure what. And
most people are trying to convince themselves that their positions are the ones that accord with utility. But then you ask someone to define utility, and it's like there is a certain emotional level to it. It's very real, but it's also like kind of what you said before with the rendering not always being the same region. That you can't point to what it is because it's always in rendering a different. It is the thing rendering different things.
I actually read a few books this week on the history of racism and IQ tests, because I was looking up psychometrics, and a lot of it, like the main psychometric is IQ tests, and then IQ tests are very controversial with racial disparities. But even just define like racism, racialism, and like, so from a materialistic perspective, race doesn't exist. It's an artificial category. So if you want to say like there's a universal form and a race is a non-material classifier, like the European people, the Jewish people, and there's nothing physical that you could classify as a race, but there's some sort of spiritual group classifier that has this category. And so like, is there such a phenomenon as race? And then racist, like, are there group differences between groups? And eventually getting to a level of good or bad. So just say, is there a phenomenon? Is there categories? What's the difference between these categories? And then what's the effect? So if you're saying like, yeah, there's obviously categories, there's black, there's white, there's races, there's groups, there's organizational systems, and there's treating people differently. And generally racism in colloquial is a pejorative referring to negatively treating, but just the word in and of itself, that's just a common usage. So you could say racism is neutral and just recognizing that there's groups and treating them better or worse or different or the same. Versus with like say systemic racism, where are there systematic structures of society that treat people differently, and what's the origin of them? And yeah, so it just seemed like both of them were trying to advance their own positions so much that they didn't clearly define things, and they didn't um like unpack, dissect these things. I mean, they do a certain extent. It was a somewhat a productive conversation, but it seemed maybe only like half sophistry, but it was quite a bit of sophistry. And but on any issue, like these questions of dualism, what do categories, what do forms mean, if it's just a mental representation that's not an accurate descriptor of the actual phenomenon, it's just a mental representation that's false. And and even the question of racism comes into joint attention, that like the category of what does it mean to be black, white, Jewish, this group or that group, is just a mental representation. And what does it mean to have joint attention, where there's two, let's say people of one group that perceive another person to be of another group, and then have a joint attention to treat them differently. And from even just to explain how that phenomenon, so if T jump is kind of rejecting, how does that phenomenon even work? So from the the model of mind, uh you have to come to the joint attention. Is it possible that the category of mind that I have for this group matches your category of mind that you have for that group, and that in a joint attention way we collectively both treat we both collectively recognize these groups and then treat them differently? And if you're saying, well, it's an observed phenomenon, that it's not necessarily a conscious phenomenon, it's a subconscious phenomenon, or it's due to pre-existing structures, then it'd be so. I mean, it's any conversation. It could be too much to get into the precursors. So it's like, okay, I'm trying to talk about race, so we're just going to talk about politics. I don't want to get too much into mental representations and joint attention, but to some extent, you have to get definitional, and you have to talk about mental representations and joint attention.
Well, I mean, you, to categorize anything in the way that people would seem to want to, you'd have to overcome these, problems of consciousness that most admit can't be solved, at least not in the current framing.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, like I was saying, like, you get into these loops of what do words really mean, and so we have to have some sort of working agreement on the word that we could move forward to have some sort of productive conversation. And are we just returning to this base conversation as like, well, maybe nothing has any meaning at all, as opposed to developing some productive understanding, like we're talking about logic or higher order rules, um, like math or logic or something like that, and we're going to get it like in some sort of circular uh, argument about the fundamental building blocks of
We could
meaning.
move past it, but we'd have to agree on an epistemology or some sort of discovery process that was going to be something that could be arbitrated on. And that if we didn't agree on an arbitration, we'd have to agree as to who was going to settle the dispute. Because, like, if it's just two people, then this problem, like, it's like in chess when it's a stalemate, basically. How do you avoid that? And at what point is it legit to sort of bring in this, like, I guess, stalemate correction person? I don't know.
Yeah, and it's kind of like like moral outrage prophet in the chat. Like I have a mental representation of him in the chat. You have a mental representation of him in the chat, and it's unclear how well our mental representations correspond. But we both agree that we recognize the same entity as moral outrage prophet. So that level of, okay, what my mental representation of a chair versus your mental representation of a chair, that we both could see this object and refer to it as a chair. And from there, um, advance some sort of greater meaning, based on the shared experience or, joint attention, so to say. Were you going to do a presentation? We already
Sorry
been
about
that.
that. Yeah, so I was just gonna say, like, the chair thing, that wouldn't I don't see how you kinda went from racism to chair, so I don't know that those are the same question, but
Or the same form that they're saying that race, like chair, it's going to be some sort of universal form or category. That was the parallel.
okay. So it would then sort of become a fuzzy boundary and so forth with that. Yeah. Ugh,
So do you have some
sorry.
sort of like presentation, some articles you want to go over?
Yeah.
I'm already getting ready to wrap up. So if you had any comments on what we are talking about, and then I'll stay through for your presentation, which I've been encouraging you to do. Like I start out each week with links.
The
So I've been
problem is I'm
encouraged.
just so used to the interrogation style of learning that for me to do anything but that is so hard. And I can do hard stuff. It's just like, oh, the utility, like, is it actually worth the effort? And I know it is on some level worth the effort. I'm just trying to like optimize the effort type thing.
Well,
So
like a week in review, like a news report, where you have
yeah,
a few minutes, like like I read these articles this week. You share them in the chat, and hopefully you build up an audience of some sort of joint attention of people that find your reporting interesting, and then you create community around this joint attention of people thinking about the same things. But yeah, you have to do like a regular, like I do at the beginning each time, and just like this is what I found interesting this week, and I'm sharing.
yeah. So I'm trying to systematize superposition the same way I systematize consciousness. And I think my consciousness definition is pretty basically too boring to be interesting. So I made another, I would say probably my most boring diagram yet, TBH. Um, see if I can find it. Yeah. It's just kind of good when a fundamental concept. Just think about it like if there has to be a fundamental concept, mind, our minds only have access to so much energy. But then there's so much information, and that's like kind of why, if the whole reincarnation thing ends up being true, hint it is, it's actually not that much of a bummer. Because this metaphor about, temporarily zooming in on different things, well, nah, it's pretty great to always learn something new in knowledge, and you always can because of evolution. And there's a civilizational evolution too. Like there's information now that's just never existed before. Truly, in an actual meaningful sense. Not enough. There's more states than 118 in the QMPT, which obviously would be bad. And as annoying as Daryl can be, he actually did ask a good question there about why do we have different languages? If the QMPT, okay, I'm not even saying the QMPT is the universal mind because that's way too simplistic. What I've said is that it's an it's a demonstration that, I mean, there's a perfection in the universe, and this is proof of it in the sense of symmetry, balance, optimized self-reference, and so on and so forth. And just remembering, like, this isn't even the sole disposition of this diagram. Like, this diagram goes way beyond this. This is the sort of, you could call it the bi-pyramid model, maybe. This is not the quote, if there is a real version of it, isn't even it. This is not it. This is like a massively simplified version, but it's still true even in the, other more, supposedly true version or whatever. So anyway, entanglement, mind, so on and so forth. It's just going to be going in circles that luckily these questions have all sort of been solved. We have this fundamental indivisible unit, both a thought and consciousness. So consciousness is the process basic unit, and a thought is the thought is still comprised of the process of consciousness. But you can't just say process of consciousness forever. Like it's going to start to sound like certain people with certain, you know, ideas that they just can't get off of. There are constructs that are justified, even though there's like this constant acknowledgement of the absolute truth of non-dualism. So my consciousness process relational definition is really honestly saying not much. Whereas a mind is actually saying a lot. So that's where this universal mind, dreaming metaphor, etc., mind being connected to thought, where mind is the most complex and thought is least, yet they still mediate. You can always say that it's thoughts that comprise the mind. And the mind is the metastructure of thoughts. So what's the bridge to this in standard particle physics? Equivalence principle for superposition and entanglement again. So are these the same concepts? Probably to some extent. And then we have to answer another question, like to what extent is a definition process relational or just a list of properties? Because the properties, like what are they if they're also subject to process relation? And at what point does, such an encompassing, such a huge definition start to become meaningless if you can reference every term in the dictionary through recursion? Is a term ultimately meaningful? You can likely do that with a term like consciousness, right? So at some point, someone just has to intercede and say, well, like, just stop here. We're going to go with consciousness as the fundamental process. And that means that everything is happening on top of it. Yeah. Am I preaching too much, Doovid?
Um, well, you have to create a style, but you might be better to you have
The
like a
stuff that's
style.
interesting to me is people understanding quantum mechanics. And I'm not saying they have to understand it the same way that I do. I'm interested in any type of consistent methodology that's actually measuring what it thinks it's measuring.
Well, I mean, if you have like 8 articles that you're gonna go through, do you wanna spend 1 hour doing it or 10 minutes to do it? And then, do you want to briefly mention all of them and then come back to the ones more? And if you're going to get into like rambles or separate, I mean, so you have to come up with a style. And if you're kind of just rambling to yourself or whoever's listening to act, versus actually connecting to your audience, or saying if you're explaining to yourself or you're actually explaining to someone who's listening, that's there's some sort of utility, joint attention. So you could work on it. You could also consider putting out your own like 10-15 minute video. I mean, you could do it. I mean, do it as part of week in review, but just say of your but if it's like a news thing, you should think of just going through them quickly and then coming back more to deeper, or have some sort of common thread.
Yeah. Well, the article mentions that you need to analyze superposition and entanglement in terms of a general, as yet unknown theory. So, yeah. You're saying that people won't pay attention to more than what, 2.5 minutes on a given idea? So I should just run through them like just bam, bam, the same way that you do?
Well, I mean, there's different people. You have to have a communication theory, or you're connecting to like the joint attention. And like most of the presumably maybe some of the people clicked and read all of these articles, or like if you share the link in the chat and like you're going to talk about this. And but I mean, it's good that you collected articles and you go through and you want to talk about them, but you have to come to some sort of your rhythm, or style for how you're going to do that.
Yeah. And I'm really only interested in people like who actually have a project that they want to finish.
Well, I think
Somebody was asking me about like
if you look
sync.
at like you're producing a product, and that's your weekend review, your newscast, and that would be have utility to a larger audience of people who might
The
watch it.
interest is if people want to be exploring the notions of panpsychism, that this might be the place to do it because light is the substrate of consciousness.
I'll just let you keep on going, but I mean, it's good that you
Yeah.
prepared something, and you think about presentation style. And you could try. I mean, you could do it now, and like I'm here, and I rewatch these, but you could try also, producing just a separate video going over these links too, if you think that's useful.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I get bored of myself talking. It's the problem. I have that same issue with you. It's like, well, if I write anything, like no one's gonna care about what I write.
Yeah, and saying if you bore yourself, like you could assume that no one else is going to find it interesting enough. Um, but you're saying like, no, I mean, even though this is boring, it's useful, and because it's important, and you find it important enough that you do, and hopefully there's other people out there that will find it important. That's why you're putting it out there. So say like, even if you were just pre-recording it and then releasing it, versus like in a live show or a chat, and then you have like an audience or people that might be following along to have but consider that and I think it's a good. I'm glad you're doing this. And you have to think about these things for hopefully each week, if you prepare a few things like this, it'll be a good thing.
Oh, good. People keep hounding me about my message. It's like, uh, you know, think of that model where it's just focusing in on different things, different times. The message is it's a very versatile system. But if you want to use it at its most versatile, it requires a bigger commitment in terms of a practice. And that science is partially philosophical insofar as it concerns adapting processes and definitions and scope. And I don't claim to have all the answers, but I feel I have a good intuition for what direction they are in. For example, the Qualia Consciousness Institute. Like I've literally given I tried to disprove Qualia. I don't know if you recall that chat with the gentleman Lowell's group there. The name has escaped me, but anyway, I did try to disprove Qualia. But I still think that and I don't support doing drugs for the purposes of mind expansion necessarily. But, I still support that language is starting to go in the right direction, like with valence and stuff. Because at least with a word like valence, there's the precedent for chemistry. Oh, maybe that seems like it doesn't mean anything, but it actually kind of does have pre-existing impressions associated with an idea, even if they're wrong. And I mean, there's no real right and wrong here. We're talking about an adapting facet of language. Sorry for the ramble there, but yeah, my don't see how my particular whatever it is that relevant. It's like, let's just talk about questions. Not talking to you, Doovid. It's more so the people in the audience that are just like can't take well enough for an answer. But anyway, yeah. So you're not suggesting which direction I should go in. You're just saying that I should do something like this, but not on Week in Review.
No, I mean, you should do it week in review.
But then
I
I
mean,
should do it on a
you
different
could
show where I
also
go into it
consider
longer.
spinning it off into more content. You could do it in week in review and, a separate content, because unlikely, because you might have an audience that would listen to like a 10, 15-minute segment, but doesn't want to go through the whole week in review, or even, now you go through like 3 hours, it's at the end, or then you got to timestamp it. But I mean, it's good that you're preparing it and, showing some stuff in advance, the research, and they're saying like week in review, if you're talking to me, um, or sharing something with me versus the audience in general. And so, you have to think of the best way to do it moving forward. And if it's just but if you're doing like
It's
a
the
week in
ahimsa
review,
principle. It's the ahimsa principle. So
you just
it
say
sort of
like,
depends on where people are at in terms of what the conversation topics are. And it seems like now consciousness could move forward meaningfully and deeper understanding. And that
I mean,
I
week in
think will
review
be
is
good for ahimsa more so
not
than
really
any other possible thing.
so week in review is not really the time to teach. I mean, teach a little bit, but like if it's something worthy of teaching, then
It's
it's
not
just
about that, Doovid. You're asking me about what I want to do with the show. It's like that's what I want to do. I'm not saying I want to preach on the show. I'm saying whatever is conducive to that. Like if it's not even my model that gets accepted in the end, but people think about consciousness more, like let's say God forbid it ends up being Buddhism, fine. Whatever
well, if
works.
week in review, you should make it like a review of content where you're saying like, well, these are articles you read this week. This is why you found it relevant. You have some sort of explanation, and why people who watch it might find it relevant, and then a tie-in with your own thought or theory.
I don't like to mind read people. Like I have this religious
You don't
forbiddance
have to
of
mind
mind
read
reading.
people. Just
You're saying what is my
saying,
audience going to want? That involves mind reading. So I'm sorry.
well, I
Like I
understand
have
what they
trouble
want.
with
I was
stuff.
just saying why I said they, but why one might find these interesting. You say why you found it interesting, and why this
I
might
don't.
might be valuable to other people to look into more.
I found it interesting pedagogically, and people should look into it for whatever reason they're interested in the topic. And I can't make that decision for them.
You're not making a decision. You're saying give like some sort of useful information. Like here's the article, here like here's a little recap of what it said. Here's what it's related to, why it's interesting, why other people might find it interesting. You're not mind reading for them, just saying like get like
I'm sorry, you're saying why might other people find it interesting? To me, that's mind reading. To you, it's not. But
well, if you're using the word interesting, like what's the utility of this? and that why other people would why there'd be a utility to other people to
Someone
look
would have
into
to
these
tell me
things.
what they wanted, and then I could tell them how the system could serve that
But
end.
it's not so interactive like that. So you just have to get used to giving some sort of generic utility to these things.
I guess that's almost not a component of the model because the utility is adapted to the individual's karma, which everyone has a unique karma.
Yeah, but some things have presumably like a universal utility.
Even that's qualified. Like you can say it has universal utility in terms of diet, but not everybody wants diet advice. So even in that broad sense, it's qualified. So I can say, well, this is a better way to do quote science, but even that has to be a little made a little more specific because
Yeah, that's why
psychology
they
versus
like
chemistry is not the same
relatively
consideration.
relatively succinct, where people like the audience isn't going to find everything. So it's like, here it is, here's a little succinct utility of it, and if you don't find utility in it, don't worry, it's just going to be a few minutes and then I'll be on to the next thing, and hopefully you'll find utility in the next thing. And then if people don't find utility in what you're sharing, they're probably not going to watch your content anyways. I mean, you have to
Um,
work through this
my
on
thing
your own.
obviously goes beyond
You have to
utility.
create
My
some sort of
system
styles.
understands utility as a compromise versus some other like idealism type thing.
And it's like the news, like reporting the news and saying, well, this story might be interesting to you, it might not. He's like, well, here's the news, here's a little analysis, here's my interpretation of why it's important, and then on to the next story.
The interpretation of every single story is the same. The words being used and the concepts being explored are on the right track towards a better understanding of consciousness, which will be better for ahimsa. That's like every single article. Like I can go into articles and how they support a better understanding of science, but then, people are gonna say, oh, that's preaching. It's like, well, we can talk about literally anything, but these questions all reduce to these same fundamental things. What's consciousness? What's knowledge? What's perception, et cetera, et cetera. Someone eventually has to come in and intercede in arbitration as to what the fundamental um, canon is on that, aka chunking or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I do appreciate all this feedback, and I hope it doesn't feel like I'm disagreeing with you in a way that I don't appreciate what you're saying, because I do. I'm just trying to I don't really know what the solution is here. I'm not interested in these subjects in and of themselves.
Well,
They are interesting subjects, and I find things about them interesting sometimes, but it's not like
the
I'm interested
communication
in
theory.
them as subjects.
You're trying to make good content. Like you have to work on what is good content, and how do you make it. It's not necessarily about you. You're sharing what you found interesting this week, or a few
What
articles.
people is good for people too. I think that's good for them.
It's probably, science not going to be good at content. And if you still want to share it, like, well, it's your show, and you want to share it, but like, you got to think about the communication theory, the value proposition.
So science isn't interesting to people. I'm shocked.
It's interesting to a small audience, and you could presume that you're going to try to, like, that's the type audience that's going to watch your programming.
Well, yeah. I don't really think about that. I figure it's out there. Whoever wants to check it out, if they get something out of it, great. If not, fine. I like this show because you're super smart and bring a lot to it, and I find that interesting. But yeah, in terms of my own stuff, you're telling me science isn't interesting. Not sure what I could talk about. I guess just consciousness, but to me, consciousness is quite scientific, even though it is the
That's
ground
an
of
interesting thing.
quote
You have a
being.
target audience, and you just got to. If you're gonna make it technical, you like make it technical, and then if you think about how you're going to program, if you're going to have a quick non-technical explanation and then go into technical, and then being very clear to the audience about explaining what you're doing. For this technical, you're going to give a non-technical overview first and just cover a bunch of articles, and you're going to go back with a technical, or you're going to do it one at a time. But saying the more clear you communicate to the audience, the more likely you'll build a larger audience or find um, you people who find the same thing interesting. But if you can't
Great.
communicate clearly, there's not going to be a value proposition for other people to watch.
Yeah. Who
That's,
communicates consciousness clearly though?
well, I mean,
Is
you
it
have the
no
big
one?
names, the people I share. I mean, you say there's objectively
What
someone,
is the evidence that they communicate consciousness clearly?
um, I mean, quantifiable metrics that they're, titles, numbers, publications. So
Quantifiable metrics.
I share every week, like the big names and their attempts to communicate this stuff. So if it's Neil Seth or Philip Goth, the Koch, um, these are the big names. These are the people writing books, and I share them each week. And you could have your flavor, your taste for which ones you enjoy listening to more. Because I'm interested in the subject, I usually listen to all of them, and but I mean, it's not that difficult to locate, so to say, the experts, and even to quantify their reach.
Reach isn't quantified in an objective sense. It's in context. Is it in its own context? Because if the people you're dubbing experts wouldn't even consider themselves experts on consciousness, is that an issue?
Um,
I'm not expecting you to have an
and
answer.
the
I just think
words, but I
it's an
said, like,
interesting
no,
idea.
I think you have your like your known names. I mean, saying there's conferences and they're the presenters. If they they're like if they're invited to talk at the Royal Society or these conferences, um, it's a sign towards expertise. If they've published, they've written books, these even quantifiable, like there's that,
Not their
name-
ideas or anything.
names like Chalmers or something that, speaks at all the conferences, has the head of a major institute, various things that it's somewhat quantifiable.
What about the ideas themselves on their own?
I mean, that could also be somewhat quantifiable, their reach. How
The idea, in terms of its internal consistency and ability to make predictions and derivative concepts that are meaningfully, tangibly different from the original concept.
there might be certain metrics you could use, like citations of paper or work that's built off of
Are
it.
you telling me that whether a model is actually any good doesn't factor into your decision about whether a model is accurate?
Well, I was saying that there's metrics that you could use to say how good a model is.
I'm talking about your own assessment of it.
My own assessment or general metrics.
For like the third time, your own assessment, your own decomposition of it, your own chunking of it.
Well, I might look at that, but I'm saying I'll try to look more at general metrics. So say like, um, if there's stuff that I don't think is valuable, but for whatever reason the metrics point towards it being valuable, I'm usually going to look at it also.
Cool. Look who's in the chat. Thanks for stopping by, Joanne. It's always nice to see you.
I actually sent her the link on. She messaged me, and I sent her the link, but I doubt she's going to join.
Yeah, that would be fun. It's hilarious. These people don't get tired of making the exact same comments over and over and over again. Something about the comfort of familiarity, I suppose. Yeah, I guess there's something to be said about relying on pre-existing doctrines versus mutable consensus of experts. But yeah, I mostly just compare things with themselves, like on their own as an idea, if that's possible, which it's not, obviously. But to
I
whatever
mean, you
extent
put
it is
yourself
possible,
out
that's what I try to
publicly,
do.
like you're in a process of doing some sort of research and formulating things, and you publicly do the research, and then you have, so the people who watch you regularly, okay, that most
I'm not
people,
doing research in that sense, though. The research was over when I was like 30, in that sense. Like what I'm doing now is still researching, but I'm not expecting to like find a new periodic table in that sense. I don't feel like it's really science on that level that I'm doing right now, if you know what I mean.
I'm saying if you have goal-directed behavior that it's obvious to the audience, your regular viewers, that these are your goals, and this is how what you're doing is in line towards your goals, and how other people may collaborate or benchmark or understand what you're doing from in your progress. That it's interesting.
Talking about abstract stuff like my goals has more chance of confusing people than clarifying stuff. So I would always evaluate that as being non in accordance with ahimsa, unless there was a special reason, which I don't mind making the exception sometimes, but generally it hasn't gone well.
So I mean, you make yourself difficult that, but
No, we'll get there. It's just like it might take a little time, and your input is, I think it's really helping, honestly, giving me more perspective.
yeah, I mean,
But
our
yeah, in terms
viewership
of what kids
actually
can
going down
chime
a
in,
lot.
what would they like to see me talk about, audience? We'll do a sondage. Please put in the chat or in the comments what you'd like to hear us talk about, namely me. Because apparently I am completely indifferent to a fault. Yeah. I enjoy the process, but then there's like no particular topic, I guess, that stands out above the others, other than the math sort of super abstract reasoning stuff. And that's always the stuff I have trouble conveying. So that's where I end up spending most of my time, is like framing articles so that I can just deliver them in like a much shorter, more condensed form, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, so if you're in the wrong business, like you don't know why you're doing what you're doing, then it's going to be
Well,
hard to
it's
do.
not right. It's not coming up to your standard. To me, I'm meeting. I may not be doing a perfect job, but I'm meeting my own standard. I'm willing to explore your standards just for this pure pleasure of learning, and maybe there's something to it. And I feel like there has been a benefit already, but maybe it's hard to see when you're sort of here. So maybe the audience could say. Joanna was asking a question about sacking a bishop, when that's okay.
Well, that's probably a technical chess question, and almost no one who watches this plays chess. So
Well, a good thing about having an audience of 9 is that you can pretty much cater to every single person in the audience. So, yeah, do you have an answer, or I have no clue what the answer is to this, but if you want to field it.
yeah, well, I would say that for a different venue, I don't usually talk chess like that. Like just the article this week had a little to do with chess, but specific chess strategy. I usually talk about that week, and it's not much of a chess audience.
She was just joking. Yeah, I mean, ask me anything, but I mean, there's certain questions I'm good at answering, I think, and some that I'm less good at answering. So I think the questions I excel in is framing, definitions, And where I suck is not making a distinction between the extant doctrines and my own interpretations. Because I'm just like, I'm really trying to fix the extant doctrines to whatever extent I can, because there's all this energy and inertia in people's minds of what they already know. Any deviation from the current state has a potential to cause suffering. So it's a hard calculation to make. But yeah. I do appreciate that. I mean, yeah, now I'm just kind of not sure what to do with her because I got all these articles, but it would basically just all be me talking about quantum photonics. Like that's where I want to focus is just all the articles that come out about photonic quantum computers, specifically with to do with the operator input control coherency conditions, bilateral command structure, specifically as it can apply to easily scalable tech. If people really care that much. It's obviously far more complicated than that to actually make a halfway decent large scale QC as to what it has been used for historically. I'm talking to the audience there because, you know, they're a bit, I feel the audience is extremely hard to please. So it's hard to take a lot of the criticism seriously. Like I want to. But it's hard to do that when it's not substantive. Not talking about you, talking about the comments. So yeah. Yeah. I don't want to like keep you like if you want to log off or whatever. If I don't know if there's anything else you want to, because I've got notes about yeah, I just wouldn't know where to stop talking, honestly. I have like maybe 4 pages of notes. Specifically a couple videos and some ideas that I had. Yeah, I probably have like a good 2 hours of material here if I think about it.
Oh, well, I'm a little tired. It's like 10:30. Maybe I'll like brush my teeth. I'll stay logged in. I'll check back in like 10 minutes. And I usually watch these back or like in 2 speed at least. So even if you go another 2 hours, I'll listen to your presentation tomorrow. But like I'll go brush my teeth and come back in like 5 minutes, and you'll see what you're how you're feeling. But you know, if you do go on and explain these articles, sometimes like you think like if you're explaining things, you know, it's good content, even if you know it's hard to build an audience. But you know, say if you're productively explaining useful things,
Honestly, I would rather just work on our rapport than the audience because, like, I try to have non-attachment. I know that probably sounds silly, but I'd rather have like one person watching who's the right person. Because somebody who can actually be initiated into yoga is very rare. I'm not saying I'm looking for that. Just saying I wouldn't be unhappy if it happened.
yeah, but then you just have the logistics of good programming. That you know, if you just have a handful of people watching, and then you keep on getting veered off topic, or your random comments to different people, then it becomes bad content because you can't even learn anything because it keeps on going down divergent paths, and it's going down divergent paths just because you're catering to the handful of people in the chat. So I mean, you have to be cognizant of producing good content that you know, like a
Maybe
value
that
prop.
is good content. Like, what do you think Swami's life was like? It was talking to a small group of people that was always changing.
Yeah, but I'm saying generally that it has to have clear changes and subject matter. Like if you're going to teach and explain something, you're going to be on a period where you're on the same subject. And then if you're veering off subject, that you know there's smooth transitions. So that's just good content. And you know, any public personality programmer that, I mean, it's somewhat scientific and objective. What, you know, good content. And if you make poor transitions, if it's unclear, you know, how you're moving from subject to subject, it's going to be bad content.
There's sort of a, duty for stuff not to be that good due to the secrecy of the teachings. And I know, that's an annoying
Yeah,
thing to hear.
yeah, unlikely. So it's like, I mean, if you're
I'm
doing
afraid
it,
that's a condition. Yeah.
well, so if you're doing it, do it well. And so if it's not, if you're not going to do it, don't do it. But like to do it and then not do it well, uh, it's nonsensical. So I mean, what makes good content should be somewhat objective, and like you should have smooth transitions from subject matter. And if you can't do that, it's going to be poor content. There might be some value proposition to the handful of people who watch it, but that's all it's going to be, and it's going to be poor content because it's not clear, uh, what you're talking about or how you're transitioning from subject to subject.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So I mean, it shouldn't be any games, or you're just clear laying out what you're going to do, what you're going to discuss, and smooth transitions.
Hmm.
And if you don't do that, it's just going to be bad content.
Okay.
So I mean, you got to work on that. You got to think about it. You got to plan it out. You got to go over your material. You got to review it afterwards, and then hopefully you'll start producing better content, good content. But think about the smooth transitions and laying out to the audience like what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and then having smooth transitions between different subjects. So
I
I'll
don't
be
know if
back.
you actually gave your comments on that Sean Carroll consciousness combo.
Yeah, I didn't really have too many comments on that. I mean, I'm not sure I learned that much from it, but I watched it.
So overall, like, there was nothing to be gained from that for you?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it comes down to like the what I talked like smooth transitions, clear like what and why they're doing what they're doing.
Well, they were just trying to forward the conversation on consciousness and see what the disagreements and agreements between their positions were, I thought.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't a smooth conversation. It wasn't quarterbacked or laid out clearly. Where
Well, how clearly can it be laid out? I mean, it almost had, I mean, was it framed as a debate? I can't even remember now.
I'm not even sure. But I mean, they probably didn't quarterback it that well, and it's difficult. That's what I'm saying. Like making good content takes work. If like you could be a smart person, you could know a lot, but the science of making good content is its own wisdom in and of itself. And if you don't work on that, you're not going to produce good content, even if you might be intelligent or have interesting people to talk to. So you have to work on the elements of what makes good content, um, having clear, good, well organized programs, smooth transitions, or what whatever it is, the element that makes good content.
I was interested in something Carol said, which was the consciousness is like temperature. I was trying to understand what he meant by that. I guess that it's not as it's only something that is calculated based on a distribution of velocities, I suppose. I guess I was trying to understand what that meant. So I was looking up the consciousness being emergent thing, and I was still kind of confused as to what that is even saying. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm not sure he had so many interesting insights on consciousness. I meant like Friston and the predictive brain or something like that. So I'm not even sure if he would be familiar with that. So in the question, what does physics have to tell us about consciousness? And unfortunately, he might have answered not much.
Carol or I was going to say Barry, but Barry was his first
Well, I
name.
mean, the resolution from that chat, like that was the title. What does physics have to teach us about consciousness? And so they had a conversation, and the conclusion, my conclusion was not much. And it
Well,
wasn't
it's sort
even.
of hard because, I mean, do you agree that the way materialistic science or the way science is framed from a materialistic perspective is definitionally to exclude subjectivity, aka consciousness?
Well, and it's like it's an interdisciplinary study, and then so you have to work out if you're coming at it from different disciplines like philosophy and physics, that you're not going to have shared axioms, all shared axioms, and you have to go through a
Why
definition.
shouldn't you have shared axioms between philosophy and physics?
We have a lot of shared axioms, but you don't have all
Yeah.
shared axioms. And so it wasn't really a well structured conversation. And it didn't even come across as like interdisciplinary studies of, what can these various fields of disciplines you add together to create a more holistic understanding. It was kind of like one-upmanship and sophistry, or whatever. And plus, they're complicated topics to explain. So if you add, and then you have to explain complicated topics. So that's so unfortunately that my well, not much.
Well, he seems to be taking an anti-panpsychist stance. So I guess physics is saying that. But yeah, I mean, two of the guys did say they were panpsychists. So yeah, I think if I may make a prediction, I think this will become a more popular position, if only for the reason that Goff seemed more confident with it. I don't know if you noticed that.
Well, he's been at it a while. I don't know if it's. Sure. I mean, I think, as I said, the predictive mind, and he's only streaming like once a month, and his viewership's not increasing that quickly. So I'm not sure if there's any reason to think that it's going anywhere. Think like, no, I mean if you're betting on anything right now, it would be Friston and the predictive brain models. And I mean the Penrose Hammerall,
Why?
because the most advancements are coming in that field.
Okay.
And it's largely through the reverse anthropomorphisms, and the neurocorrelates, integrated information theory, that I mean the quantum mind has some advancement, but it's still unclear how that's going to lead to a model of consciousness, even if this is demonstrated. So that the most advancements are coming from the predictive brain models, and there's not really too many advancements in panpsychism in terms of the science of consciousness. It's still more in the realm of philosophy. And that's what you saw with like the Sean Carroll. There was just like a disconnect. There wasn't an advancement in the interdisciplinary studies. It was more, like you're saying, like that, that neither one really had anything to complement or offer the other person.
Yeah, it did get a bit catty with, oh, you're not being humble enough. No, you. That was a bit, ooh, it's a bit cringe. So if I go by Wiki, it says strong emergence describes the direct causal action of a high level system upon its components. Qualities produced this way are irreducible to the system's constituent parts. Whole is other than the sum of the parts. It is argued that no simulation of the system can exist, for such a simulation would itself constitute a reduction of the system to its parts. Not sure why that follows. Physics lacks well-established examples of strong emergence unless it's interpreted as the impossibility in practice to explain the whole in terms of the parts. Practical impossibility may be a more useful distinction than one in principle, since it's easier to determine and quantify and doesn't imply the use of mysterious forces, but simply reflects the limits of our capability. Interesting. Never actually looked at it that deep before. A lot of these terms are so vague that I sort of shudder to even give them a second look. But yeah, it did come up. So when they say consciousness is strongly emergent, does that mean something to the effect of that the personality can't be transcended by a combination of bodily and brain processes? Or maybe transcended is the wrong word, but encompassed, perhaps? I don't know if you have an answer to this, but frankly, I didn't really understand what they meant by that.
I mean, it's kind of like just a scientific way of saying that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. I'm not sure if it would have an implication to personality, but it's saying that consciousness is a, not just an emergent phenomenon, a strongly emergent phenomenon is, and I mean, from the predicted, that's why it's a first time predictive brain model. Um, Consciousness is not necessarily strongly emergent, and you do
Well,
have the
wouldn't
mod.
consciousness just be an illusion in that model?
Well, I think it's an illusion. That's why I said that it's saying that,
It doesn't sound like it would have causal powers. It sounds like consciousness is the result of a computation.
yeah, and it's modularized, and it's not strongly emergent where there isn't, um the sum of the
Yeah.
the sum of the parts is not, the sum of the whole is not greater than the parts, and it is just modular.
So would that mean that it's non-emergent as a model, or I don't know.
You
I don't
might
know
be
how
able
to
to
look at that.
have different interpretations of the model, but um I'm not sure you need, so if you have models of consciousness and you're saying that it's strongly emergent, um why are you saying that? So if you're saying that based on evidence, or you're saying that because you think consciousness needs to be strongly emergent to explain the phenomenon from a materialistic perspective, and that you're going to come up with this strongly emergent as a way to you describe where this phenomenon. But I think the modular predictive brain might be might might be superior in emergence,
Did you
in the
say
sense
quantum brain?
modular.
Modular's better. Well, modular has the issue. Well, I think integrated
You can have
information
a
theory would
modular
say,
quantum brain also, by saying that
okay,
the the modular brain, I mean, that doesn't need strong emergence. It's unnecessary. Why are you coming up with this?
how does it get around the sorting problem?
What sorting problem?
Well, there's information. There's so much information. How does the mind sort it? Or not even the mind. How is information sorted by whatever it is that's sorting it?
Why does it even have to be sorted?
Well, that's the function of consciousness.
Well, no, I mean, saying if you're giving some, like says you, like that, what do you, that, how do you know that consciousness has a sorting function?
Well, consciousness can be argued to have many functions, but sorting would be a very uncontroversial one. So if a model
Well,
can't account for such a fundamental aspect of consciousness, it has problems on some level.
I'm saying if you're saying sorting through that I'm saying it's sorted through a Bayesian utility function.
Yes, and what is it that takes it from a distribution to a localization?
A utility function.
The utility function is the entire function. How do we go from the entire function to a subset of the function which is meaningfully understood as distinctive? Like I'm saying, if all it is a function, how do you account for changing states of mind?
Well, it could be a misnomer that that the mind is modular. You don't have changing states of mind because the modular components that saying you have the mind, like the homeostasis. It's just that you're the modularized mind predictive brain is largely rejecting the unified conscious model. And so you don't need a strong emergence of a singular I or like a sorting. You're saying it's just modular. There is no unified I. There's modular components, and in terms when there has to be a decision or there's conflict between the modules, it's sorted out through just a Bayesian utility function. And so there is no and so that this whatever reason that you want to say there has to be some sort of strong emergence of this greater I uh, is a fallacy. That there's not. It's just modularized, and when there's dissonance, um, it's sorted through a simple Bayesian utility function. So when there isn't when the modules could act independently, they act independently. When the modules conflict and there could only be one action, uh, like do I move left or do I move right? And some modules are saying left, some modules are saying right, that they'll be sorted through a Bayesian utility function, and then there'll be a singular action. I'll move left or right, but there is no strong emergence of a greater like controller. There's just a processing center that conducts a Bayesian utility function and takes the modules and will make the calculation or whatever as the greater utility and act upon uh, whatever at that moment was determined to have greater utility, but the modules are always divided. That there is no strong emergence of a singular.
And do they speculate about the I being an artifacting effect of the
No, as I said
distribution?
earlier, the I is just a product. So there's the if you wanted to, there's a central processing center in the prefrontal cortex that would conduct some sort of Bayesian utility function that would work through what we'll call decision making. Saying that if the unified whole of the body could only do one of certain options, like right now I'm talking with you, I'm not doing other things, and so even though there might be modules in my mind, like one module saying, go brush your teeth, go to sleep, go, sign off, read the news, um, but the utility function has worked out that this is what the unified me is doing, but the dissonance is still there, that the different modules are still producing different outputs. And so the central processing center that conducts the utility function. That's not the I, that's not the me. Like the I is the totality of all of me, and the I contains a central processing center that will conduct a utility function that will control uh, the function. But to say that's not the I is the totality of the me and all the modules.
So there's a
And
totality I, and then there's an experiential I, which some people think is the total I, but in your view is a subset of the total I, a rendering of some sort.
well, I'm explaining why the mainstream model is the Fristian predictive mind, and it doesn't necessitate consciousness being emergent.
Yeah,
So the
so I guess it's
totality, the
it's
I
the
is
opposite of emergent. It's
the I
resulting.
is the organism. The I is, my whole body, the whole organism. The I is not the brain. The I is not the product of the brain. Consciousness is not some emergent thing that's the I. The I is the totality of my whole body, not just the nervous system. And so even the brain that controls mental functioning is modularized. But saying that, if you're saying who is the I, well, the I is the whole organism. And even if there is a central processing center that makes decisions for how certain parts of the body act, that's not the I. The I is the totality of the whole organism, and there is no emergent consciousness that's the I. And so that's why the predictive Fristian model is the mainstream model, because it says it doesn't necessitate consciousness being emergent. It doesn't necessitate there being something greater than the sum of the parts.
Ah, I see.
So it's like, okay, like my computer, is the computer the central processing unit, or no, it's the whole computer. And it's like the I, that's my whole body, it's every cell in me, and it contains a central processing center that will conduct a Bayesian utility function of the modules, but that's not the I. The I is the totality of the whole organism. And if you're looking that there should be some emergent I, you're saying like, no, that's not how consciousness or the biology, that's not an accurate explanation. And you shouldn't even necessitate. So even if Carol, was talking about an emergent, strong emergence, that probably showed he didn't really understand materialistic consciousness models. That they don't necessitate strong emergence. And even the quantum mind doesn't necessitate strong emergence.
Well, it depends what we mean by quantum at that point. Because if you're going to say, well, the system is primordially quantizable, it means it's quantizable on the cosmic level, monism, and on the most fundamental level. Those are different statements, completely
But it
different.
doesn't mean that there's anything emergent.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't say anything emergence, but it may preclude very strictly certain forms of non-emergence, such that it reduces the domain to what is equivalent to emergence. I'm just not sure. I haven't really been through all the possible versions. It's quite a complicated question.
Yeah, so if you have a model, and like if you want to say, why does consciousness need to be emergent? And so if you're trying to say consciousness is emergent,
Yeah.
are you saying that because you have there's evidence that points to it being emergent, or even though there is no evidence that points to it being emergent, the experiential phenomenon of being conscious makes you think that it's emergent? And that's what I'm saying. Like, no, I mean the
You
main,
could
that's why
argue there's a qualia of emergence in the sense that you could say personality appears to be an emergent qualia, as in it's indivisible.
yeah, but appears like based on evidence or based on
Based on
So-
perception, it appears that the personality mediates over the sense impressions. Mediates them, excuse me.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the concept that the mind is modularized, but in the subconscious level, all the modules are working simultaneously, but in the conscious level, you only experience one module at a time. So the totality of personality is not factual. The personality is modularized. It's just that you only experience personality one module at a time. So it appears that the personality is um, what's the word you used?
That I
On
just said about uh, it appears to be an emergent qualia.
Well, I'm saying that you said that personality is not modularized. It's some sort of greater totality than a component of modules. So I'm saying that, I mean, factually, you from the
I was trying to account for the models that had consciousness as emergent, because frankly, I couldn't understand what that meant. But now I think I'm getting it.
well, it's saying that what there it doesn't seem necessary to even personality. That personality is composed of modules, and there's no need for the sum total of the modules to be greater than the whole. And it's saying if it appears from self-perception, introspection, that it's not modularized, that's just because you could only experience one thing at a time. And so it would appear that the one thing is a greater whole, but the reality is that you're just perceiving one module at a time.
Sure.
And
I guess
it's
that's what
not.
the theory is saying.
Yeah, that's why the mainstream model is the predictive, the Fristian predictive brain, because it doesn't assume any of the it says all of these assumptions are not necessary. So if you're gonna like even to say that there's such a phenomenon as something being emergent, well, we don't know scientifically even if there's such a phenomenon as something being emergent, let alone that it's necessary for there to be something emergent. So if you have a model, like a Occam's razor of the more simple model, that the simpler model, uh, doesn't necessitate emergence, and because we don't even know whether there's such a phenomenon of emergence. So if you're going to invent an emergent phenomenon um, in order to explain something unnecessary, so just go with the simpler
Quantum
model.
is emergent, though. Quantum is to say that something the identity is irreducible. That's to say that there's one thing that can describe it. You can't remove any bit. That means that the whole is greater than the parts. It's
No, I mean,
basically saying the whole. There's more than one way to say that, but that's definitely saying it.
well, no, I mean, quantum phenomenon is quantum. It's the singular. It's quantum. It's the smallest
Quantum
unit.
is occurring in discrete packets. And that means that's not being very specific, but it is saying something.
Yeah, but I'm saying that whatever the smallest discrete packet, that's irreducible. But I mean,
Exactly.
quantum phenomenon in totality is not irreducible. Like the single quantum is irreducible, but larger quantum phenomenon is reducible to singular quantum phenomenon. And so even if the brain is a quantum computer, it doesn't mean that there's an irreducible totality of quantum phenomena. No, I mean they'll be reducible to singular quantum phenomena. So the brain could still be modularized, and you have modules of quantum phenomenon. You don't have an irreducible totality of quantum phenomenon. You have
Okay, that's not what
modules.
I was saying, though. I'm saying that the very definition of quantization implies irreducibility, which implies emergence, because it's the irreducible unit from which the emergence happens, with entropy and K law and omega.
Yeah, I mean you have to define emergent, and if you're saying that like the sum is greater than the parts, I'm not sure if you mean by that emergent, and even from quantum phenomena, if that's emergent in that way.
I'm not saying that all models are emergent in that sense. I'm saying there's something in the way we've defined the term quantum that makes it synonymous with irreducible. And that's a
And
vagary
it's
of
definitional.
language.
Quantum
Yes, it's a
implies
vagary of language.
irreducible, but I
Exactly.
don't see how that
And then the
implies
question is, does
emergent.
irreducible imply emergence? And according to this one definition, it does. Maybe not in general, though.
Which one definition?
I'll grab
Is
it.
there one?
I'm not screen sharing it anymore. I will bring it back up, though.
But I mean, saying it's just definitional. Like if there's quantum, it's by definition, quantum implies irreducible. But
Yeah.
does it imply emergent?
We don't know, and that's
And
where the philosophical question is, I think. So that's where I just want to make it clear, like, I don't disagree with Doooovid, and I don't have a strong opinion on this. I doubt he does either. This is, to me, where it would be interesting to go into, like, on its merits philosophically. Just be clear on my intention here.
okay, you have a good night, Joanne. Yeah, and so you just think about like the simplified model that if it's unnecessary, your model could include something unnecessary, and then you have to say why are you including something unnecessary. But at this point, it doesn't seem, the simpler model doesn't necessitate emergence.
The definition I was thinking about was, it's on the screen now. Strong emergence describes the direct causal action of a high-level system on its components. Qualities produced this way are irreducible to the system's constituent parts. That's very vague. And I was saying that quantum, just that term, is this way, whether it intends to be or not, just as a mere vagary of language. I wasn't disagreeing with the theory. This is just a point I've been making for quite a while, is that quantum mechanics is, like the Copenhagen interpretation specifically, is more of a coordinate system than an actual theory. And people interpret it as a theory, and that could cause issues sometimes. So anyway, I just thought this connection between emergence and, yeah, quantum. Did I make the point, or is it just too abstract here? Because, like, when did the term quantum come into usage? Arguably, like, less than 150 years ago. So it has some definition, but then it's not even clear, like, in the minds of practicing philosophers, chicken and egg wise, did chemistry cause physics, or did chemistry cause quantum to look like it does, or did quantum cause chemistry to be interpreted the way that it is, type thing. So those are still largely open questions. Did I make my point, or is it just too nebulous?
Well, you made your point, but it's a complicated issue. And if it's like atomic theory, if, the original quantum was supposed to be, the atom itself, but then it didn't end up that way, and you had to advance the quantum mechanics. And if you have, what does quantum imply, and if it's, you're really a placeholder for the current state of knowledge, that we're not actually on the level of quantum phenomenon, or to know whether, so to say, this
Like, I can say just from math, Doovid, I can say that in terms of quantization understood mathematically from my own experience, like, there's a juxtaposition between a continuous function and something called a stair-stepping function. So, like, a function is 1 on the interval 0, 1, and then it's 2 on the interval 1, 2. So those are two, like, I don't think they actually come out and say that it exhausts any type of metaphysical spectrum, but it's generally sort of understood that the stair-stepping function has some link to quantum. But again, like, is this consensus?
No, I mean, it's definitional, it's relational, and it's kind of best fit definitional.
Exactly, because you've
and
got multiple
and
fields.
moving target.
Multiple fields that may have different incompatible definitions of terms.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap up. I guess if you want to keep on going, feel free.
Yeah, so did that feel like it was a productive philosophical discourse. That's pretty good to me.
And we'll see. I mean, productive. Like if it could be built off and lead to greater understanding, we'll see.
All right. Well, we'll put a pin in it for next time. Looking forward
Okay.
to it. We'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner.
Okay. Have a great week.
Thanks for the show. It was a good one. Wow. Where does the time go? So yeah, just a phenomena of atomism. I mean, obviously, this topic could get pretty complicated because once you get into etymology, you have to get into meaning, which is then like, well, what came first, chicken or egg? Sanskrit, blah, blah, blah. That's never going to be something that people accept, nor am I qualified to teach it. So, big problems with going that way, even though I, would obviously stand by that position. That said, some things sort of translate better than others. The localization, delocalization, blah, blah, blah. That's very complicated stuff. But basically, the best I can do within the language constructs I have access to would be the difference between non-dualism and monism, if that actually means anything. I guess one would have a quantum and the other one wouldn't. I think like Big Bang was even originally posited as an atomic type model with the universe as an atom. And I think you could see also stuff like egg models for universe. I haven't looked into this stuff much, but I know they're out there. So yeah, I'll play the old video that I did and see if anyone has anything in the chat that they want to talk about. Because I'm, whatever, obviously always down to go into whatever topic. I don't know how much more I have to go into the actual articles out of my own interest, but we'll see. Yeah. I had a lot of fun putting that video together, even though it was extremely hard. And it's not even that long. It's like, I'm actually scared to look at how long it was because it took a long, long time to put that video together. But the result was great because it compresses 3 dimensions into 1 or 2, sorry. And it's so satisfying to have it be so simple, just like that. My proof of the Pythagorean theorem, which isn't really even a proof of the Pythagorean theorem, it's like a restating of it. But oh man, I love that. Talk about stuff that is enjoyable. It's like I don't know what's exactly going to be enjoyable in advance of it. I just know that just trust the process, and then some point it'll be just great. Okay, I'm not finding what I'm looking for here, so I'll put on the I've previously discussed how the behavior of a waveform can be modeled using boundary interference. This video will explore a planar boundary interference model for generating simple fluid motion. 4 types of fluid motion will be discussed: laminar, still, orthogonal wavefronts, and lemniscate localization. Stillness is a type of motion because a system doesn't need to possess bulk movement in order to possess thermal motion. In the first stage of model construction, the simplest units of motion are determined, enumerating the particular states that the model will be able to resolve. The basic unit of motion is the planar front. It is a pre-physical identity, a single tile in a model that could cover any surface with an arbitrary number of teeny tiny tiles. In this model, interferential observation, localization, and waveform reduction all describe the constraining of a waveform to a particular interval. As the boundary is never localized, but rather it gives rise to temporary processes of localization, the problems normally associated with a particular equational decomposition of a boundary are largely avoided. We begin the exploration of the model with the descending front. This harmonic depicts the motion associated with the laminar regime. When flow is laminar, the front expands unilaterally. The next simplest system is the superposition of the descending front and its opposite, the ascending front. The second component is equivalent to the first in all manners except its orientation. The simplest interaction of these two fronts is non-interferential intertransmission. This models the motion of a still liquid. It possesses the potential for motion, although its net movement is zero. The next simplest interaction between two fronts involves two slight deviations from the path of the front lines towards each other, but with a total deviation of zero. The paths overlap as they move away from the descending wavefront and towards its ascending counterpart. This generates the centroid, or local center, of the interaction. As the deviated fronts approach the ascending front, its countervailing pressure begins to repel them. Once the front has deviated 180 degrees from its initial orientation, two subsequent paths are possible. If the linear inertia is greater, this interaction precipitates both transverse and longitudinal waves. This oscillation will continue for so long as pressure is maintained. If, on the other hand, the torsional inertia is greater than the linear inertia, the front will continue to rotate and undergo motion towards the center, precipitating the shape of a lemniscate. All right, well, I hope everyone enjoyed that. I know I sure did. Oh, I was thinking about a hilarious joke based on what I saw in the chat there. It's like, are you hypnotized? And then, the person's like, no. And then it's like, you will be. Anyway, let's just see here. I didn't talk about this because it was sort of like, I don't think Doooovid's interested in this topic of just people who have no idea anything about physics talking about metaphysics for its own sake. And I guess I kind of find that interesting. Who knows if that's, quote, not unnecessarily indulgent or whatnot. I guess feel like it's part of a literature review. I'm never gonna study this in school, and it's extremely niche, so maybe they don't even teach it the same in all different places. I can grab the video that I'm thinking of, though, and where it came from. I didn't even finish it yet. It's almost 2 hours. I think it's just called metaphysics, to be honest. I didn't do much research into it. I think it just came up on my suggested list, and predictably, it's frozen. Oh well. Okay. Anyway, this was something that came up. Okay. Just throw it in the chat. I like the question of what do I consider metaphysics to be? Thank you for asking. Looks like this video is actually playing, so I'm just going to pause it. Or maybe just get rid of it. Okay. My computer's already dangerously close to being overloaded. So I haven't really thought about this at all, because to me, the words aren't that important. The process is important. Understanding the potential for the process to give a particular result is important. And the fact that I can put words to something, and this isn't going to do it justice. So these terms like ontological and epistemological are extremely vague and largely, I feel, inaccessible to most people. Where they're meaningful, they are super meaningful, so not against using them, but when you have so many different concepts that are irresolvable for the average person, like, can the average person distinguish epistemology, ontology, and metaphysics meaningfully? Maybe, but you need to explain it to them with a lot of words, and would they follow, and and who wants to do that, and what's, whatever. All that rambling to say that I'm not against talking about the other two, but metaphysics is the only one I really say, like, it just has to be sort of structurally there, that you can't do physics without metaphysics, insofar as if you want to have mathematical concepts to structure your measurements, frame your measurements. Numerical and computational bases which give meaning or add meaning to the data from observation of science, which is, it's hard to actually define. You think about, what's a data in science? It seems obvious what we're referring to, but like something seeming obvious is actually an argument against the definition of it being good. I mean, I'm not going to normally trot out arguments like that. Like, for example, someone made the argument on a TGM server. They're like, yeah, we're like, it's obvious that we're all referring to the same definition of consciousness when we're talking about it. It's like, no, it's not. You've agreed that you don't fucking care. Excuse me. You've agreed that you don't care, that you can't disambiguate your definitions, and that you have no way of verifying that you're talking about the same thing. Possibly to the point of even being hostile to that end, but let's go to some other topic exactly here. Metaphysics is a lot of things, okay? On the one hand, you could say that definitions in a dictionary are metaphysical insofar as any type of permanent concept, like a chair, has an object permanence in our perception, as in it exists, independent of us, whatever you want to call it, okay? That requires metaphysics because all physics can give us is space temporality. And there's no clear line from space temporality to chair, because you have to be like, well, evolution, and like you got to go through all the steps of evolution from like fish to landfish to whatever to weird monkey, etc. Whatever. Don't want to go down that path, but chair is chair because it's designed for us to sit on, and what we are is like, I can't have that, It's so complicated. It's not going to be intrinsic in any meaningful way to a definition. When I say metaphysics, practically speaking, I'm usually referring to the degree to which math interprets physics. And on the level we don't really understand because we want math to be certain. So we're reifying it in the name of physics. And then falling into a self-validation fallacy in terms of like, well, it's true because the model says it's true, and I observe it according to the model because the model says it's true, and then the observation accords with the model because the model is true. I mean, there's always preferential interpretation. Just a question about, well, you can calibrate for it. So, metaphysics, I want to respect the definition people are using right now. So I feel like I am, because I'm not saying that there's anything, it's the most general one, metaphysics. There's nothing sort of under metaphysics. If you're trying to say that there's a logic of metaphysics, you're not understanding something linguistic. There's a linguistic problem there. That's really the only thing I mean to say when I talk about metaphysics. So that doesn't necessarily say anything about stuff like epistemology and ontology, but it does sort of say that, like, metaphysics would have something to say about those things. But also there's this dependence relation with metaphysics where it's like, I'm only really wanting to go into, and in support of my proofs, only really using one particular subset of metaphysics, which is the physics adjacent one. Okay? So I'm trying to basically encompass both with a definition. I think I've done an all right job, but whatever. I'm going to try to pull up this thing that I have. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but I did attempt to sort of juxtapose physics and metaphysics, and the connecting bit is the 3 + 1 or 7. And that's connected to the effect, which is a bit like a kaleidoscope, sort of a coherent diffraction. There's energy, matter, and energy passes through matter, and the result is a coherent type of diffraction. Anyway, I'm probably not going to be able to find this. Just, yeah. I have way too many files called metaphysics to be able to find this, but I guess I can look up rainbow and see if I get lucky there, but yeah. Always a bit hard when I'm streaming because the computer can't render a preview, and then it's always like, did I actually give that the right name, or, All right, I think I got it now. There we go. So most of the time, if you ever hear me talk about metaphysics and anything that's not one of these, where I can actually go into stuff like to whatever extent people want to, because it is obviously ultra complicated to get into these topics. Basically, it's to establish a spatial temporal entanglement with regards to physics and how models have a particular effect on materiality, and being able to account for why models like calculus work involves looking at how math structures physics. And the best way to make that distinction is to say, well, physics is space temporal, and metaphysics is like everything else, pretty much. Now, arguably, there's a better way to sort of break this down, whatever. But I'm not going to invent a new philosophy. I already have enough going with. I want to stay consciousness centric. So either the quantum periodic table is consciousness, or it's a subset, or like a root consciousness. Sort of the words aren't really the important part. The process relation is important, and the conservation of computational complexity across orders of resolution or resolving capacity is also important. I am not ignoring the chat. It's just an incredibly complicated topic. So, short answer, metaphysics, anything non-physics. A long answer, I'm talking about archetype permanence. I'm saying that the laws of physics don't change. I'm saying that fundamentally you have non-dualism. Saying a bunch of things that physics, there's no way to establish, there's no like clear path to establish those using physics. Those are things that you frame physics with. You can say, well, supposition 1, I can realistically make these types of categorical distinctions. So, supposition 2, I can't. Justification, etc., etc. So, when I'll start going into metaphysics is wherever there's been a mistaken understanding between math and physics, i.e., the truths of math may bear some correspondence to physics, but if you try to sort of suture them together in the name of, mathematical coherence, it's not really clear at what point any of it has any utility as far as it concerns day-to-day understanding. So yes, it's good to have an idea that metaphysics is a thing, but to think you can just sort of say what metaphysics is and that's it, that's to misunderstand the domain. I'm just sort of going through an incredibly long ramble here because it seems important to distinguish that I'm only really expected to be taking. I would like to be seen as an authority on a certain type of metaphysics, not metaphysics in general. I don't really want to extend to the level of, well, I should be writing the dictionary. No, but that to me would still be considered largely metaphysical, though partly physical, but almost unimportantly physical. Like physical in the sense, like, what kind of paper should it be made out of? Metaphysical in the sense that a chair is just as true today as it is any other day. So in that sense, the chair is permanent. And so it's just as true to say that the chair was caused in the past as the future. So whatever you want to call that, that's unfalsifiable in the sense that you can't disprove archetype permanence. Just it arises definitionally. Anything that has no permanent existence uh, kind of also has permanent or can have, like, the things we consider to have permanent existence almost all don't. And I guess you can chalk that up to how complex we are as entities, and that being like more or less a computational necessity, and computation having something about it that is inverter-esque. Now, Tingle says metaphysics is just a way to describe thinking about things. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's there's a lot of definitions that might be, it's just something to sort of, I don't know. It's yeah, you got to sort of pick a bottom, acknowledging that there's no absolute bottom. A language is a relative construct. So any relative construct has a bottom. I was thinking about that in terms of why thermodynamics can't model systems. And that's because when you close a system, it has an energetic bottom. But the universe doesn't have an energetic bottom. And so then I can extrapolate that to say any closed system has an energetic bottom. And if a language is a closed system, then it too has an energetic bottom. So it ought to have a word that, even though there's no bottom, is closest to whatever bottom can be accessed materially. So just something to think about. The Time Machine, was that made into a movie? Because that kind of reminds me of an incredibly creepy movie that I saw, and I just like, I can't remember what it was, but I thought it was called Time Machine. There we go. Oh, I'm getting the Mac computer thing coming up. Whoops. Oh, it looks like it is a movie. Yeah, I think this is actually the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I mean, it's like if we, okay, this is sort of where the whole two truths thing, you know, not to cite Buddhism, but Buddhism is basically in some ways, a simplified version of some concepts that I have access to. So because there's so much more written on that, sometimes I'll just like cite it. That doesn't validate written stuff. Written stuff should always be read with understanding that there's been compression that happened, and even if the person was awesome, which there's no reason to necessarily believe every author was awesome, everything that got written, that's why you have to read a lot of things. Literature review. Even the best authors, still their writings are compression. All right, so I'm assuming it's the first one there. So if we want to appeal to the two, some type of two truthsism, I'm not saying mine is going to line up perfectly with the Buddhism one, but if you can get a grip on that, it'll be easier to get a grip on mine, which is more versatile than that. Okay, so my understanding there's either 0 chairs or 1. So that's not useful for either. That's why my view doesn't really decompose to just a binary like that, but you can argue easily for 0 chairs. You cannot really argue so easily for even 1 chair. Because at that point you're saying like it's as real as like, well, it's kind of as real as a table. So you could say there's like this class of things, maybe there's I don't know, a salt shaker maybe is part of the same thing, typical things you might find in a house. So these categories are, you might say, well, this is just mundane things that nobody would disagree on. And, that's all there is to it. But there's just really a question is it a list of properties that have an absolute meaning? Is an identity a list of properties, or is an identity a process relation, aka like a cycle, or is it something else? Now, ultimately, meaning is informed by that categorical distinction. So, it's sort of, if someone is asking a question like how many chairs there are, I would sort of question what's the utility of that line of inquiry, because the answer is that a chair is a construct that has utility within a particular domain, and your ability to use a chair depends on how well you understand the domain of applicability of a chair, slash like pan relation of other, you know, pan knowledge of other relationals based on the 0 impedance. Presupposition of dependence arising. Oh, so it is the one I was thinking of. The the creepy time travel one. Skywork says, chair's just a label for seats that emerged from the necessity to rest. It's like, well, back when we were fish, did we have a name for whatever it was that we rested on back then? It's sort of meaningless, but it's a good opportunity to go into the subject of what can be established as permanent, because our minds identify the class of chairs as being super permanent when it can be established to be a great deal less permanent than other things that we also, a great deal of people feel have object permanence, like math, often argued to have a sense of, I don't know, absolute. I don't want to misquote people here, but whatever it is, the poetic reasons people give for their attraction to math. So I am not necessarily recommending watching this movie here. Okay, so my thoughts this week were, are there any properties in general, things that we can identify as properties that are not properties of the vacuum? And if so, what are they? And we have this sort of recurring theme about Thad Roberts's work. And what he's found seems to suggest that it may be a limit to the number of, and again, this is speculative here, maybe a limit to the number of significant digits that are actually significant in any type of measurement. Like, there may be something about establishing the first digit that observationally constrains the lengths of the numeral you can generate after it. So anyway, it's hard to say if it's 7, and I think his model maybe says it's 14. And again, it's very hard to know if it can't be presented in a way that I can see how the process is working, it's hard to know whether something really crucial is being brute forced. So, someone's like, "Oh, I've got a quantum computer. It can like solve any any password." It just takes like 5 years, and then 5 years later, it's like, "Oh, we got in," but it turns out they just brute forced it. That's a really stupid example, obviously. Um, but anyway, so if everything is this percent, I mean, I don't know how accurate this percentage measurement is, but if most of everything is emptiness, then a model of emptiness probably does make sense, at least literally. Now, whether we can have a model that is literally real, i.e., accords with measurements real, that we can also understand, that's a bit of a different argument, but it never hurts to look at what instruments, which, have been, empiricism places a lot of importance on instrumentation. It's sort of not so clear what any of this means for how much emphasis is placed on the subject. So I would invite people to think about, are there any properties that are not properties of the vacuum? And how would we establish that? Because from what I've deduced, establishing non-vacuum, aka a solid, would not be something possible. The impossibility of the observability of the absolute zero, aka truly solid state, that's something that I feel I can disprove the possibility of based on very well established physics, which is just the interferential, the most general interpretation that there would be of the observer effect that actually said something quantum mechanically that wasn't just like, a Chopak and platitude. 1% is too small to notice. Well, I mean, that's the whole point, is that even though if everything is truly empty and there's not really any matter there, and matter is just like a mirage of, it's like a harmonic arising from the interactions of emptiness, if that's actually what it ends up being, then the things we know to be true based on math are still true within that model, even if it whatever seems inconceivable. That's never stopped anyone before, and arguably there's a bunch of models being used right now that are in a lot of ways less conceivable than this. We'd still be ourselves also in a way equivalent to one of these decimals. Okay, let's just provisionally say Thad's thing's right. Everything is like at most a 14-digit long thing. Well, what's a digit? Oh gosh, what's that you mean, right? So complexity then takes on a more informationally accessible, measurementally accessible notion, because there's a starting point and there's an ending point, and outside of that, there is still data, but it's not something that makes sense to us in our immediate experience. Doesn't mean it could never make sense to us. It's just that there's a numerical limit to everything, and that includes the counting aspect of mind. Skyworks asked how many chairs I possess. That's a hilarious question. Like, I try to be non-possessive. So I guess there are some chairs in my house, so technically I would possess those. I would have an issue if someone were to try to repossess them, in that sense. All right, so let's see what else I was looking at. I had this idea that, is there any way to actually try to meet these people on Earth? Sorry. I'm sorry, I should probably wrap this up because things are becoming really funnier than normally aren't. But is there, any point to try to actually make this metaphysical parsimony argument? Because it's gonna be really hard to make. I'm not saying impossible, it's just I basically don't want to do it because I just feel like as soon as I do it, the goalpost will be shifted again. Like Skyworks, that's the whole thing. Like, I can't own a chair if there's only one chair. Okay. If I'm reducing my worldview to two truths just for simplicity, there's either 0 chairs or 1 chair. So obviously, by that definition, like nobody's ever owned a chair. The only thing that's possible to have is a illusory impression of temporary ownership of a chair like deformation of matter. Could you imagine having to be that accurate on something like a bill? Classic. Anyway, let's see what else I had on my list here. I had a little picture of emergence as a pizza, except it was not cut up in a good way. It was partitioned in a shitty way. And I had each subset labeled with one thing and then the superset labeled as another, sort of like a puzzle. And I was thinking, like, is there a good metaphor with a puzzle? Actually, this just occurred to me right now, but is there maybe a metaphor with emergence with a puzzle? Because obviously my quantum thing did not land. Um, do I own my chairs? I have some chair-like substances that if I was, gonna make a list of the things that I would be writing on an insurance claim if my place burned down, there'd be chairs on the list. Okay, so I don't want to get into the metaphysical particulars of chairs. Here's why: because it doesn't matter. Because a chair and a comb and a lamp, it doesn't fucking matter. Excuse me, but it's not important in my understanding. Anything about that isn't important other than making the distinction between necessity and sufficiency, making the point that there is no way to have a sufficient definition for several reasons: language, problems, vagaries of language, but also you have a limit of precision itself, which is the uncertainty principle, which is like basically what does it actually mean to localize observables, aka make a measurement. So, one thing I have often tried to connect is the experiences of meditation and meditation adjacent states. Like, most people don't actually really have access to the true meditation state, but you can definitely get what you might call like on the path to that, and also non-standard states of consciousness, and that you're not going to just get them most of the time by accident. And it's always nice to try to, well, number one, show that people, you don't need drugs for this, but also like there's probably some utility to actually try to put it into words what's actually going on, just to have a common language for whatever, for no other reason than to communicate the experiences of I was going to say, you know meditation preparation type thing, large big tent mental calibration through non-doing. One thing I thought I could make a generalization on was DMT delocalizes consciousness. So the brain, one of the, I mean, they're all sort of simplistic metaphors, but the brain can largely be understood as a localizer for consciousness. Like, the nose is the reason you can smell stuff, and the brain is kind of the reason you can think stuff. Not quite, but sort of. There's a metaphor in there, but not quite a perfect one. DMT sort of undermines that. So the brain, through its physiology, has an effect on consciousness, which is primarily localization, aka generate simulation of being in one region. And DMT delocalizes consciousness. And even, I've never done it, but to the extent from the accounts, the anecdotes, and many anecdotes I've read, it sounds almost like the I mean, I don't know if the egos can be completely inhibited. It's, arguably the ego is never really completely inhibited unless you're in deep sleep and then you can't remember anyway. So there's sort of an argument to be made as to whether it's possible to have access to a truly delocalized state, but then there's like degrees of it and whatnot. So I just thought that would be interesting to bring that language into it, because the delocalization thing is just so incredibly hard to understand because it kind of comes along with localization. Delocalization and localization are co-arising in a very subtle but important way. So every time you define one, the other one kind of comes along with it. All right, so this is actually a really good question here that Skywers asked is how many objects do you have that you consider to be chair-like? Well, basically any object that has no controversy in standard definition. Like, I've never had an argument with somebody about what a chair was, other than obviously with philosopher. That was, theoretically to make some other point. But most things that have material extension that don't have an intrinsic process would be of the class of chairs. So an apple is not of the class of a chair because an apple has an intrinsic process. So it is a little bit like with topology, like how can we deform one thing into another? It's like, let's assume that everything is, either made out of the periodic table or not. So the chair is fundamentally made out of the periodic table. Any chair that's ever been made, we could take a piece of it and figure out what atoms it was made out of. That's trivial, arguably even vacuous. But that is the level on which we're talking about things, because that's the level that, if we're talking about philosophy, that's how we need to conflate things. We can't be distinguishing between the meaning of a chair and a table if we want to get to the answers about consciousness. Because we have to classify things in terms of, do these things have, if we use, the idea of a distribution, like, is the distribution more towards the absolute side of the two truths or the sort of colloquial pedestrian, I don't want to say pleb, because, it's just like a bad connotation or whatever, but like the commoner side of interpretation. So the idea is that for certain words, there will actually be correspondence. And you'd call those like something metaphysically privileged in some sense, that like consciousness, you could argue, well, doesn't really take inclinations in philosophy to acknowledge consciousness. But our understanding of consciousness is framed via philosophy and other things possible. Have I argued as to whether there were more than one chair? Nobody wants to have that argument. That's, who's going to have that argument? Because then you have to say, well, the chair exists somewhere, and then you're in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble to say the chair exists somewhere. So I don't have that problem, because I'm saying the thing that exists somewhere, well, that's just the structure of the periodic table. You can deny that the periodic table has a structure, but then you're basically saying, well, 3 plus 1 isn't numbers. So to me, obviously 3 plus 1 is numbers, and obviously there's a shape of a 3 plus 1 in the QMPT. Maybe it's not self-evident to everybody, but that's materially, quote, absolute, to the same extent that the QMPT is absolute materially. It's sort of a starting point for observation. There's no chair in the quantum mechanical periodic table. It's just a basis of space temporality. So I wouldn't be arguing for the realness of a chair, because the thing I'm arguing has permanence is the QMPT, but even that, there isn't access, like this information is only accessible in part of the universe. It's only accessible where there's light. So the question is, can every region of the universe generate light? Well, no. And I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. So even the QMPT, which appears to me at least to be extremely absolute and like, true, if anything's true, is still really only qualified to within a pretty actually small subset of the entire universe, as probably counterintuitive as that sounds. So at the very least, it's a calibration to sort of incline you towards realization that there are aspects of our consciousness that are quite close to reality, but some aren't. But they're integral in the processing. So to separate them is absolutely not self-evident and often quite valuable. I can't even remember. Oh yeah, conversation had didn't appear people understood the difference between a model and a description. And I think for a lot of domains, maybe there isn't any actual difference in practice. But where there is a difference, a model has other attributes than just a list. That, you could say, well, a description is just a list. Model's more than just a list. It is a framing of that list. So somehow telling you something about the things in the list, and whenever they may run into conflict with each other in terms of making a decision, which one would trump the other. So in science, I mean, the way I understand science, there's atoms, break down a system according to atoms, determine how the atoms through fractal harmonics generate the entire system. And then based on whatever you want to do, break that down informationally. However, science, quote unquote, big tent science is just really, in theory, I guess, the process of speculating a mechanism would give an experimentally verifiable result. So very, very vague. And one thing I think is important is understanding that a process relational understanding allows for a greater degree of meaningful equivalences between processes, because things are sort of, the structure is pre-built in rather than having to deduce it through experience. It's just presumed to be there. And maybe there is sort of a limit or a balance between qualities, which is a list of things that people feel they have an experience of, let alone whether they can establish they can. What people feel does matter because it motivates them to action, versus models, which actually improve thinking meaningfully. It's going through a process, not just repeating the same process over and over, but actually getting better at a process, interprocess relations, realizing that interprocess relations are themselves process relational in some sense, and so on and so forth. So Skyward says, I'm sitting at a table around which 6 chairs are placed at the moment. Would I be wrong in thinking there's more than one? Well, there's 6 chair-like entities. And for all intents and purposes, you can call them chairs and nobody cares, and it doesn't matter. But if we decided to go on some sort of spirit Doctor Who-esque quest to determine the fundamental nature of reality, we'd have to let go of the concept of chairs, because the level on which a chair is true and the level on which something like consciousness or mind or atom or whatever, okay, they're not true on the same level. And if we're trying to figure out what is, how does anything that people broadly qualify as metaphysical? Skyworks asks if I'm finding it difficult to separate between physical and mental constructs of the notion of chairs. No, not at all. I just don't ever I don't associate object permanence to anything because I don't believe in it, because I know that experiential perceptions, aka subjectivity, blows chunks at that. So obviously I wouldn't have, an issue. The issue here that I'm having, although I'll admit I'm having issues, the issue is, how do I explain this thing that I've always sort of, I don't want to say I've always known, but it was about finding a bridge. I'm trying to like find that bridge to, I don't expect that people already know it, but the bridge to getting them to a point where they can understand it is in language. So no, I have no issues at all with any of these definitions of chairs. I just don't care about the definition of chairs where there could be, like, I don't care about the 6 chairs in your house. You care about the 6 chairs. And my comment on that is like, there's information in the fact that you care about those chairs. And I'm happy that you care, but like, honestly, whatever, care about whatever you want. You can care about chairs and count chairs. And it's like, there's a difference between having some chairs in your house and believing in a chair as a transcendental concept, okay? And if one wants to be a philosopher, one has to constantly contemplate transcendental concepts, leaves very little room for something like chairs. So you just sort of say, it doesn't matter, because the chair has already been sort of that's, someone else has more or less solved that. Matters, without matter, nothing would matter at all. Yeah, so that's another one of these sort of things. I hesitate to use platitudes, but obviously there's a built-in quote contradiction with observation, practically speaking. We understand, we recognize, quote, data, aka the simplest form of a sense impression. And you can argue that that's a superposition of contrasts. Now, what's exactly being contrasted? Different question, harder question. But you can fundamentally agree that we meaningfully recognize contrast. Black to white, so there's like a brightness, and color contrast. So already 2 dimensions, and already pretty easy to say that there's, if not substantive, then at least meaning. Other things than just that we attribute meaning to. So at the end of it, it's starting with non-dualism and then latching on to dualism in an order that if you make a mistake, it's not that hard to fix. So if the machine in and of itself, then it ought to be a machine that if some part of it ends up being faulty, that you don't have to scrap the entire machine to keep going. And this is sort of what gets, I think there's some lip service paid to this concept, but it's easy to sort of miss a considerable part of it. Oh, I love that question from, how many senses are there? Okay, great question. So non-dualism, right? Like if you want to say like non-dualism is like the prick of philosophy. Yeah, I don't want to say that. I just know that sometimes people really react horribly. I take responsibility. That's my own awkwardness. I'm working and getting better. All right. How many senses are there? Well, what's the non-dualist answer? None. Is that meaningful? That you call the naive non-dualism. So if there's no senses, then that's sort of saying that they're truly non-dual intrinsic. Within English, it doesn't really make sense to do that. Doesn't really, it's not really coherent. So we won't talk about that one because it's not linguistically accessible in English. Not that I can't defend these absolute non-dualist positions. It's just like I'm not super interested in talking about non-dualism that is outside of, like, well outside the domain of language. I'll go to the edge of language that's already established. I'm happy to go there. But to purposely move outside of what's commonly understood, I struggle to understand the utility of that. Intentionally making things more or harder to understand than they already are hardly seems to, be a good thing. So this is not going to be consistent across all models, but I'm going to go ahead and say that there's no sense intrinsic to the universe as it is. The capacity to sense, could argue that that's consciousness, but I think the best definition, if we're not going to talk about senses, is living. And the difference there is that there's a standing wave, a standing photon wave in life, and that's what's responsible for the axis of symmetry. So the sense would be some aspect of the animating waveform that became diffracted first through the brain and then through the absolute, in English, there's no meaning to no sense. There could potentially be meaning to that term in a different language, though. But we'll say there's one sense because we're assuming that there's got to be some energy before any order is imposed. So then there's one sense, and then that basically binds the bottom. There's like only one sense, and it's perception, period. End of it. And then the question is, well, we're diffractors, so we have this simulation of a bunch of different senses. So meaningfully, how much can our integrated diffractor, which has to have that integrated simulation of cogito, how many meaningful senses can it distinguish based on, well, what do we really have? And again, you got to come in with a model. I think there's a pretty strong case to be made for a type of 3+1 or 7 as a starting point, but also couple that to what's been experimentally validated, aka the 11-dimensional mind, which I haven't made those experimental results yet, but I don't have access to that data, but it does seem like an interesting starting point, aka how many distinct, and there's a question as to what that means, but different ranges of harmonics can we detect in a single person's mind at a single instant in time over a particular interval of time, aka like, just do these frequencies mean anything? AKA, like, what's their correlation? So if the correlation is 100% between two different frequencies, the assumption there, I don't really know what they assume. Do they say, well, that must be entanglement, or are they going to attribute that to something else? Totally unclear. And these errors can multiply pretty fast, as you can imagine. But yeah, my model would basically say the level on which you're experiencing sense, that's sort of like obviously body. We would start with the body as being like the basic sense. You can count from what makes the most sense, like eyes, nose, mouth, and then ears, and some type of a homunculus type thing. So sight, smell, taste. You can argue that smell and taste is just one thing. But ultimately, it's all just one thing. And then there's a question of, well, what does it make sense to break it down into? Well, are we doing medicine or are we doing philosophy? Because if we're doing philosophy, like, we got to go to the most simple one that's going to predict the most. Because, whatever the thing ends up being true is going to be just as true for sense of smell, sense of taste and touch, etc. So yeah, I hope I answered that question about whether I'm finding it difficult to separate between physical and mental constructs, the notion of chairs. I guess I don't really know, but I don't feel like I'm having trouble distinguishing. What I'm having trouble doing is like getting the point across to the people listening, which is, that's an ongoing journey type thing. Like, I honestly don't even think I understand what you said here. It's not my house, and they're if you're trolling, that's fine, but whatever. Would synesthesia be called extra senses? Well, you'd have to argue what the sense actually is. I would say that it's different pathways of association of meaning between the senses. Because the senses are understood to operate in pathways. So that information goes from mouth, nose, smelling, tasting to the mind. So there's a pathway because the information got there. So for synesthesia to be considered an extra sense, well, you need to argue why. And it's hard to make that argument, but you can definitely argue that it's something. It would fall into perhaps, very broadly speaking, paranormal. I don't want to say psychology because that makes it sound like it's clinical, but if we're going to just say psychology as psychic effects, not clinical, necessarily just the way things work, then yeah. What does any of this have to do with the periodic table model? Um, well, space-time's entangled, and entangled tells us something about information, and non-dualism allowed me to get to the periodic table just through applying it, but that's not the sole application of it. And so there's a limited interest in talking about chemistry and physics. Like, I'm super interested in it, but most people aren't. Um, but I know that eventually, whatever people are interested in, if they can do this knowledge access technique with whatever they're interested in, chemistry or physics or other, they'll eventually come to being just as interested in physics as me. Physics slash consciousness slash, process relational conceptualizations, etc., etc. um, yeah, the quantum periodic table is the proof that space-time is entangled. You're just not understanding what entangled means. 100% correlated. So there's a question of, in advance of observation, are systems, is it assumed that the observables of a system are correlated or uncorrelated? Neither of those is good in the sense that they're like extreme, and there's a equilibrium in adaptive models, which sort of equilibrium and extreme, those are like incompatible concepts. The equilibrium is oscillation between extrema. So the extrema are really not that like important as the type attributes. Right. So the fact that space-time is entangled is basically saying that everything about the periodic table numerically is 3 plus 1. And that's why I've got that thing on the screen right now. Because it doesn't have any separation. It's a single thing. It's irreducible. And then the question is this irreducible thing, what does it mean for there to be something that's irreducible? So if you have an issue with the justification of my claims, then, you know, just stating it is basically saying you're basically showing off that you don't understand. And it's like you have a problem not okay. You're saying are you saying that are you saying that you have to understand something to be able to use it? Because really what you're saying is you have to feel like you understand something to be able to use it. You can't just provisionally see that the evidence lines up with something being the case. And even though it's not entirely clear what the meaning is, say, well, there's a correlation within the shape of the QMPT. And the correlation is between the inside and the outside. So even though it arises at once, the 3 plus 1, we can also think of it as arising from the center and moving outwards towards the extremities as a type of very basic waveform generator. All right, let's see here. Not everything is like, okay, you don't get to the same conclusion everywhere, right? Like the absoluteness of the two truths is sort of, it's awesome, but it's also like not so awesome because it ends up being that if the language doesn't allow for certain concepts to be explored because there's just nothing there, there's no words there, well, they're just inaccessible. Oh, don't even worry about it. I already figured that out. Math can just be the bridge. Language doesn't even have to encompass it. Language shouldn't necessarily encompass it. Do you want hypnosis built into your language? I don't know if you want that. Daryl finally asks, what does it mean for space-time to be entangled? That is the most, in the English language, that is the closest to the subject, to the topic, which isn't even that, okay? I'm saying that's the closest English can get, man. Give me a break, okay? But you can also say correlated. But correlated implies that measurements have been taken, okay? We're talking about a system in advance of measurement. We want to say as much as possible before taking a measurement, especially when measurements are interferential, okay? Very poorly understood effect. Like if you take a bunch of observations of the system, how many times does it become so saturated with the effects of observation that the observations are no longer what they're not saying the same thing as what they were at the beginning of the observation process. So if we're going to remove, and I know how much you like to do that, the observer effect there, you can say that there's like a correlation in advance of measurement on the fundamental level of space-time in the sense that there is a symmetry. There are 7 rows of the periodic table, but rows 2 and 3 have the same size, same number of, that means the same number of rows 4 and 5, same size, and 6 and 7 have the same size. It's a symmetry principle. So a space-temporal symmetry, in advance of measurement correlation, a superposition of possible observables. These are all alluding to the same basic idea of dependent arising, i.e. there's no difference on an absolute level between the X, Y, and Z axes. But there is locally a preferred axis. And that's why we can have like the North Star. That's a very clear example where there's information on both sides, and 2 truths absolutely need at least 2 truths. I mean, you are not going to get just 2 truths. If you want to understand things the way I do, you need to go far beyond just 2 truths because of how much of a cluster F the English language is. Like, so you've got to really break that down to the point where it's like, whoa. But yeah, meaning requires contrast. The ultimate truth has no contrast. So ultimately, we're asking, what is the best way to negotiate these two apparent extremes, if that helps. And I can go yakety yak to the end of all time about entanglement, but I'm not making that point to anybody who hasn't directly experienced the effect effectively. Or I can just say, here's the QMPT. That's entanglement. That's space-time entanglement. Entanglement is what happens when you're not making observations. So it's entanglement. Observation is not stopping entanglement. It's slightly acting against entanglement by localizing one of the dimensions, quote unquote, matter eigenfrequencies of a system. And the question is, what is the result of the localizations of the matter eigenfrequencies to the system? And if we don't understand how to properly parameterize matter eigenfrequencies, aka that they arise in a lattice which has a maximum information coefficient built into it, we're probably going to assume that there's a greater deal of independence than we can actually justify, and it will be something like a truth explosion, which has the problem of loss of meaning. I love that Bubblegum said, a wave is what something does, not what something is. That's literally my quote. I'm not saying I'm the only one who's ever said this. I'm sure I've heard it a bunch of times, and I've totally said that a bunch of times. That's an English language thing. Now, if we want to actually get into philosophy, like, we have to ask, should that be the case? Should we have some substance like superfluid that we're actually approximating the wave with? Because right now, sure, a verb, verbs are process relational just by definition. Like, there's no, wing and a microwave, there's no connection there, like, on the level of language. It's wave is a verb, it's a process. A seal can wave, a dog can wave, a human can wave. It's not like intrinsic in that sense. So I would say that a wave is not a property, it is a process. A property is like red. It's really hard to make the argument that red is a process. Now, I'm actually kind of saying that, okay? And I'll show you where I'm saying that. I just have to find a particular one that I had this on. I added up before. I am trying to actually say that. But if anything is a property, it's red. It's colors. Because if anything is permanent, well, it's something like red. That's pretty, how would it ever change? And we even have this additional stuff that sort of talks about, like, we can generate observations to say, well, we're just like always seeing red as the same interval of I'll just have to add it again because I can't find it. Great. We're always seeing red as the same interval on the electromagnetic spectrum. Therefore, it has, everyone knows I don't like the term mind independent existence, but anyway, yeah. It has independent subject independent existence, excuse me. So properties and processes, those are different on the level that we sure as hell see a difference between stuff like red and stuff like tripping someone and falling down the fucking stairs. Okay, excuse me again for using the F word. But anyway, verbs and nouns, clearly different things. But on level of metaphysics, how are they different? Well, TLDR, processes have a lot more meaning than lists of properties. And that's why it's hard to do philosophy, because according to day-to-day experience, the properties are super important. So the idea with what I'm doing is to say, like, how do we directly experience the fact that properties are illusory? And that's to show that red, even something red, like something like a color that seems like it ought to be a property, is actually a process. We don't say what the process is. So the system can say with this structure, like within this framework, which is very materialistic, can basically say why we don't have access to why red is, like, how red is a process, which kind of comes to what Doowovid was saying before. It's like the perceptual consciousness versus the simulator, the total consciousness. or we don't have access to the superset because because what we have access to is a subset of the superset. Like, how can a subset have access to a superset? It might, but it's certainly not. It's not a reasonable supposition under all worldviews at all. I think under most worldviews it would. So anyway, yeah, just put it into words. What is the point of looking at things like this? Is to see, like, okay, quantum periodic table, haha, anthropomorphic cat. Numerically, the information in a QMPT is a 7, which we also 3 plus 1. So the point of the QMPT is to show how 7, aka 7 rows, is actually just a symmetry of 3 plus 1. And then we can go and say, well, 7 and 3 plus 1, and that connects to colors as well. So the colors that we see aren't actually a property of us at all. They're a property of the space-time continuum. So the fact that we can have the impression 4 different colors, aka discerning these like intervals on the electromagnetic spectrum meaningfully as different colors, that's actually a property of the universe, not us, which it would appear that it's, you know, it would appear to be partially a product of us, and it is. The qualia is a product of us, but the number is a product of the universe. So the fact that there's appears to be 7 colors or 3 plus 1 colors, universal property. How the colors appear to us. Subjectivization, why? Well, brain and body. I mean, that all fits together, no problem. All right, cool. So I really like this diagram because it shows that there is something numerological about metaphysics, and it's super appealing. I think this is like where the whole math is reality, folklore comes from. But yeah, it's super appealing. Therefore, it should be bridled meaningfully so that its energy pushes one towards a higher level of understanding rather than just descending to, have this quote. I say numerology is the first step towards insanity because it sort of leads to the sunk cost fallacy. Won't name any names with regards to ideologies, but red, if we accept that the reason we see 7 colors is the same as the reason there's 7 rows in a periodic table, we can say, okay, well, that means that the periodic table generates processes. So this color spectrum is one of its processes. It's a process where we're part of the process because that particular resolution is something we produce. That particular like wavelength, whatever nanometers, whatever they are. So red is quote, the definition of red requires a reference to the space-time continuum to say, well, it's the lowest of the 7 of the maximum apparent cardinality of matter per order of magnitude, aka it's 7. The 7 decomposition, excuse me. So aka, red. That's red. And the process of red, again, this is completely not relatable for normal consciousness because we don't identify red as a process. Okay. I'm not even suggesting people ought to do that. I'm saying if we want to do philosophy meaningfully, we have to be able to frame science and say why science is wrong when it is. Okay. Here's a place where it might be wrong. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So we've got, yeah. I haven't seen the chat in a while. I don't want to get too distracted, but basically, it is definitely true that red appears to be a property. But I can prove that red is a process using what I feel are reasonable suppositions. Red is the process of diffraction. It's the lowest of the 7 orders of diffraction of matter through the human organ of visual perception, aka the eyes. Okay. That's extremely long-winded, but I want to at least be able to put that into words because if people are going to sort of make arguments, oh, like there's property permanence. Well, you can say, I actually don't, I think the only properties that have permanence are non-space temporal. Okay. Avoid a lot of problems with that. Because then you don't have to chase non-existent things. You can just say, well, the reason definitions work, and the reason definitions seem to work, there's no reason those things ought to match. In fact, understanding the inverting type nature of consciousness vis-a-vis the observer effect sort of implies or sort of strongly suggests that we should assume that many things would be counterintuitive and feel like they were right. So it totally feels like red is our property. But we can't prove that red is anything other than a process. The difference is that I have to invoke a bunch of stuff just to get to a point where red seems to kind of align with something that I could argue is permanent, but even that I can only argue that the QMBT is permanent in the observable universe. It's pretty easy to do that. I say I don't care about the dark matter. I don't care that it's more than, whatever, even if it's 5% or 1%. We live 100% in luminance, so I don't care about non-luminance. But it's worth being able to acknowledge the arguments since they're out there. People hold these positions for a variety of reasons, but you know, perhaps every view has some information. Usually, it's meta analytical information, but it's like it's actually helping me just talk about this right now because the process relational stuff with properties really I haven't had much practice talking about it. I find it very funny that we have this large degree of absolutism. Okay, so it is lazy to just do absolute non-dualism on everything because you're basically saying everything's unknowable, and that the only point of any discourse is to establish the fact that everything's unknowable. That's only true in one sense and not particularly interesting to most people. Some people, sure, but no. Most people care about what can they use today to make their lives better, and that's really just it's like a plus one. What is most accessible? The most fundamental aspect of a system is rarely accessible to anyone that hasn't studied the topic before. Yeah, so the question is, can we describe all the properties with just processes? And the answer is probably, but no one has ever succeeded before. So there's a lot of reasons to be quite um not confident that this would be possible. But there's precedents for sure. Like I'd argue Ayurveda is a precedent. I would also argue most people would not agree with that argument, but whatever. Um to me, all this stuff is quite fascinating. I frankly never really went into it to this extent. So I appreciate everyone's sharing of their thoughts, even if a lot of times they're quite negative. I think once, well, whatever, maybe people will be negative forever, whatever, that's fine. You keep asking what this has to do with, like, I don't know if you're still there, Daryl. You keep asking what it has to do. What does it have to do with space time? What's it have to do with space time? So what? So what? So what? So it's like I'm not leading you to a predetermined conclusion here. It's a list of my thoughts that I've had that I'm giving right now. I'm not like secretly hoping for anything to happen that I haven't already made, very clear. I understand that okay, this is what I have to contend with. I understand that the suffering, certain things just seem like they bring happiness, but they don't bring permanent happiness. And maybe permanent happiness isn't achievable, but there are some states that are way better than others. And you can't persuade people to those states using logic, but you can exhaust options using logic like processes or deduction along the lines of inference models. And the strength is not any one inference model, but one's facility between not just inference models, but like how those concepts interface with other concepts. So, meta analytical process relational sort of a multi-stage systematized approach to any topic, slash understanding that some topics are way more complex. So not just that, but also getting sort of a vibe for quick assessment for the complexity of a system. And that comes from understanding classes of entities, right? Like we just can't say that much about a chair past what it does. But there are some things that what they do is ultra complex. We can say tons about them if all we can say is what something does, aka process relations. And there actually are some things we can say quite a bit about. So, all right. So has, oh yeah, I thought of a joke. Okay. And I'd love to hear, I mean, there's only 4 people watching, and honestly, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that there's still people watching. um, First, I was thinking, like, okay, never mind. I just didn't know which one was funnier, but what's the proof that God has a sense of humor? Um, One possible answer is like that atheists exist. Because if God's the universe, then like the universe created some entities that basically don't believe that the universe exists in, in effect, if the universe is God. But anyway, I also said another one was blue-footed boobies. Um, okay. I don't know if anyone cares about my self-rationalizations as to why I have so much trouble getting certain points across, as if it wasn't already pretty dang self-evident, which obviously if I think something is self-evident, that means it's absolutely clear as mud to everybody else. But I realized like if there's no bottom in the universe energetically, aka it's a perpetual motion machine, which obviously we can't disprove that it is. It is in the sense that we can't establish something extra universal that caused it. So that basically means that the universe, in that sense, is causally closed. And so anything with a closure, even if it only has one closure, like you could say my argument, my model has one closure at least one closure. You argue it has multiple closures, but we'll just go with the simplest one, which is like a material closure. Like we don't have anything materially more fundamental than QMBT. Okay, so from that, now that is not meant to be interpreted as all there is or anything absolute other than relative to like an absolute materialism, which would even that would have some type of a qualification to it, which I'm going to right now. But from that framing, from what can be derived in that framing, Cogito is emergent. That doesn't mean that you can't set up a model where Cogito has causal powers in some sense, but within the framing of this model, which deals fundamentally with ontology, like an absolute physical, what are things made of, Cogito's emergent from that. Cogito's emergent from that, and it's not even directly emergent. You have to argue and make an argument about a very basic information sorting algorithm. So that requires, I say stuff like it inherits metaphysical baggage, but it basically requires some degree of interpretation. And that's where it's like, well, what does it mean for something to be more parsimonious than something else, right? It's not self-evident. Well, one thing about Daryl I can say he's a very, very high standardy type person. Hey, cunt. Nice to see you. Cunt open. Nice name there, son. Uh, why do people always seem to confuse space time and space time? Well, space time is extremely not well understood. So if we just start with that, like people can only understand things really well. There's a couple way people can understand things, but if like science is only telling us a tiny bit about something relative to what it could be, well, yeah, it's like pretty hard to really talk about that. Like I've talked about us that our physical presence is in some sense a space-time event. Uh, I don't really think a lot of people have appreciated that or accepted it. But if we look at what does it mean for something to be a space-time event? We're sort of like, okay, let's just start with one of them, honestly, like what's time? Um, through practice, you'll start to realize that the less controversial something is in its common usage, the more controversial it'll tend to be in philosophy. So something like consciousness, like, yeah, pretty much uncontroversial that we're conscious. But then you go to talk about it in philosophy, like, what actually is consciousness? Forget about it. Infinity fights, right? Ironically. But yeah, so if we just look it up real quick, what are we being, how do we understand space time events? Well, this is how they're understood right now. And you can talk about how and why, and what is the real difference between special and general relativity? Is it all just coming out of the Pythagorean theorem? Is this just really the Pythagorean theorem in some sense three-dimensionally? Like, I'm not really an expert. I'm sure since Daryl loves this theory so much, he can talk about it really like probably a way, way, way better than me. But all I'm saying is, like, can you see why I might argue that this generated a space-time event? If okay, if if this is a space-time event, perhaps QMPT shape, the shape of QMPT and the shape of a space-time event, does it seem more reasonable to presume that those two things are correlated somehow or uncorrelated? So I would say, hmm, well, maybe it's the exact same information. Because as a non-dualist, not always conflating everything, but that's the first assumption, that any differential has an energetic cause. Energetic causes are minimized, but they're always minimized to within whatever interval they arise. We're in a very high energy interval. So that in and of itself doesn't really tell us everything we need to know, but it's clearly important in terms of reasoning. So how would we establish that? Well, at some point you have to realize that math works because of axioms, uh, and it's not really clear why. That's really about as far as we can kind of go in a lot of ways. And we should try to go further. We should expect to be able to go further, I hope. Uh, People treat me like a god. They ignore my existence unless they want something from me. You're gonna find most people are like that. So that's why it's good to appreciate when you have friends. It's like it's pretty normal to be negative, for a while when we're growing up, but you know, you have to live in your own state of mind. So attitude does make quite a bit of a difference. There is a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Sure, it can seem depressing that people are assholes who always want to use you. But then when you find someone who can enjoy for more than just them being an asshole who uses you, that's special. And due to the whole contrasty nature of our day-to-day experiences, this is what the um, colloquial slash secular self tends to identify as meaningful, which in the back of our mind we know doesn't actually lead to permanent meaning, but also know through experience that, well, most people learn through experience. So getting your wish fulfillment is the surely fastest way to learn that wish fulfillment does not lead to lasting happiness, another important part in the teachings. Oh, Daryl, you like things that are true and supported. How did I know that? Yeah. So you're having an absolutism, a desire for absolutism. We all have that desire. And the question is, when is it justified? And, because it can lead to some pretty bad results. Like, I don't want to go into that too much right now, but absolutism is almost like an embodiment of the sunk cost fallacy. And if I'm saying that stuff isn't true outside of particular framings, and that framings are more or less indistinguishable, And you're saying you want stuff true outside of framing. And I'm saying, well, if anything is true outside of framing, it's the truths outside of framing are meaningless. Possibly for everyone, but you know, practically speaking, for the vast majority. So one has to wonder, why are you wanting to drag it into such an abstract thing if you yourself claim a lack of utility to such ends? So might I suggest you are falling perhaps into uh single-mindedness, which is not what we want. Why is single-mindedness bad? Well, there's a lot of reasons. Tunnel vision, hello. But basically, there's no, like, what are all of these quote unquote anti-realist philosophies ultimately pointing out? Like, why do these things even get a foothold? If there's no absolute bottom, there's no absolute top, one-sidedness of anything, aka objective truth, may not actually be something that's meaningful. And the fact that it's so appealing, aka that red is a property, may actually be a sign that it's not. So yeah, a lot of things to think about. But even if you're not ready to be a full-on renunciate, I think you can have a lot of fun with reasoning. But I don't know. All right, so thanks, Daryl, for asking me what time means. That's really nice. Even though it was probably malign encouragement, I'm touched. uh, yeah, so obviously, I don't think anyone would say that they don't like facts and things that are true and supported. It's just like, what does that mean? How do we get to that point? Because I'm going with, granted, my interpretations, but still old tradition. I'm confident. I'm fine with large amounts of uncertainty. You're basically saying I'm fine to be completely wrong as long as I can have the perception of certainty. And I'm saying I'd rather have 100% uncertainty than have this structural chance of being wrong. I'm fine to have options to make errors on superficial levels of interpretation, but that methodology, oh, it's got to work. All right. Let me just see if I've got everything here. Sort of scroll back here. Huh. What's time? Yeah, so even that, so we'd have to say, what are we defining time for? If we're going to talk about time in terms of like day-to-day experience, do we want to talk about time in terms of what it means outside of our experience? Because right now, like, we have more understanding of time in the absolute sense, probably through physics, at least the audience here, than we would, because, like, okay, colloquially, excuse me, colloquially, what can we agree on time? What can we agree about time other than, well, time passes, and a year is 300 and whatever, 64 point whatever days. Wow, that's not saying much. So that's basically saying, okay, there's something spatial to time. There's a spatial element to time, and that's the path that Earth goes through in one rotation around the sun. Time is fundamentally derivative of space on that level. And also, time appears to have frequency-esque characteristics through our ability to make watches. That would be a pedestrian definition. You can say stuff like, it appears to have causal powers. It's the apparent force of change. It's, whatever approximation you want to make to it. There is fundamentally no good definition of time for like a day-to-day average person definition, because it's already there. Like, it's just the standard counting principle. It's the thing that you judge whether you're early or late by. So if we want to go into time on a more absolute level, we have to ask how much we can know. So there's always going to be a tremendous amount of uncertainty. And that's just something you have to get used to working with. It's like, yeah, I don't transcend all the properties of light. Maybe that's not possible. as a finite being. Okay, fine, but I will still be able to deduce certain things based on reasonable assumptions that I always have to be kind of willing to tweak, but not in the sense that I'm not gaining knowledge each time I iterate this process. So, what is time? Great question. Well, we start with the simple definition of time. We can say, okay, well, at least time has some connection to the path length around the sun. Then we go from that to what actually has, I was saying object permanence before, but I don't actually think that's the right term. I think maybe the right term is substance permanence, excuse me, whatever it is. Permanence, aka exists beyond everything else. Theoretically gives rise to time, i.e., immutable. I think maybe immutable is the best term. We don't have to start from nowhere, which is actually awesome. We don't have to start from like a null hypothesis here. We have tons of science that already tells us that light is more fundamental with multiple experiments that from which meta-analysis would lead us to believe that light is more fundamental than space or time, even just special relativity. Space and time are, you know, a result of the properties of light and geometry. And the question is, what's the best way to interpret geometry such that it minimizes the our observer bias on these observations? That's why I have this alternate derivation of the Pythagorean theorem, because people have become too one-sided about thinking in a straight line. Like the Pythagorean theorem is all about perpendicular lines, which are all about parallel lines, because perpendicular and parallel, like that, is something that's Euclidean. We understand as Euclidean. And so Euclidean in and of itself isn't the problem, because there's a Euclidean limit. I wouldn't want to put something out that was problematic, but it is problematic to have one-sidedness on Euclidean limit, especially when look how much you're cutting out of possible complexity, right? Because fundamentally, what's this saying? It's saying like it's the simplest possible. I'm saying it is, but somebody could maybe build a simpler one. But anyway, my attempt to make the simplest possible signal detector that had a reasonable amount of uncertainty associated with vibration, fundamentally ensconced in the value of light, aka like the properties of this oscillator are derived by light insofar as like if you wanted to change it from light to something else, it would just be a matter of switching C for V. Okay. So yeah, what is time? It's sort of like, well, what is what are we talking about? If we're talking about physics, well, time is part of space-time, and space-time is something we understand through light, and the manner in which we understand space-time is going to depend on geometric constructions that don't all have to be Pythagorean, even though Pythagorean is extremely valuable and is arguably the basis of Boolean computation. It's not very intuitive, and there are other systems. There should not be any reason to be intimidated. One should be happy that we have an opportunity to lose this not good mode of thinking that leads to tunnel vision, which is I think it's saying one-sidedness here. Daryl says the path length of space. So you're describing spatial time or space time. I'm maybe, whatever. Haven't really developed a full doctrine of this yet. Yesterday has nothing to do with the path length over space. Well, the idea is that the path of Earth is approximately the same year on year. We're talking about how we understand time, and in my system, we always start with a more, I don't want to say pedestrian, but like a more day to day, salt of the earth facing definition. Because if it doesn't pass that one, if it's not intuitive, unlikely it passes the remember it life on life, and then not considered useful from our perspective. Okay, so Daryl's saying that's different from past and future time, temporal time. Okay, so we've got spatial time and temporal time. Okay, so I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm not saying you're wrong. I just, you need to go into more of what you mean by that, because I think a materialist would say those are the same. Now, I'm not a materialist, but I'm a non-dualist, which in a lot of ways is sort of more strict in terms of what types of models I will endorse. But models don't all have the same utility. So to pass a model through the not like absolute, but through the like metaphysical parsimony, like the more abstract of the two truths, it's not realistic to go that far. But we can talk about what relative definitions might be useful for greasing the wheels, so to speak, of a higher understanding of time. And that doesn't mean we're going to abandon other definitions of time. That just means we're going to have to get this bigger definition that is going to understand these other definitions. If they're even incompatible, which are not really ever truly incompatible, but they could be opposite limit points, like with, do we actually understand what temperature is versus, absolutely versus perception? They can tend to be on opposite ends of an expectation spectrum that at some point, I think in management they say expectations have to be managed. So Daryl is saying path length in space and temporal time is different. Okay, so I don't know if I agree with that because I'm not even sure if I understand the argument, but let's try to actually make that argument better. Like, don't just rely on what other people have said. Try to build that up for yourself. What's the difference? I mentioned it the other day, like, you're coming at this, if you're actually in good faith, coming at this from an electrical engineer perspective versus physics. Electrical engineering is mostly about frequency, physics is mostly about vectors. Matter incorporates those two things in a way that's not very well understood. Nothing to get upset about. It's just a fact of, it helps to have realistic or semi-realistic expectations about how hard a domain is. So within physics, time is a progression of events from the past to the present to the future. Basically, if a system is unchanging, it is timeless. Mhm. Yeah, well, immutability and timelessness, in my understanding, aren't quite the same, but that is a reasonable approximation, and that will work for most domains. And that's another trade-off you have to make. It's like, do you want to be that, person who is like that much of a purist about definitions, right? Like, do you want to be like me, like the person who is like, I'm sure was thought to be not particularly cool at a party. But anyway, okay. An important distinction to make is there a difference between temporality and causality? And if there is no difference, why are they different words? So time can be perceived but not interacted with. So I would sort of say, like, isn't time interacting with a watch? And then there's this other effect of having oscillators all in the same room synchronizing their period of oscillation. Appears to be emergence, right? You know, not that I'm an expert on stuff, but like, come on, what is it? So, like, if that's truly what you think, well, are you saying time isn't interacting with a watch? What's happening then? So there is a question, right, of that, but I mean, ultimately, what has causal powers? I'm sure this is frustrating, but is sort of down to the model. Because like what you're starting with is basically the universe is a perpetual motion machine, there's no beginning or end. And so the optimal beginning or end depends on us. And we may actually have multiple, we do have multiple beginnings and ends that make sense to us. And the first step to that is understanding why we make these distinctions when on an absolute level we really can't distinguish. But it's still, there's still a necessary condition to distinguish because on level on which we make meaning is fundamentally contrast centric. So we're always going to be negotiating between these extremes. All right. So Doovid, she's says the time can be considered to be the fourth dimension of reality. Okay. Well, will you tell that to Daryl, please? Because he's, you know, saying or claiming that he doesn't know what 3+1 is. And so 3+1 is my shorthand for 3 space and 1 time dimension. If you can't remember that, you know, at some point one does think it might be bullshit. Yeah, so what can be perceived versus interacted with, like, is sort of down to what has causal powers. What has causal powers is down to the model. What's a good model depends on the domain. And some principles apply across domains, but the ones that do are so counterintuitive that they're only accessible to a vanishingly small number of people. But that's irrelevant because influence is wielded by a vanishingly small number, right? So you can always sort of regress. It's just a question of like, where do you want to stop? And then when you do stop, where is the presuppositional structure going to come in, if at all, in the process of how you're understanding where you've stopped? Daryl says time is the gap between events, space is the gap between objects. Both are length. Okay, so length, again, let's think about it in terms of amplitude. Okay, length, to say length, I know you can say length of time, okay, but length is usually physical, aka spatial. Do we really want to start saying time is the same as space, right? Like, do we want to be in that? You know what I mean? That's like, that's worse than, in my view, worse than the rocks as conscious thing. I don't actually even care that I have to say that rocks have the proper, undergo the process of consciousness. Like, I don't even care, but I wouldn't want to have to defend the position that space and time are the same, which is what appears to be being said. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Future and past don't exist. Let me get out my violin here. Right. So that statement, as poetic as it sounds, like you have to qualify how it's true. So what you're basically saying is, I like to assert the A theory of time. It's like, okay, yeah, I agree. It's pretty poetic, but who cares about the A theory of time at this time? Because physics actually, what physics validates is closer to the B theory of time. So I've heard you appeal to physics a lot, and now you want to appeal to something that appears to be your own personal phenomenology. Uh, help me understand that somehow. You know, when you say stuff like, "I know what 4D space-time means," like, I know that you're fibbing because, like, nobody in history has ever understood the totality of what 4D space-time means. And if it were self-evident, would we be struggling on the level of establishing whether the effing periodic table was effing mother effing entangled? Like, it would just be obvious. It would be, like, unimaginably obvious. And we would just be, at the point of singing and feeding each other grapes in a field with a temple and so forth, which is fine that we're not at that point because, things come in cycles. But, like, let's try to be consistent here. You're saying, I'm not saying I disagree, but it's like a theory of time, that kind of, isn't that like last Thursdayism on crack? Let's not talk about what exists to me. I don't think it's possible to have meaningful discussions on that level. I think it's possible at best to discuss possibly something close to an idea and be on the same page, but it takes a lot of framing. Hence these wonderfully, blissfully, intriguingly, fascinatingly, excruciatingly long or short, depending on how you look at it, questions. I mean, exchanges. Okay. So, Daryl Fibber, you don't know what 4D spacetime means. You have some experience of 4D spacetime through your own day-to-day experience. Wonderful. That doesn't mean you transcend the space-time continuum. We may not be able to transcend the space-time continuum, but we can access certain things, and we have limits to what our impressions can actually tell us about reality. And so we have to appeal to other things, aka axiomatic inference models. And there's no absolute bottom to the structure or top to the structure of axiomatic inference models. That's why you have all these interesting conversations in philosophy. But yeah, like, you know, I think that, there's maybe ways to do this that are better, i.e., more conducive to personal satisfaction, which may or may not, strong emphasis on may, involve not denying fundamental aspects of causality. Okay, so we've got for your watch analogy, does the tape measure interact with what it is measuring? Ah, good question. Very good question. Um, or does it just give us a reference to define the way we understand it? That's fucking brilliant. That is so good. That's exactly the way you want to look at it because we need to find some stuff that well, not everybody's going to become a philosopher. That's going to be a tiny thing. I was like, that's a good thing. Hello. Then everybody can whatever talk. Everybody gets to be special if there's only a very small number. Anyway, that's exactly like probably I don't even want to say what I don't want to say I said that because I think that's probably better than what I said. It's getting to a point that I've often made indirectly because I didn't feel like there was any way to make it directly. Like just in my experience, these direct sort of the arguments Daryl craves, they just don't convince that many people. Though they do inspire me to make things like diagrams about the Pythagorean theorem, which I have to admit Daryl did inspire, though I do think he should work on being way less of a dick and things would go way better if he did that. But whatever, nobody's perfect. So here's the question. If I were to say that the tape measure interacts, like if I take out a tape measure and measure like my table, I think if I said that that was an observation from the quantum mechanical perspective, that would be pretty crazy sounding. Because that means that I think that there's something going on between the table and the tape measure. So by my understanding of observation, which is the quantum mechanical centric one, that's not observation. We're calling that measurement, but it is not quantum mechanical measurement. It's not what we mean when we're in the mode of quantum mechanics. We're talking about measurement. We're assuming it's something called interferential interferential measurement. So you could say that if I take a measuring tape to my table to figure out how long it is, that's non-interferential measurement. It's not interesting quantum mechanically because like everything interesting about quantum mechanics, what makes it interesting is the fact that we're trying to quantify the observer effect. So that doesn't, okay, this example here doesn't negate the observer effect. We can find the observer effect in this example, even though measurement's not happening between the tape measure and the table, there is measurement happening, quantum mechanical observation, happening, interferential measurement, in other words, happening, but it's on the level of me looking at the ruler and seeing what number shows up in accordance with the tape measure. That involves light being reduced into my eyes. That is interferential because the light, the way that it was before, whatever it was, again, that's metaphysical. We got to frame that. That's where the model building comes in. What does that even mean before I observe the light? That's where it gets really tricky. But very basically, it's a great question to sort of highlight that just because we have a definition of measurement that applies colloquially doesn't mean that when we go to extend it to quantum and have it be true on a pan scale of pan resolution sense, i.e., we want to take the truth of the periodic table and bring it into this level. So what's true on the level of the PT and us? Because maybe there is something. Anyway, so good question. So the observer effect is something that has to do with the material nature of just all substances. Just like everything is really only one thing, even though there's 118 elements, it's really only one thing. And that's sort of one of the main aspects of what this image conveys, is that it is only one quote substance, but it's not even really a substance. It's a torsion field, which is something that through its vibrations gives rise to the appearance of substance, aka properties, but which we can establish through, you know, an inference model that has reasonable suppositions, are mere illusions. So we can account for what appears to be real, aka that red is a property as opposed to a process. Oh dear. We've been at this for a while because I can tell how tired Daryl is by what percentage of his posts are just pure trolling. All right, so it's going to take a length of time to think about that. Yeah, okay. Well, let me know where you get with that, okay? So you're asking funny questions here. Does yesterday you exist anywhere? Does tomorrow you exist? Well, it depends on one's definition of existence, right? So I curate my beliefs so as to minimize cognitive dissonance. So my belief as to what exists is something like the periodic table, but even more permanent. It's the thing that would give rise to this and other thing that were, supremely ordered. So in terms of existence, like I understand the main definition of existence to be immutability, true unchangingness. So QMPT is unchanging relatively in an absolute sense, and then in any luminant region, the QMPT is equally true everywhere, even if it doesn't manifest the elements. The truth value of elements is equally true, i.e., I think helium's no more real than hydrogen. If you've got hydrogen, you've got the potential for all the other elements. In other words, there's a dependent arising between all 118 elements of the periodic table. So does yesterday me exist? Well, me, there's a couple different definitions of me. And, which one are we going to go with? Are we going to go with what I want to identify with on a religious basis as being something truly immutable so that I can never have cognitive dissonance in a way that I don't want to experience? Well, no. That would be preaching, and also, I don't want to take that position, basically. So how those questions would be answered would require us to first, we'd have to agree to certain ground rules. We don't need to spend forever on definitions, but we'd need to agree, well, real compared to what? Exist, because to me, exist is what's real, and what's real is immutable. And then there's degrees of immutability. So you want to talk about yesterday versus tomorrow? Well, yesterday and tomorrow aren't even the same class. They're somewhat similar, but they're not the same. So you'd have to make that distinction first, and I don't know that you'd get past definitions on that, because that's into some serious abstractions. Like, you want to frame these abstractions. What makes you think you know the way to frame an abstraction to get important information out of it? Like, let's be realistic here. But what we know, Beamsy says, depends on your point of reference and in what aspect you're asking in, as that is a malformed question. Okay. I understand it's really super easy to make criticisms, and sometimes you can make criticisms, especially when people are super critical themselves, throwing it back at them doesn't hurt sometimes. But if we're going to criticize, let's try to maybe like come with something slightly constructive as like a suggestion for a reframe, or like, why was something someone said confusing, or like, because for me, like, I've got my own measurement limit thing. Like, if there's more than, most times, if there's more than two vague terms, I'll stop a person. Because more than two vague terms, like, you're basically into the territory of like the three body problem with with gravity, right? Like, who can solve that, So you're only existing now, not in the past or future. The past you does not exist and the future you does not exist. Yeah, okay, well now you got to argue for a subject centric, at the very least, the subject centric epistemology, possibly more. Um, let's hear the argument there. I don't have a subject centric, um, like I do have subject centric, I don't want to say knowledge, but I obtain information on a subject centric basis. But most of my validation techniques go far beyond subject centric. Like what the subject can say about stuff like the impersonal self is very limited. Why? We're finite. Universe is infinite. That's not a contradiction of non-dualism. That's something rooted in very clearly demonstrable, quote, facts people love so much. BMZ says they have a master's in astrophysics, so the analogy of the watch was just bad. Okay, again, why was it bad? Note how it wasn't even an analogy. It was a question. It was, if time doesn't have causal, like if time's not the thing causing change, then why is the watch ticking? I'm not saying time is the thing causing change. I'm saying why is, like, can you account for it? And again, I'm really glad we're actually having this convo, because we need to like realize that if we talk about space and time in the same breath, we're invoking things that relate to light and may relate to light in, I don't want to say contradictory ways, but incompatible ways, in the sense that they're going to cause what is equivalent to artifacting. And you don't want that, because that's basically false information going into a measurement device. And measurement device, if it's getting crap information and it doesn't know this crap information, yeah. We have this saying, garbage in, garbage out. It's not a coincidence that that's a saying. So BMC offers the definition that space is the aspects of three dimensions we exist in. Okay. That's on the right track. And Daryl says that that's saying nothing. So I don't think it's saying nothing, because if we lived in 2D, that would be different. That would be like, everything would be like a piece of paper. I don't even think that's necessarily conceivable, but it is saying something to say that we exist in 3D. Now that's not probably enough to give a full description of space, but it's in the right direction. Maybe say that the three dimensions are indistinguishable in an abstract sense. So X, Y, Z, that's a sign convention. But they're distinguishable in the sense that we need to account for why, if we want to be good physicists or cosmologists, why does the Earth / all the bodies fix a single line and rotate that way? Well, why is that a preferred state? So we have two things which, if we didn't understand physics well enough, those things would appear to be contradictory, wouldn't they? Well, why the heck do we have this North Star type preferred axis thing if there's really no, way we can see our way to understanding a preferential XYZ axis? The answer in that is that, well, one is true on the level of the solar system, and one is true on the level of what we're capable of conceiving as like the cosmos, which you want to argue that actually is, but it's our best attempt. So BMZ says that is a simple explanation. Yeah. So what constitutes a simple explanation is largely down to the learner. So to me, 3 + 1, if you can't agree to that, well, have a think about it. Come back and let me know when you can. I'm not saying I can give you a full understanding of 3 + 1. I'm saying if you want to get more information without having to abandon the knowledge and the learning practical stuff you already have, this would be one supposition that is established as being true on two levels. 3 + 1, our experience is 3 + 1. It doesn't have dualism though. QMPT has dualism in that it has that symmetry. So it's 3 + 1, but then it has also 7 rows, which is resulting from the symmetry properties of 3 plus 1. That's, you know, is that a proof? Maybe not. Maybe there is no such thing as a pan subjective or, pan subject proof. But it's not bad evidence. Something being demonstrable under multiple systems is not a bad sign. And we also have the anecdotal demonstration of the chunking theory that Doooovid can explain better than me with the 7 layers. We exist within the bounds of X, Y, Z. Right. So here's what I put it to you is observation is happening, something to do with the state transition. At what point does it make sense to say we have access to an XYZ? Should we use XYZ? What alternatives are there to XYZ? Astrophysicists tell us space is the thing we exist in, and that's good enough. Well, again, there's a competitor model. I know people don't like to hear ether, but ether helps because space is not ether, because space arises from, like, it's the end result of a chain of causality. Same with time. Ooh. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I get all the, there we go. My watch analogies malforms because it's the device made for measuring something we perceive and putting a label to it. It's not the passing of time that makes it tick. It would be like saying the item we're measuring is what we're putting the label on the ruler. Well, okay, I get that argument, but I don't know how you can possibly conclude that, because the Copenhagen interpretation says that the wave function is a function of space and time. So if the wave function, which supposedly predicts everything, is a function of space and time, well, that means that time has causal powers. So basically what I'm saying is I don't disagree with you, but along that understanding, why isn't time pushing the watch? I think most people would agree time's pushing the watch, frankly. Most people would agree with the description that time is what is causing the watch to advance. Whether or not that's absolutely true, completely different thing. But I do think most people would agree. I mean, go ahead and disagree with that if you think, but I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. I'm going to look up what I mentioned before, but slipped my mind due to the complexity of the topic. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to find this. So basically just an anecdote about when you have a bunch of pendulums in the same place and you let them oscillate over time, they will converge to being synchronized, which to me is evidence in support of matter waves interfering with each other and reaching a maximum entropy state. I don't know what other people conclude from that. I honestly don't know where the people are coming from. Clearly, a lot more of the time that I would like to admit to myself is the case. So I don't even know what to look up here, but it's basically the clocks. Here, I'll add clock to it. There we go. Looks like I got it. All right. The dimension is a direction, yeah. It's ironic that you're saying that we're not saying anything, but it's actually you that's not saying anything, Daryl, because, and this is really sad, but a lot of people just aren't going to get past this self-referential thing. Okay, a dimension's a direction. Well, what's a direction? Well, is it back to being a dimension again? Right? So when we have this thing in chemistry called the limiting reactant. So it's the thing, like, you convert everything down to moles and you see which one there's the least of according to the coefficients of the reaction. And you say, well, the reaction will stop because this one runs out first. So there's something like that happens in this reasoning process where we sort of, through experience, learn what's the best way to express something. I don't have a predetermined answer that I'm trying to coax you into a la Socratic method because have uh, I haven't predetermined the exact form of the answer other than to say that it will help with an understanding of consciousness. Because a lot, like, there's a process relation, right? Like, I have to kind of go with where, like, how people are understanding the concept. So when I see something like Beamsy say, someone like Beamsy say, reason your watch analogy is malformed is because it's a device made for measuring something we perceive. Well, no, the clock works whether we're like, it's not clear that the clock is measuring what we perceive as time. But we're not talking about our own perception here. We're talking about what is the, like, why is the watch advancing? And the reason is because time exists, it is possible to build a watch. Now, I'm not saying that's true. I just think that's how is that not how physics understands it? If physics considers the wave function to be a function of space and time, that seems to mean time has causal power. Correct me if I'm wrong. Space, the number of directions is infinite, far more than 3. Yeah. So one thing I can point to with the directions and the dimensions and all that stuff. So, like, I don't understand how you don't understand how it's not actually saying anything. To ricochet from directions to dimensions isn't actually helping anything. But I will agree that there's reason, very good reason, to believe that we have access to far more than we can perceive more than just 3. If all we can perceive is 3 plus 1 dimensions, then what we think of as a dimension isn't a dimension because obviously we have a lot of perceptual experiences. All right, so I'll go to what it's not about having a ready-made answer that we're like trying to, I don't want to say trick people into agreeing with, but that's not what this is. It's just about just the joy of philosophy, truly. So I'd say lower bound is, well, it's at least as complicated as 3 plus 1, and we don't quite know what that means, but it's connected somehow to dimensionality. That's a low bound. High bound, we can say, well, there's this experiment that got done that appeared to differentiate 11 dimensions. Now, maybe they totally F that up and it's not 11, but it's something. And we can say, well, they were able to identify 11, quote, different dimensions or whatever they call dimensions. At this stage, my model it resolves 14, what we would call dimensions. And that's from 3 plus 1. You start with your smallest meaningful distance all the way to your largest meaningful distance. And we're saying distances are observable things. So just, slightly redundant, but we'll say smallest observable to largest observable distance. And then we say, well, what's the smallest proton, largest possible interstellar distance? And then we say, well, how many orders of magnitude are between those? 42. Then we invoke spatiotemporal causality, specifically the 3 plus 1 dependence relation, and say, well, 42, that's linear dimensions, and we don't have evidence of linear dimensions. To assert a linear dimension is to basically posit more energy than the universe has. So we'll say, well, it's actually not 42, it's 14, because we only have evidence of 3 spatial dimensions. So it's 14 spatial dimensions and 1 time, but we also acknowledge we really don't know what the heck time is. And we also sort of see through the example of the periodic table that what we experience as time doesn't come anywhere close to the full picture of what time actually is doing in the universe, if it can be indeed unified under a single concept, which remains to be seen. It ticks. Yeah, I get it. Like a watch ticks and a thermometer goes up and down with temperature. That doesn't tell us anything. This is again, like all these examples are leading to is the same thing, that the absolute quote truth isn't maybe something we have access to, but even if we do have access to a more and less absolute version of the truth, a lot of times things appear to be, at least on the surface, contradictory. They're not, but it takes a while to see why they're not. 3 is the minimum number of references to address an array. It's the address of an array element. Again, establish that arrays exist. So metaphysical parsimony. I'm afraid arrays are not metaphysically parsimonious. You can argue they're computationally or informationally. I'm not coming at it from that, but I'm happy to implement those types of models on the condition it's acknowledged that this is not, reality. Yeah. So again, there's this like argument. It's an important argument that's happening in the chat, and I'm really glad to see it happen. A dimension is what build on the layers before is better to represent this with geometric shapes. It's like, what kind of arguments are mathematicians making? Like, do mathematicians necessarily even know the types of arguments that they're making? Like, maybe, but they maybe just haven't thought about it. Like, I'm sure they could understand some basic process relation, but like, well, why is math and why can math be described as a priori inference model through the Euclidean axioms? Like, why is that an accurate description? Well, a mathematician can probably understand that, but they don't have, they can't articulate that, and probably have never been exposed to the idea ever. So, all that to say, let's be patient with ourselves because these subjects are not self evident. But once, like, the more particular we go into a subject, it gets easier and easier and easier because there's you don't have to deal with the insecurity that comes with working with large amounts of uncertainty. Daryl says every clock works by measuring how long it takes for something to move through a distance of space, every single clock. Well, we could look at that, but it's been going for a while and I'm pretty tired, so I'll probably end it pretty soon. But yeah, if people are interested to go on, the next step, and it takes a while, but we'll eventually get there. So I think it's a cesium clock. There's no absolute answer, and that's actually a good thing. There's a process that works really well, though. And a process can get you to important relative answers. And knowing why an absolute answer doesn't exist helps actually calibrate really well the relative absolute answers that you can get. This is what I would suggest if people are interested in it, to have a look at how these things are calibrated right now, because obviously, like, most of what's been said has been pure bullshit to this point. Like, no one's actually talked about how clocks work because I don't know. I mean, I think it sounds like everyone just doesn't know, but obviously, like, I don't actually know, but clearly, I don't think that time causes clocks to go forward. But yeah, it's been great. I had a clip from the Qualia Research Institute that I wanted to play, so I'll just close it with that. It's like, I really liked it. And I have a bunch of other notes, but yeah, I'll just wrap it up for now. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Talk to you next Sunday, if not sooner. Bye for now.
Or remembrance. So if you read the discourses in the Pali Canon, you'll often find like the sutta on loving kindness. One should sustain this recollection. One should sustain mindfulness of loving kindness. One should sustain recollection, so remembering of loving kindness, and by that actually generate the state and recollect it continuously. So there's an interesting connection there between this remembering function, which is kind of a binding of experience, and then the goal of the Buddhist path, if you like, nibbana or nirvana, Pali Sanskrit. Tanisaru Bhikkhu has laid out quite neatly an etymological case for nibbana, sometimes translated as extinguishment, but if you look at the prefix and the suffix, you could actually trace it to un, ni, or near. That that prefix is kind of like a negative prefix, and vana is to bind. So you could literally translate nibbana or nirvana as unbinding. So we have all of these phenomenal states, which in a Buddhist understanding normally just collect, entangle, and enmesh us in a world of suffering. Samsara in another word. And the Buddhist goal can be seen as progressive and sometimes sudden unbinding, or cutting through that tangle until you have a nice symmetric unbound state that is cool from the agitations of samsara. So it's not nirvana. Nibbana or nirvana in Buddhism is not a positive state or an object or some kind of heaven outside of space and time. It's the absence of stress. It's negative. It's a negative freedom. It's a freedom from, not a freedom to anything or of anything. It's a freedom from bondage in a quite probably literal sense, I think, as Andres is elucidating here. You unbind your phenomenal states, and then they anneal into a harmonious, symmetrical, high valence form. And yeah, that's one way of conceiving of it anyway. So thanks.
All
thanks for
those BDSM meditators out there now, they're like, oh, I don't want bondage.
That's that goes into areas of tantra that I'm not qualified to speak on.
That's amazing. There was this impression I definitely once got, which is that just as well, I guess like dark night of the soul type phenomenology, like restlessness and things like that, that like there is this sense of kind of you're kicking the addiction to reality. So like there's probably some shared paths between opioid withdrawal and like dark night phenomenology, I would suspect. There's this sense on 5-MeO DMT that you experience that sensation, but for the entirety of reality as a whole. Oh yeah, so I guess like rather than just for an addiction, it's like, okay, like, yeah, need my coffee, and like kind of like this, yeah, like kind of a sticky quality to that phenomenology. But then realizing that like you're experiencing that unsticking, but for reality as a whole, including things such as the perception of time and space, and like how yeah, this sense of like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was addicted to the phenomenology of time and space, but apparently I am.
Yeah, it's we all have a really bad reality habit to kick. It's
yeah. Yeah.